those would be specific instances as to prongs 2 and 3 of a nonviolent character. I will agree with the defense that I think that at time, well, I guess I agree with both sides as to whether it being emotionally abusive, at times that can rise to a level of being indicative of not being peaceful, without a doubt. But it also, on the other hand, is different than physical abuse. So relative to our statutes, I am going to find that the defense has placed into play character evidence by the question, and I understand that Attorney Cotton indicated he knew what he was doing, but I also think Attorney Cotton's smart enough to know he was drawing at that line by asking that question, knowing in advance that the state wasn't going down that path. And I am going to find that the defense has opened the door by putting in play the character evidence of the defendants, because it is an essential element of their defense, and that based on that, they put into play that he is of a peaceful character. I'm not going to allow the state to go into the emotional abuse. I think that that's at a different level than what's already been indicated here, and I think that that would create a whole separate issue. I will allow the state to go into the 2 specific instances of conduct to rebut the character evidence that the defense has put into play relative to her observations of a bar fight, as well as the conversation to have her beat herself up and to have the boyfriend come over and then to report it to the police. I am going to find that that is allowable pursuant to 90405 sub 2. Any questions relative to my ruling, state?
Yeah, I think Attorney Vance Curzan and I were just chatting about making sure we have a very narrow scope of the questions to be asked. So I think we're going to ask her if she had observed any specific instance where the defendant was physically violent with someone, who that person was, when that was, and where it was, and we'll let it lie there.
Okay, thank you.
Understood. Anything further to address on the record before we bring the jury back?
No, I would just ask if Ms. Wright understands the scope of what I just described.
Ms. Wright?
I do.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
It's my understanding that the stream of the trial did catch some of the jurors as they were exiting. I would ask the media to be cautious. My court order that was issued in advance of this indicated no filming of the jury. So please be on top of that moving forward, or else we might be changing up the present state of affairs. Understood? Okay, I got a thumbs up. Thank you. Is there water with your victim witness person? The witness just asked if there was water, and it appears she's getting that right now. And if not, I probably could grab some in back. Okay. State, please proceed.
Ms. Wright, on cross-examination, you were asked a question about whether the defendant had ever been physically abusive towards you, correct?
Correct.
And your answer was no.
Correct.
Do you recall telling the sheriff's department about a specific instance where you saw the defendant be physically violent with someone else?
Yes.
Who was that?
A previous ex-boyfriend before Maxwell.
And where did that occur?
That occurred at Trinity on Water.
That's a bar
Correct.
in Milwaukee?
Correct.
And what happened? Were you there?
I was there.
What did you see?
It all happened very quickly. I turn around 1 second and Maxwell and my ex-boyfriend were fighting. I don't know exactly how it was initiated. And then I just remember both of them being on the ground, and then the bouncers broke it up pretty quickly and kicked them both out.
Do you remember what day that was on?
I want to say it was St. Patty's Day of 2022.
When you talk about fighting with each other, was this a fist fight? Can you further describe?
Yes, it was a fist fight, and then it was so quickly. I think maybe like 1 or 2 punches were thrown, and then they were kind of just wrestling on the ground.
Okay, I just have one final question about the secret beach. When you would go there, were there other people around?
Not usually. I would see maybe one person walking their dog and passing by, but there weren't other people hanging out there.
Nothing further.
Cross.
Yes, thank you. So the was not a situation where Max attacked, not a situation where Max attacked you at Trinity, right?
That's correct.
And you said 2022, so that means it was when you were dating him.
That's correct.
So you and Max were dating, and then an ex-boyfriend showed up to Trinity.
That's correct.
Your ex-boyfriend.
Yes.
And actually, it was the ex-boyfriend who actually started it. Isn't that true?
I don't recall who started what.
Do you recall when you were interviewed by, well, you do know that you sat down with law enforcement and talked to them about Max, right?
Yes.
You sat down with a sheriff's deputy, right?
Yes.
And you described that there was a fight on St. Patty's Day. You remember telling them about that, right?
I do.
But you don't remember telling them that was your ex-boyfriend was Jack, right?
That's correct.
And you said, do you remember telling them Jack actually started it and then Max got him in a headlock? Do you remember saying that?
That is possible that I said that.
Well, that's what happened. The ex-boyfriend Jack started it. He showed up. You were dating Max, and Max got him in a headlock, right?
Okay.
Okay, and then security broke it up.
Correct.
Thank you. That's all.
State.
Did you just respond by saying okay because you didn't know the answer to what Attorney Cotton was telling you?
If that is what I said, then that is what I said. But at this point in time, I don't remember how the situation occurred.
I don't have anything further.
Attorney Cotton.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down. State your next witness.
State calls Detective John Galat.
you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you could please be seated, restate and respell your name for the record.
Detective John, John, Guillot, Guillot.
You're a detective with the Sheriff's Department, correct?
That is correct, yes.
In April and then July of 2024, did you have contact with somebody named Chloe Wright?
Yes.
And what was the nature of that contact?
Through the investigation, it was learned that Miss Wright dated Mr. Maxwell Anderson. I believe she indicated that the two...
I'm going to further direct a question, okay. A more pointed question. Did she provide you with information about a secret beach that she would go to with the defendant?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, and was she able to describe where that was?
Yes.
Was she able to give you a name?
I'm going to object to hearsay. We had the witness testify.
Any response?
It's going to go to the effect on the listener as to why he did what he did.
If it's not being offered for the truth of the matter, it's not hearsay, you could answer it.
She indicated that Mr. Anderson never disclosed the park's name just in case the two ever parted ways.
Was she able to describe the route to get to that park?
Yes, she was.
And did you, in fact, take her on that route?
Yes.
Can you describe where you started and where that route led you?
Yeah, I believe it was July 10th, 2024. Myself and Deputy Ethan Stouts met up with Ms. Wright at her residence. She got into our vehicle and then she directed us to the route to the park. We started by traveling southbound on I-43 from Capitol Drive. She directed us to Layton Avenue. Once we got off of Layton Avenue, she directed us eastbound on Layton Avenue. Of note, she pointed out a Mexican restaurant, I believe it's called El Beso, which is located at 909 West Layton Avenue. She indicated that prior to Mr. Anderson and her going to this quote-unquote secret beach, that they would often stop at this restaurant, have drinks, have food. Past that, she directed us to continue on eastbound till West Sheridan Drive. From there, she directed us to go southbound on Sheridan Drive to West Pulaski Avenue.
And then what?
She pointed out a fence. The fence was, I believe it said do not enter. And then she indicated past that fence is where this so-called secluded secret beach was.
Where did she lead you?
So she led us...
And actually, is there a name of where she led you?
Yeah, it's essentially Warnemont Park.
And then did she lead you further?
Yeah, so once you get to this fence, you have to squeeze through the fence, and there's a paved area which descends down to the secluded beach.
Had you ever been there before?
I have never been there, no.
Were you aware of members of your department who had been there as it relates to an investigation into the disappearance of Sade Robinson?
Yes.
What else did she show you?
She showed us kind of the area where they would hang out. She noted that they would often have fires on the beach, and she indicated specific locations on where on the beach they would usually sit.
Are you aware that as to whether or not this location is where generally Sade Robinson's leg was found?
Yes, that's correct.
That is where it was found?
Correct.
When she was leading you down to the beach, did you walk past what you know to be the Cudahy Water Department pump house?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Cross?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you.
State?
Detective Mason Colhat.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
If you could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
I'm Detective Mason, Mason. Last name is Kohlhapp, Kohlhapp.
Are you a detective with the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office?
I am.
How long have you worked for the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office?
9 years, and I've been a detective for 4.
Did you assist in the investigation into the disappearance of Sade Robinson?
I did.
Was one of the roles that you assisted to review a phone extraction of Maxwell Anderson's cellular phone, a Samsung phone specifically?
Yes.
I'm going to show you an exhibit. It's already been entered into evidence as Exhibit 264. Can you take a look at that and tell me if that's the phone extraction that you reviewed?
Yes.
And describe briefly, if you can, how you received that.
Detective Vandertine and I went to DCI. We both picked up the phone, or I should say the actual download of the phone. We brought it back. Matt then uploaded it to evidence.com and then provided me a copy of that phone.
So what you were reviewing was the extraction that DCI had pulled off of that Samsung.
That is correct.
What is DCI, if you could just clarify that briefly?
It's a state agency. It's Department of Criminal Investigations.
What were you looking for? What was the purpose behind going through this?
To look for any evidence pertaining to the owner of the phone, along with anything with the disappearance of Sade.
Do you recall what date you went through that phone extraction?
I believe it was April 9th, 2024.
And her leg had been found on the 2nd, right?
I believe so, yes.
Did you prepare some reports through any kind of computer program that you used to go through the phone?
Yes, when it was handed, or when I was provided the copy from Detective Vandertine, it came on 2 different, I should say, it's not necessarily reports, but phone reviewing systems. One is Celebrate, and the other one is Axiom, is how they take the phone, they download it, and it's just put into 2 different programs so we can view the contents of that phone.
So you have multiple different programs that are used to essentially look at the contents of the phone?
Yes.
And you use 2 of them?
Correct.
What were they again?
Axiom and Celebrate.
Can you spell those?
Cellbrite and Axium, I believe.
I'm going to show you a few exhibits here. The first one is Exhibit 444. Do you know what 444 is?
This is a Celebrate, and this, the end result of the Celebrate is usually put into a PDF form.
How many pages is it?
7 pages.
And is it contain certain information about that phone?
Yes.
Okay. I would move Exhibit 444 in.
Any objection?
No.
It's received.
Can you tell us from Exhibit 444 what the phone number assigned to that cell phone was?
Yep. It's 262-416-4874.
I can take that one from you, and I'm going to ask you to page through 296. Take a moment to do that, and then tell me when you're done.
Okay.
Do you know what 296 is?
Yep.
And what is it?
296 is my extraction report from both the Celebrate and Axiom.
Move 296 in.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
296 is received.
So you already discussed that you had identified the phone number that belonged to that device, and did you learn that that was the phone number that Sade Robinson was last texting with?
That is correct.
When you went through that phone extraction, were you able to locate the text conversation between Maxwell Anderson's phone and Sade Robinson?
That is correct.
I'm going to show you 287. What is that?
This is the Celebrate report that contains the text conversation between Sade and Max.
Was that the entirety of the text conversation that was on the device?
That is correct.
I'm sorry, what number was it? 296?
287.
287.
287?
Any objection?
No.
Received.
I have 287 up on the screen. There are multiple ways of looking at text messages in these Celebrate. It should be loading soon, hopefully. All right, is that 287 up there?
It is.
There are multiple ways that you can view text message conversations on Celebrate, right?
Correct.
Would you say this is probably the easiest way to do so?
By far, yes.
Why is that?
Because it shows the send and receive from both phones compared to other ways you can do it where it's a lot more information heavy, but you got to look at each individual text itself. So this has the full conversation as it would appear on your phone.
Not sure why this isn't working.
I know this morning the IT person was here doing some work before we started to make sure it all ran smoothly. It doesn't seem that worked. We'll call him right now and have him come back directly. Is he on his way? Well, it's 9:53. Do you need a break real quick, a bathroom break, anybody? No? Okay. And we're in a holding pattern for a minute, I think.
All right, I'll use the paper one. No, it's not coming up at all.
You can't change it back over to the Alamo now?
Nope.
I've just received information that the IT person's on his way right now.
Okay. Well, I can't get either of them to work at this point, so. All right, here's what we're going to do, Detective. The text conversation, why don't you just go through it orally? Tell us, when does the conversation start between Maxwell Anderson and Sade Robinson?
So on this first, it's a blue. I'll show, is that all right to show?
Sure.
Okay, so this is where the conversation starts. It's a blue. It was created on 3/30 of 2024 at 6:33:10 a.m. UTC. So with the conversion, it'd be approximately 1:30 in the morning is when the text conversation started.
On what date?
The 30th, I believe.
Okay.
March 30th.
And were you aware that they went to the Twisted Fisherman on April 1st?
Correct.
So this was just 2 days prior?
Yes.
And what time in the morning?
1:30. 1:33 to be specific.
How does the text conversation begin?
It says the first text was to Sade, and it says Maxwell. And then the follow-up one is Sade responding to Sade.
Exchanging their names
Exchanging their names, correct.
at 1:30 in the morning on basically a Friday into a Saturday.
That is correct.
When is the next text?
The next text is also on the 30th, March 30th. It's at 2:30 in the morning. And it says, "Hey, love, I left my comb there."
Who sent that?
That was from Sade. So Sade's in the blue, Max is in the green. A follow-up text after that one, sent a little bit after that, within 35 seconds estimate. Can you just take it and give it back when you get a chance?
Sade asking him for a comb that she left somewhere.
Correct.
Okay, after that?
After that, Max responded with, "Of course, I'll bring it on Sunday," and that was sent at 3:40 in the morning on March 30th.
Implicit that there was a plan to meet up on Sunday.
Objection to implicit anything.
I didn't hear you. You're,
Objection to him implying anything. He said implicit.
I'll ask you to rephrase that question.
Does it appear from that text that there was a plan to meet on Sunday?
Objection calls for speculation.
I asked from that text alone.
Based on the way the question's crafted, I'll overrule the objection and you may answer that question.
I would say yes.
How does the conversation go on?
And then Sade responds later with a thank you. This would have been that next more, it would have been 3:30, 2024 at approximately 10, I believe, with the UTC conversion.
10 a.m. or p.m.?
AM.
Okay. How does the conversation go on from there?
The next one is from Max on 3/31, 2024 with the UTC. It says 3:05:56 a.m. with UTC is about, I would say, 10 o'clock, I believe, that night on the 30th. "No problem. How is your night going?" And then Sade responded, "My night is going fine. My friend is here from Minnesota."
What night of the week would this have been? If the first was Monday,
This would have been Sunday.
okay?
And then the next text message was from Sade. "We might stop there."
Does she say where, or it just says there?
It just says there. This would have been 3/31, 2024 at approximately midnight.
All right.
Max responded with, "I'm here," and that would have been around 12:30 a.m. on the 31st. And that's the text conversation.
All right, give me 1 second. We're going to try to get the computer back on here.
There was also the issue with they were unable to switch it from the Elmo to the computer. Is that working now?
We're just bypassing the switching mechanism,
Okay.
and they're going to operate with one cord.
Okay.
All right, I have the conversation up here on the screen now. So this bubble here is not actually a text message, right?
Do we need to shut the lines? Is that a glare on that for the jury?
It may help.
Okay.
That is a lot better. Thank you.
All right, the blue box up here, these are, the blue ones that we're going to see are Sade, right?
Correct.
And this top one, is that actually a text message, or is that indicative of something else?
That's, from my understanding, that's just creating the start of the chat and not actually sending anything.
So the first text, like you said, this is the one, it just says, the body of the text just says Maxwell.
Correct.
And then how does she respond?
With her name.
All right, so this would have been what date and time?
This would have been approximately 1:33 on the 30th.
And you're going off of this time that I've highlighted here?
Correct. With UTC, it was -5 at that point.
Okay, so it says 6:33, but really it would be 1:33.
Correct.
That's how all of these texts are going to appear.
Correct.
Okay. All right, and then we kept going. She has the text about the comb. She asks if she can give it back, and he says, I'll bring it on Sunday.
Yep.
All right. Let's pick up where we left off here. Let's start with this green text that I've highlighted here. What's going on?
All right, so this is page 3. No problem. How is your night going?
How does Sade respond?
She responds, my night is going fine. My friend is here from Minnesota.
This would have been Sunday. Well, tell us about the date and time.
So it would have been -5 hours, so it would have been 12:32, and I believe it would be the 31st.
Okay, so this would have been the wee hours of Sunday morning.
Correct.
And then what does Sade say?
She responds with, we might stop here.
Does Mr. Anderson respond?
Yep.
What does he say?
He says, I am here.
What does Sade respond?
She responds with, okay.
Next text from Maxwell.
I'm sorry, can I see the parties at sidebar, please? Sorry for the interruption. Please continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, what is, so they have this exchange. We might stop there. Mr. Anderson says, I'm here. She says, okay. What does he respond with right here?
Drop my name at, I'm assuming it's die, but I believe it's the door if they try to charge a cover.
And what real time was this sent at?
12:33.
AM?
Correct.
On what day?
The 31st?
Sunday the 31st?
Correct.
How does Sade respond?
Okay.
Also at 12:33?
Correct.
When is the next text sent?
This would have been 12:36.
3 minutes later?
Yep.
Okay.
Still on for later.
And Then there's a gap between that text and the response from Sade, correct?
Correct.
Okay, tell us what Sade says and at what date and time.
Sorry, I'm at work. And then it would have been 4 o'clock, 4:26 on the 31st
AM or PM?
p.m.
Okay, so she doesn't respond to this 12:36 AM text until Sunday evening at 4:26 PM?
Correct.
What does she say after that?
I don't know how long I'll be here till.
How does Mr. Anderson reply?
He replies, okay, sounds good.
And then what does he say?
Want to shoot for another night instead?
And what are the dates and times of the okay sounds good and then the want to shoot for another night instead text?
Okay, sounds good is on the 31st at approximately 5:36 p.m. And then the want to shoot for another night would have been at 11 a.m.
On what date?
April 1st.
How does Sade respond?
Yeah, I can do today or tomorrow that's abbreviated.
What does Mr. Anderson say?
Either works for me, whichever you prefer.
What time is that?
That would have been 12:08 p.m. on the 1st.
Are you aware of whether the 1st was the last day that Sade sent any text messages?
Yes.
How does Sade respond?
Okay, we can do today. What
And-
time?
Okay.
Sorry.
Mr. Anderson responds.
That's also up to you. Any time is fine for me.
What time does he say that?
About 1:54 p.m. on the 1st.
And keep going.
Where are we meeting? I can do 5.
How does Mr. Anderson respond?
Mr. Anderson responds, downtown somewhere, question mark.
Sade says what?
Okay.
Mr. Anderson then says,
Broad House on 3rd.
when is this conversation happening, this exchange?
This is all still on the 1st.
At what time?
This would have been at 4:23 p.m. on that last Broad House on 3rd.
How does Sade respond to the question brought house on 3rd?
She's replied, perfect.
Then what happens?
Max responds with, okay, I'm going to shower quick. I'll probably get there more around 5:15.
What does he say next?
The next, are you hungry? I need to stop at Twisted Fisherman to pick up my W-2 from last year. We could eat there first.
How does she respond?
Okay and yes.
What time?
4:34 p.m. on the 1st.
Then what does she say?
Are we eating at the Broad House or the other place?
What does he respond with?
Let's eat at Twisted. I'm feeling seafood.
What time does he send that text?
4:37 on the 1st.
How does she respond?
Yes, I love seafood.
And then what does Mr. Anderson say?
Sounds good. I'm about to leave. I'll be there soon.
Then what happens?
Sade responds, okay. And then Max responded to that with, just got to Twisted.
At what time did he say that send the text just got to Twisted?
This would have been 5:11 on the 1st.
How does Sade respond to that?
Okay, are you inside, question mark.
At what time?
5:18 on the 1st.
Then what?
Max replied with a yes. And this is the 1st at 5:18.
Is there a response to that text from Sade?
There is not.
Is there a gap between this final text where she asks, are you inside? And he responds, yes. And then the next text message sent from Anderson's phone to Sade's phone.
There is a gap.
When's the next text sent?
The next text is sent on the 2nd, 4/2/24 at approximately 10:36. My math is correct.
AM?
AM.
And by that time, are you aware of whether Sade's car had been burned?
Yes.
Was it?
Yes.
So he texts her at 10:36 a.m. what?
Morning. how's work going, question mark.
Are there any other texts in this text thread conversation?
There is not.
Did you also look through the phone extraction in an attempt to find any images that might be of interest to this investigation?
I did.
I'm going to show you exhibits 288 through 293. You page through those and tell me if you know what those are.
They are photos that I found within the download of Mr. Anderson's phone.
Were they of note to you for some reason?
They were.
Why?
Because of prior knowledge of what Sade was wearing that night of the date, along with the timestamps of these photos.
Okay. So you found images that were date and time stamped. Were you able to discern the exact time those photos were taken or no?
No.
Can you explain that?
When I found these photos, we save them, and when it creates the file itself, it'll give us a date and time. And these photos that I discovered were recently deleted. Or I shouldn't say deleted, I should say modified is how how it's listed on the actual report.
All right. I have, what's the big stack in front of you? I forget what exhibit number that is.
Exhibit 296.
I have exhibit 296 on the screen in digital form, and I'd like you to go to page 40 of the magnet axiom report.
What was the page?
40.
40.
They're numbered at the bottom, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
All right, I'm on page 40.
And on page 40, is there one of the images that is amidst the other stack I handed you?
Yes, this is a photo of exhibit 288.
And for the record, I'm going to move 288 through 293 into evidence at this time.
288 through 293?
Yes.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
They are received.
What are we looking at?
It appears to be a hand grabbing something.
Okay. It's quite pixelated, so to speak. Blurry.
Correct. It's blurry.
All right. Next, I want you to turn to page 43. Actually, let's go to 41. You can just go to 41.
Okay.
What's the next page?
41 is a photo, or it's exhibit 289.
Is this the photo?
That is.
And why was this of note to you?
Because Sade was wearing light colored pants along with a light color underwear that was recovered.
Are you, and where were those recovered?
They were recovered within her vehicle.
And what do you see right here where I'm circling?
That is the tears from the front of her pants, I believe.
I'm going to show you exhibit 76 on the Elmo.
Yes, I do.
Are these the clothes that caused you to think that photo was of relevance?
It is.
On to the next image that I have on the screen here. What is this?
Is that 42?
It may not be in the stack, but what are we looking at?
That is it was a screenshot or some sort of capture of what not to mix with bleach.
And what was the last modified time of that one?
It would have been around, I believe, 11:28 p.m. on the 1st. That's April 1st.
I'm sorry, I missed the time.
I believe it's around 11:28 p.m. of 4/1/24.
The next image, page 43, what are we looking at?
It's another photo of the light-colored jeans and the underwear, and presumably skin.
And what body part is visible?
That's her buttocks.
The next image?
The next image is another photo that's kind of pixelated. It looks like a hand grabbing something.
I'm going to go up to page 47. What are we looking at here?
It appears to be, I'll describe it. It's a white, very distinct sweater. I believe it's cable knit sweater is the term for it. And it appears to be somebody laying on their face down on a couch or some sort of item with their breast exposed.
And the next image, is it different than the previous one?
Yes, it's the same. It appears to be the same person, but with this time a hand grabbing the breast.
I'm going to put on the screen exhibit 294, which is a flash drive. Detective, is this one of the images we just looked at?
It is.
Going to image 2, that was number 1, this is 2. Is this one of the images we just looked at?
It is.
And you're saying, I think your testimony was that this appears to be a hand, correct?
Yes.
Are you basing that statement off of what another image depicts?
Correct.
But to be clear, these were all different images that you found on the phone?
Yes.
Different file names?
Yes.
Next image. What do you see there, Detective?
I see it's a zoom up, or the photo that was presented before. It's a cable knit sweater. It's a person laying face down. That person has black hair. They have a darker complexion with their breast exposed. And then there's, it appears to be the red, very distinct couch or item.
Can you get up and point to those things that you were talking about?
So right here is hair, presumably hair. This is the very distinct sweater I was talking about, with the cable knit. Right here is an exposed breast. And then this is red, presumably item of furniture, and that is part of the couch.
Which breast is exposed? Left or right?
I believe the right.
Were you aware at the time you were going through this of what Sade Robinson was last known to be wearing?
I was.
Is it what we're seeing in this picture?
Yes.
I'm going to show you exhibit 239. On the Elmo. from Duke's. Do you see that same cable knit sweater?
I do.
How does Sade appear in this photo?
I can't tell based on from this photo, she's face down on a couch. I don't know if she's alive or dead or sleeping. I can't tell from this photo.
Okay. Next photo. This is different from the last one, correct?
That is correct.
And what are we seeing here?
It's a different variation of the photo from before. Here's the white cable knit sweater, the black hair. It appears to be a white hand, and then her breast, presumably her right breast. And this is a zoom in of that couch, the red maroon couch.
Are you aware of what breast was cut off of Sade Robinson's torso?
I don't recall off the top of my head.
Now what are we looking at?
This is that kind of pixelated photo, but it appears to be a hand grabbing something, and then that's a part of that couch with that, I don't know if it's trim or how you describe it, but that looks like part of the couch.
And this next image?
This next image appears to be her buttocks. There's the very distinct yellow, light-colored underwear with the jeans, and then there's the tear from the front of the jeans. And then here's the couch.
The seam of the couch that's slightly visible here,
Correct.
does it look kind of worn out?
Yes,
And is there a color difference between the couch and this other thing right here?
there is.
What's the color difference?
This appears to be more of a red, and then this appears to be more of a darker brown.
And based on the position of the furniture and what you can see of the buttocks, does she appear to be face down?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to pull on the screen Exhibit 318. Do you see comparable furniture in this image?
I do.
Point that out, please.
Here's that couch I was describing. It's a red in color. Here's that trim or seam I was describing. And this is the ottoman that was within the apartment.
On the couch, there is somewhat of like a blue pillow or something, correct?
Correct.
Point that out, please.
I believe it's right here.
Going back to the images. Do you see that in this image?
It's right here.
Move 294 in, which is the flash drive that has the images that are contained within the paper exhibits, I want to say 289 through 293.
Any objection?
No.
Received.
You can have a seat. Did you attempt to ascertain the times in which any of those photos were taken?
I can only go off of what the program showed me, and it only said it was a modified date.
What does that mean to you?
That image was modified in some way or form.
And at what time and on what date were those images modified in some way? You can take your time to page through them if you need to.
Thank you. Okay. It appears that most of these images were modified. It would have been 4/2 of 24. With the UTC conversion, it would have been 12:05 a.m.
going to go to the last page of the Axiom report. Oh, sorry, I unplugged it. While I'm pulling this up, was there an Uber ride that was noted in the report?
I did not notify I was made aware of an Uber ride, but I did not document it.
Okay. Let's go to the last page of the magnet report. Is it indicated on that or no?
Let me look. It was page 92. I tagged the Twisted Fisherman Crab Shack.
Is this an Uber ride?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
What time was that Uber ride taken?
It would have been like 3 p.m. on the 2nd would have been the email. I think it's an email.
Okay, you got an email about an Uber ride. The email came in at what time?
It would have been 3 on the 2nd.
An incoming email?
Yeah.
Okay. From Uber.
It says that it's from Uber Cab and the source. So, yes.
And it's denoting the Uber ride to the Twisted Fisherman?
Believe so. Yes.
All right. And then, Detective, I have exhibit, it's already been entered, it's 295 on this, it should come up on the screen shortly. Was this another image you found on that phone?
It is.
What do you see here?
It appears to be a beach. I know from being at that Warnemont Park that it appears to be Warnemont Park. There's 2 dogs playing in the sand or running in the sand, and there's water to the right.
Was that image modified? Do you know?
I don't recall.
Okay. And you tagged this photo specifically why?
Does it appear to be Warnemont, where we discovered Sade's leg?
I'm going to put on the screen exhibit 2 next to it, which is from the scene photo of the leg recovery. Does it appear, can you see the leg right here that I'm pointing to?
Yes.
Does it appear to you that those photos were actually taken almost in the same location?
Approximately, yes.
Nothing else.
Cross.
Good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
So I just want to first start with, did you actually examine the physical phone?
No.
Okay, so what you got was kind of what was the download from the Cellbrite, right?
Yes.
And so I want to start with talking about this conversation between Mr. Anderson's phone and Sade's phone. So those messages were found in Max's phone, right? And you located those to the download, right?
Correct.
And it was displayed as like a text thread between 2 different people, right? Sade's phone and Mr. Anderson's phone, right?
Yes.
And that thread wasn't deleted, right?
No.
And these tools that you're talking about, Cellbrite, Magnet Axiom, AXIOM, right? That's the program that was used.
Correct.
Those are programs that are used by law enforcement, right?
Yes.
And they're used to recover deleted messages is something that they can recover, right?
Yes.
Deleted emails.
Yes.
And they can recover browser history as well, right?
Correct.
And I just want to make sure I understand this. Celebrate is used for phones, and Magnet Axiom can be used for phone or computer, right?
I believe both can be used for both.
Okay. And so those text messages, you said the conversation begins on March 30th, right?
I believe so.
And that's a couple days, that's like about 3 days before this leg is ultimately found, right?
Yes.
The conversation starts at 1:33 a.m. Max texts Sade's number, his name, right?
Correct.
And then she sends her name back.
Yep.
Almost immediately, right?
Correct.
And that's pretty normal and common when people are exchanging numbers. If someone gives you their number, you text them your name so then they can put you in their contact list, right?
Yes.
And when you were reviewing the phone, was Sade's contact added to Max's phone?
I believe so.
Okay, it wasn't a deleted number, right?
No.
And the phone number wasn't blocked, right?
No.
And so after they text each other their names, Sade texts Max's phone and says that she forgot her comb, right?
Correct.
And she asks him if she could bring it back next time he sees her, right?
Yep.
And he responds, of course, I'll bring it on Sunday, right? He texts that,
Yep.
suggesting that the two had plans to see each other on Sunday, right?
Correct.
And she responds, thank you.
Yep.
And the texts, the bubbles that we saw, do those show emojis or not?
The ones that I made the report with, I don't recall if it did or did not.
Okay, does the program typically pick up like when emojis are sent, or is that not something the program can?
It depends on the phone, the carrier, the phone, and what level. I don't know how to explain that.
Okay. And then they're continuing to text from March 30th, and then they're continuing to text on March 31st as well.
Yes.
Max is texting, asking her how her night's going,
Correct?
and she's responding.
Yes.
She says she might even stop there. She texts that, right?
Yes.
And Max responds, I'm here.
Correct.
Suggesting that she knows where Max is, and she might plan to see him, right?
Yes.
And then they continue to text, and they talk about meeting for a date, right?
Yep.
And she says she's working, and Max suggests that maybe they do it a different night, right?
I believe so.
And then Sade chooses today. She says, I can meet today.
Yes.
And ultimately, they agree on a place.
Yes.
I think it was first Broadhouse, and then ultimately they decided on the Twisted Fisherman.
Yes.
And in those texts, Max says, he mentions his W-2, right?
Yes.
Which would, maybe assume that maybe he worked there. That's what W-2s are typically for, work-related stuff.
Yes.
So a place he worked at, they had planned to meet.
Yes.
Place that he's probably known at, right?
Yes.
And so these texts that we reviewed, these are just two texts between two people getting to know each other and agreeing on a date, right?
Objection calls for the witness to speculate on their mindset.
Sustained. Next question.
Those text messages, there's no threats in those text messages, right?
Correct.
There's nothing aggressive. There's no aggressive language used.
I don't know how you define aggressive language, but I would say no.
Okay. And so in those text conversations, Sade never sends and never mentions her address, correct?
Yes.
So her address is never sent to Max in any of those texts, right?
No.
Or the name of her apartment.
Or one more time?
Or the name of her apartment.
No.
Or even the general area of the city that she lives, right?
Correct.
And then we saw there was a gap between the last message where I believe she says, Max says, I'm inside, right? And then there's a gap. And then the final text is morning, how's work going, right?
Yes.
So after the date that, they presumably went on, he sends a message the next morning, right?
Yes.
And that's not unusual to text someone the next morning after a date, right?
Yes.
So you determined that you believe that there were some photos that you believe were Sade found on the phone, correct?
Yep.
And you said that those were photos, right?
Correct.
Are you able to determine whether they're photos or a video?
I believe they were photos.
Okay. And do you know what times the camera was utilized, or will you not be able to tell that with the tools you had?
I won't be able to testify on that. I don't know.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. But those photos, a lot of those were pretty grainy. You could see them on the screen, right?
Correct.
And did you have to utilize any tools to enhance them at all?
There was one photo that was sent, I believe, to the crime lab to be enhanced.
Okay, so some of these photos, that's not the actual form that they were found on the phone. They were enhanced through a crime lab, right?
Objection, that's a mischaracterization of the testimony.
I think that does misstate the testimony. You want to re-ask your question?
Okay, but the photos, they were sent to the crime lab to be enhanced, right?
Certain ones, yes.
Okay. And you said that the photos were modified. You can't testify that they were deleted?
According to the information below the photo when I created this report, all it says is modified, under the modified category.
But if they were deleted, your reports, and you can't testify why those photos were deleted, right?
I cannot testify why they were deleted, no.
And because people delete photos for a variety of reasons, right?
Correct?
Like if they're poor quality.
Possibly.
If it's to save storage space. I mean, people delete photos for lots of different reasons, right?
Sure.
Or like an explicit photo. You wouldn't want like an explicit photo on your phone to be leaked, right?
I don't know.
And so those photos that we saw, those weren't the only photos that were deleted, right?
Modified, you mean?
Or yeah, modified, I'm sorry.
That's correct.
There was some screenshot that says things not to mix with bleach. We saw that, right?
Yes.
And was that an actual photo taken from the phone? Was it like taken because it looks like it's almost like a pamphlet or like an instruction card?
I'm not sure if it was downloaded or screenshot. I don't recall.
Okay. And did you pull, or is your data able to tell you whether photos have ever been deleted in the past, prior to, was this April 2nd?
Sorry, one more time?
So did you analyze data from, let's say, February of 2024, if there was any activity on the phone where photos were modified?
I was provided a copy of the phone download that we had, and I was able to review all of that.
Okay, and do you know what the date range of that was?
I do not.
As part of your investigation, did you review anything about the search history on any of the phones or anything?
I reviewed the phone. I don't recall the search history.
And I just want to make sure it's clear, there were other modified photos. The ones that the state showed on the screen were not the only ones, right?
Correct.
I don't have anything else. Thank you.
State?
One might also delete photos from their phone to cover up for a crime, correct?
Objection, speculation.
He
He
asked those questions.
All the possibilities. You can answer it if you're able.
Yes.
And
There were other modified photos of Sade, just not from the house, right?
I believe so.
Okay. Other photos from that were on the phone that appeared to be from her social media?
Yes.
Okay. How many?
I don't recall off the top of my head.
And let's look at what I have on the screen here. Was this another image you had tagged?
It is.
What is it?
It is the US FIR, and it states human leg found at Warnemont Park. Sheriff's Office says.
What's USFIR?
It's I am not exactly sure how to explain it. It's a Facebook or Instagram where they'll post things about law enforcement activity, I believe.
And when was this image modified? If you can, I'll zoom in.
Approximately 10 o'clock a.m. on April 4th.
Now, when we were talking about the modified times, all of these photos also came, the ones that were modified had this created and last access date and time, right? Not all of them, but a lot of them, including the ones that we had gone over earlier.
Yes.
And what is the date and time denoted there?
On this, it's 1/1 of 1970 at 12 o'clock a.m.
Did you figure out what that's all about?
I don't know how or what that actually, I don't know. I can't testify to that.
Okay. But clearly this image right here wasn't taken back in 1970, right?
Correct.
Okay. And just to be very clear, because I think there might have been some confusion, the photos as we have seen them on the screen today, those photos were as is as you found them on the phone, correct?
Yes.
And all of this information we've covered today came off of the defendant's phone?
Yes.
Nothing else?
Defense?
Yes, just briefly here. We look down here on the source, and it says Instagram. We see that, right?
Yes, it says Instagram.
So is that saying that, is that where this image was viewed on, was Instagram?
Possibly. It says Instagram with the .com on it, so it might have been viewed from Instagram, correct?
Well, you're an expert in analysis or not?
I am not.
Okay, but so you're not able to testify where this photo was viewed from, if it was viewed on a website or if it was viewed on Instagram?
Correct.
And social media platforms are commonly have news stories on them, right?
Yes.
A lot of young people of the younger generation, even their 30s, get their news from Instagram because there's hundreds of, maybe thousands of different news websites, right?
Correct.
And someone doesn't even need to follow that specific news, that news team or whatever, to get news stories on their feed, because sometimes they're suggested things on Instagram, right?
Yes.
Is there anything in this record for you to be able to conclude that he ever even clicked on that link?
I don't know. I'm not an expert on it. I can't say it.
Okay, and I don't have anything else.
State?
No, nothing.
Thank you. Anyone need a break, or are you good? Need a break? Okay, we'll take our break right now. We'll come back shortly and continue. Can you give this to my clerk, please? Yep. Thank you. Okay, we had a sidebar at 10:04 a.m. During the course of that sidebar, I had called it. I had received notice that the camera angle was catching the notes of the defense team, and I wanted to alert them to that so that if they were concerned, they put their computer screens down or take appropriate action. Anything, State, you'd like to add to that?
No.
Defense? Anything to address on the record now, State?
Just one thing, there was a request that I understand was brought before the court by the state earlier to ensure that the media not show or identify the previous civilian witness, and I just wanted to make sure that understood.
So I received a number of emails pertaining to that. What was indicated was that witness's name was not on the list of names originally submitted, that I was notified while the witness was testifying that there had been a request made by the victim witness personnel to the media to preclude the identification or the live stream of the witness. My response was, it was not part of my original order, and it's an open court, and that I hadn't made a previous ruling, and I had not previously instructed the media to not do so because I was not put on advance notice. And I indicated based on that, I think that they have the right to do as they deemed appropriate. Knowing that the victim witness coordinator had made such a request while, I don't know if it was made during her testimony or before she testified. She's nodding her head to before she testified. But I was aware of that, and that was my response because it was not part of the prior rulings I had made.
Understood. Just,
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Anything else? No. Okay. Then we'll take a brief break and come back and continue.
All right, Fox 6 investigator Brian Polson here at the Wisconsin Live Desk at 10:47 on day 8 of the Maxwell Anderson trial. This is now the 7th day of testimony, and we are getting down to the final state witnesses. There are just maybe a half dozen left to go before the state rests its case, and we heard from a couple, after a couple of days of really technical testimony, the state is ramping up what we are seeing and hearing, things that seem to be sort of closing in that circumstantial evidence around Maxwell Anderson. It started with a witness, an ex-girlfriend of Max Anderson. You heard right there the judge talking about there had apparently been a request that came in sort of last minute from the victim witness coordinator not to identify the ex-girlfriend. Her name was used openly on the live stream. It's out there. I'm not going to go out of my way to use her name now, considering there's obviously been a request made not to identify her. It doesn't seem necessary at this point to do that, but it suffices to call her an ex-girlfriend of Maxwell Anderson. She had dated Maxwell Anderson through some point in 2023 when they broke up. She said they had only seen each other once since then before this incident happened. But she testified to a couple of things that were pertinent and very interesting. One, she reached out to law enforcement after hearing about the discovery of the leg, after hearing about the arrest of her ex-boyfriend as the person who was ultimately charged as the culprit in this case. She reached out, and especially after learning that the remains of Sade Robinson, the leg that started all of this investigation that washed up ashore or was found along the shore of Lake Michigan in Warnemount Park, she recognized that as a park she and Maxwell Anderson had been to, she said, between 5 and 10 times when they were dating. She said that Maxwell called that their, quote, secret beach, and he didn't want her to tell anyone else about that beach, especially if they ever broke up. He didn't want her to be telling someone else about that location or taking someone else there. He called it his secret beach. The prosecution used that term over and over and over again, probably intentionally, to drive home the point that this was a place that Maxwell Anderson felt was secluded and somewhat private, and maybe in some ways sort of personal to him, that he would take dates or girlfriends to this location. She did not know the name Warnemount Park until she heard it in the news. So law enforcement said, okay, do you know where this is? And she said, I don't know the roads of Milwaukee very well, actually. Just not, some people are kind of directionally challenged, right? So the law enforcement actually took her on a drive, said, okay, you say you know how to get there from visual landmarks, take us there. And the ex-girlfriend took them there. I've got my notes as to sort of the route they took to get there. but they drove, and I gotta scroll up because there were an awful lot of notes from this morning, but they started on Layton and were going eastbound on Layton in Milwaukee and passed a Mexican restaurant at 909 Layton that she said, oh, well, we would stop and eat here and have drinks sometimes on the way. Continued eastbound on Layton to Sheridan Drive, which runs north-south right along the lakefront, and from Sheridan Drive to Pulaski Avenue, and Pulaski Avenue is an east-west. Right at that location, Pulaski Avenue ends where that fence is. A do not enter sign was on that fence. That is the fence that guards the service road that goes down to the Cudahy Water Department pump house. As you may recall, that's the location, the pump house right down by the lakefront. That's the gate that was smashed by Sade Robinson's car, which prosecutors say they believe Maxwell Anderson was driving. That's the location where the leg was found and where prosecutors believe Maxwell Anderson dumped much of Sade Robinson's remains. That literal location right there along the beach, and I think we've got some photographs of some of these areas here. First, I talk about the service road, and that is that road. You can see now further down the service road how it kind of descends down toward the beach. That's the pump house on the right. The ex-girlfriend talked about being very familiar with this. In fact, she said, as you get further down, there was an area where you had to walk over some rocks, and she would be in sandals and didn't want to walk over the rocks with fear she would cut her foot, so she would go around a trail that went around the other side. It was very specific. She was definitely familiar with this location, even though she hadn't known the name of Warnemount Park until after all of this surfaced in the news. And then she continued to talk about other landmarks. You see these dogs here. I believe those are Maxwell Anderson's dogs on a particular visit that she and Anderson took to this quote-unquote secret beach. There are other photographs of sort of what it all looks like down there. There was a fallen tree at one point. She said there would be dead wood, and they would stop and set up there because that's where they would build a fire using, they would put a blanket down and they would use dead wood from the fallen tree to make their fires. This is the location, according to the investigator who was giving this testimony later. This was the location where Sade Robinson's leg was discovered. So now you have a place that Maxwell Anderson was known to go, and not just known to go on his own, but known to go with romantic partners. And it turns out to be the very place where Sade Robinson's leg was found. So that was one of the really key witnesses. There was an interesting exchange that occurred there also, and that was the defense was asking questions about those visits to the beach, and asked if they were, if there was any point in time where Maxwell Anderson had been physically abusive to the witness, his ex-girlfriend. And she paused and said no. The state then, at the next break, asked the judge, they said they felt that, in fact, they asked the jury to leave. They asked for a sidebar. The judge asked the jury to leave the room, and they had some back and forth over this. The state said, by asking that question about whether he had been physically abusive, they felt that was character evidence, that gave the jury the impression that he was a peaceful person who was never violent. The state then said, we believe that opens the door to other evidence we're aware of acts of violence that he had been a part of, in particular a bar fight he had had with that witness's ex-boyfriend. The judge agreed that the defense had opened the door and allowed that evidence of that testimony about the bar fight. The judge also said the state could talk about another thing that was in one of the police reports when they interviewed this ex-girlfriend. She told them about a time that Maxwell Anderson had wanted to set up one of her other ex-boyfriends, and by having her beat herself up and then record the injuries and then report it to police to try to set this other person up. She never went through with this. This was in a report. The judge said they could bring that up. The state didn't. And I wondered why they didn't, because it seemed like the judge had opened the door, said go right ahead, and they didn't. I did hear from Julius Kim, who we've talked to throughout this trial. He's a criminal defense expert and a former state prosecutor. He knows the ins and outs of homicide trials, and he's watching this like we all are with great interest. And he reached out to me and he said, the state seemed to be pretty careful there. He said less experienced prosecutors would have pounced on that and would have really gone hard after whatever they could to try to now attack the character of Maxwell Anderson. But he says that could have opened the door to something on appeal, and they're trying to protect the record. So he said they were pretty reserved, pretty conservative about how they dealt with that. And in his view, as a defense attorney, he thought that was actually proof of their experience and that it was a smart move that they didn't go any harder after that. Again, that's one person's opinion, but someone with obviously great expertise in this area. So that was the ex-girlfriend's testimony. After that, we end up getting on the stand Detective Mason Colehap. And Detective Colehap is the person who reviewed the data that was extracted from Maxwell Anderson's cell phone. He brought up a text conversation, the entire text conversation between Maxwell Anderson and Sade Robinson. We have known for a year now that there was a text conversation, a brief portion of it we saw in the criminal complaint, that talked about their date, setting up their date, going to Twisted Fisherman and ultimately Duke's on Water, that first date. What we know now is that prior to that, the two had actually been together a couple of nights earlier at Victor's, another nightclub in Milwaukee. That was on March 29th, which was a couple of days, actually 3 days before the first date took place. And at some point or another, Maxwell Anderson actually borrowed a comb from Sade Robinson. She says, hey, could I get that comb back when I see you tomorrow? And that was going to be on Sunday, the 31st. They ended up not being able to get together. She had to work. And she says, okay, so we're getting more of these exchanges. How about we get together? You know, when do you want to get together? And she says, I could do today or tomorrow. He says, today works for me. Let's do it. So they then plan on going to Twisted Fisherman. So a little more of an exchange there. We realized this first date wasn't the first time they'd ever met. They had met at least a couple of days earlier, and they were having this ongoing conversation. But when it comes to this detective, he finally got to the images that we've been waiting to see the state introduce throughout this trial, because it's been referenced multiple times, and that was images extracted from Maxwell Anderson's cell phone. Images, by the way, that were ultimately modified and that the state indicated was consistent with having been deleted from the phone. It's not clear if they were deleted, or if they were deleted, why they were deleted. There was some testimony at the end. Why would you delete pictures? There's a number of reasons you would. And the state said, well, one of those would be to cover up a crime, and the judge allowed the answer to that question. So those photos we didn't see them. Obviously, these are sensitive photos because they involve Sade Robinson allegedly on Maxwell Anderson's red couch in his living room on the night in question. And they are, in many ways, sounds like they are close-ups, and there is at least one shot where there is an exposed breast and then a hand on that breast. And the implication the state is making is that is Maxwell Anderson groping or touching in some way sexually Sade Robinson. Obviously, this sort of ups the game in terms of their interaction. It had been essentially a pretty platonic-looking first date most of the night. There wasn't hugging and kissing. There wasn't anything that seemed especially romantic. But now we know, if these photographs are what the state presents them as, that the two, when they got back to Maxwell Anderson's place, had some sort of either a romantic rendezvous, or the images indicate she was face down on the couch. Was she conscious at that time? We don't know. It's not clear what exactly was happening, but it does appear to be that she is on the couch in his apartment. And obviously the state has gone to great lengths to try to show that the two of them were there with some of that nighttime surveillance and things like that. We didn't see the images. I do know that those evidence cards are available. They're public record. I believe our news managers are trying to get access to find, if we can, get those photos and crop and blur them in ways that are sensitive enough to still show you, because these are crucial pieces of evidence in this case. The state has gone a long way to set up. In fact, I want to show you the red couch. Let's take a look at that. That red couch right there. And you can see at the very bottom of the screen the corner of a dark brown ottoman, a large ottoman. Those were keys because the photographs from the phone, Maxwell Anderson's phone, so far as they were described, I couldn't see them. The photographs apparently show, at least in one of those images, what looks like the red couch and a dark brown piece of furniture next to it. And so they're matching the photograph to what you see right there and saying that's proof. Now, how do they know it was Sade Robinson? You can't see her face. Well, they described the white cable knit sweater. If you remember, first of all, she shows up at Twisted Fisherman, the black puffer jacket and a white sweater underneath, and then those ripped, light-colored jeans. Well, in the photographs described by the detective, he talks about the light-colored jeans with the tears in front that you can see. He also talked about the cable knit sweater. You see that right sleeve, you can see the cable knit pattern. Prosecutors went a long way to make a point of that earlier in the case, and now we know why. Because the photograph from the couch allegedly shows that white cable knit sweater, a person with dark colored hair with dark complexion skin who is face down on the couch. One other thing I want to show you. After the car fire, you may remember, and if you haven't seen the car fire, I know we have images of that as well. I thought I put that in here, maybe I didn't. That's okay. These were the pieces of clothing that were removed from the trunk of Sade Robinson's car after it had been set ablaze and firefighters put it out. So this, you see, I'm standing by for. Okay, all right, looks like they're back in court. We'll come back to this. I'll talk more about this a little bit later on, but those are Sade Robinson's clothes according to police and also match what we see in those photos. Let's head back to the courthouse now.
Defense, you're asking to be taken?
No.
State, any action?
No.
Okay. I'll continue with my normal admonitions at breaks and in the end of the day. State, are you prepared to call your next witness then?
Yes.
Anything further to address before we bring the jury in?
No.
Defense? Okay, we're ready.
All right, we'll keep it there, but as I was talking about at the end, that photo of the jeans with the underwear around it, apparently the same jeans and that color of underwear were spotted in some of those photos from Maxwell Anderson's phone in what prosecutors say was Sade Robinson on his couch. So they're really trying to draw the connection between Sade Robinson, her clothing, his couch, showing that she was there.
Please call.
Jason Ruff.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
My name is Jason Ruff. That is Jason. Last name Ruff.
How are you employed?
I work for the Wisconsin Department of Justice at the Division of Criminal Investigation.
What is your job title?
I'm a senior digital forensic investigator.
What does a digital forensic investigator do?
So what we do is when sworn officers, special agents for the Division of Criminal Investigation sees electronics, they are brought to our office and we conduct examinations of pretty much all the ones and zeros that are flowing through all of the systems. So like phones, servers, computers, anything like that, we recover that data and kind of see the types of activity that were on it in a scientific manner.
Do you have any special kind of training that qualifies you to examine forensic data from electronic devices?
I do. I have a master's in cybersecurity with a focus in computer forensics. I have another master's from John Jay College in criminology. I have gone to a large number of trainings through the National Computer Forensic Institute with the Secret Service. I have several trainings with the National White Collar Crime Institute, and just kind of a litany of different certifications, specifically with the IASIS, which I can't specifically remember off the top of my head what IASIS stands for, but it's the International Computer Investigators something.
And so what is it that you predominantly spend your time doing?
So primarily I am behind a screen looking at data that has been acquired from just different devices that have been seized related to criminal investigations.
Were you asked to examine, do forensic examinations related to 2 devices recovered during the course of the investigation into this case?
I was.
And was one of those items Maxwell Anderson's Samsung Galaxy S22 phone?
It was.
Can you tell me, do you examine the phone itself, or are you examining something else?
So in this case, because I came on a little bit later, I examined what's called the extraction of the device, or the forensic image of the device, which is acquired by another examiner and then was given to me to look at.
A forensic image is essentially what?
So it is, there's different versions of it. Forensic image would be a bit-for-bit copy of the actual data that's on the device. Now, what makes this somewhat more difficult with cell phones is because cell phones have all those applications that we have on there, which has lots of encrypted proprietary data that most of those companies wouldn't necessarily want myself or anybody else knowing how they fully create those things. So what we get is what's called a full file system extraction. And a full file system extraction is pretty much all the data that you can possibly get from a phone within the file structure of the actual device itself.
And were you also asked to examine the forensic image or extraction from a different item?
Yes, I was.
What was the second item?
So the second item was an actual forensic image of a computer hard drive.
Did you prepare a report related to what you found after conducting those examinations?
I did.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 495.
Thanks.
Is that your report?
This is.
Move 495 in.
Any objection?
No.
Received.
Now I want to start going through Exhibit 495 first by, let's just go through it front to back here, okay?
Sure.
So what do we have? What'd you do?
So the first part is me describing the tools that I used, which I can list off. The tools were, because like in anything you need tools to conduct your examinations. I used X-Ways Forensics, Magnet Axiom, Celebrate, A-Leap, Notepad++, DB Browser for SQLite.
So much of this is narrative that you typed yourself, but a lot of what we're going to see is stuff you put into the report directly off of the Samsung device, correct?
Correct.
And these things I've highlighted here, I think they're what you just listed off, right?
Yes.
All of those are just programs you use?
Yeah, so the different forensic tools for just different things that need to be done for either recovering certain data or analyzing certain data.
All right, and then you had found a text conversation between the phone. Well, what was the phone number for this phone, by the way?
So the phone number for this phone
I have it highlighted on
it would have been 262-416-4874.
And you looked at the conversation between this phone and Sade Robinson's phone?
Yes.
Did you ascertain whether any phone calls had ever been made between Maxwell Anderson's phone and Sade Robinson's phone?
I could not find any phone calls.
So from what you looked at, it appeared they only communicated through these text messages.
Actually, he's leading the witness.
I'll rephrase it. Did you find any other communications beyond text messages
I did not.
between those two phones? Sorry.
I did not, no.
All right, and as we go ahead here, this is the phone conversation.
Yes.
Last text message is sent at what time?
So the very last text message between those two phone numbers is sent at 10:36 and 16 seconds in the morning, a.m.
So in these timestamps, these are going to be in real time?
Well, yeah, they're going to be in Central Daylight Standard Time.
Okay, thank you. Did you go on to see whether the device interacted with Sade Robinson's Instagram account?
So I wouldn't be able to say whether or not it was the actual Instagram account, but it interacted with something on Instagram that cached images that appeared to be of Sade.
Tell us what a cached image is.
So a cached image, the best way that I was kind of taught it is when you think of surfing the web, what you're actually doing is actually downloading the web to your device. And part of the reason that happens is just for the purposes of allowing your device to potentially reload things that you frequent. Just because something's cached doesn't necessarily mean it's a frequently viewed thing. However, when you, for example, scroll through Instagram, as you're scrolling through Instagram, it creates thumbnail or representative images on your phone within that application, so that if you scroll past those again, it will load faster. And those are cache images.
So your phone's essentially remembering the images it's seeing.
Correct.
I'm going to go down. I think this is going to be going on to page 5 here. Were there cached images of Sade?
Yes, correct.
And to clarify, there can be cached images that were taken by the device itself, right?
Yes, yeah.
So like if you took a photo with your phone would also cache that?
Correct, for various different reasons.
All right, so it's not, my point is it's not just web surfing or social media browsing.
No.
Your phone is doing that throughout whatever apps?
Correct.
Okay. What do we have here on page 5 on the screen? I have it up next to you.
So there were a total of 10 images that I found from this time period that were cached. These are just 2 representative images from the application Instagram of someone that appears to be Sade.
And when you say this time period, what are you talking about?
So would it be the timestamps that the cache images were, which I believe was, here I'd have to look.
What timestamps were images of Sade cached?
7:33 p.m.
On what date?
This would be the 1st of April. My apologies.
On the screen now, are those 2 of those images?
Correct.
All right, let's move ahead to 10:07 p.m. What starts happening on the phone at 10 o'clock?
So from 10:07, 10:09, 10:12, 10:22, and 10:57 p.m. on the 1st, I start seeing usage of the camera. So everything on your phone is a different application. So basically, you see the application that's built into the Samsung pull up the camera application.
How is it that you're able to see all this again?
Because with any interaction with your phone, if you kind of think of like either Domino's or Rube Goldberg or something like that, just because, for example, you are just clicking on a photo, for example, and it pulls up, there are a litany of different things that are happening behind the scenes. So, and I think it's further in the report, you'll see that things are being stopped and started so that different system resources can get access to those applications.
So you were able to tell that in the 10 o'clock hour, it looks like on 5 occasions the camera on the phone was activated?
Correct.
Would that require user interaction with the phone, human interaction?
It would.
What about after that?
After that, there is somewhat of a lull in usage, and then until the next morning, I would say.
All right. What did you notice occurring on the phone at around 12:05 a.m.?
So at 12:05 a.m., a user unlocks the phone, and the phone's display turns on and goes to the last activity that would have been happening on the phone, which in this case was usage of the gallery. So like if you scroll into your phone, your gallery, just your images.
At 12:05?
Correct.
Is that what I have on the screen here, or am I in the wrong spot?
Yes.
Okay. And specifically 12:05 and 37 seconds a.m.?
Correct.
And what gallery specifically are you talking about?
So this would just be the regular Samsung gallery. So if you click in it to look at all the photos you've taken.
Photo gallery?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And then what's happening after 12:05?
So after that, and this is kind of where I get into that whole dominoes or Rube Goldberg, as you press on things, the user transitions to the camera application, which pauses the actual gallery application because they're technically two different applications, even though they're kind of morphed together, which then subsequently stops usage of the gallery itself.
And how often does that occur starting at 12:05?
I would have to look specifically, but I believe 3 occasions.
All right, well, let's just keep going. So at 12:05 and 38 seconds, what happens?
So at 12:05 and 38 seconds, the camera is launched, which is then launched with a third application, the launcher, which launches and pauses things, which then causes the phone itself to stop the gallery application.
What happens next?
Then after the gallery application stops, several seconds later, the camera pauses because it goes back to, or not seconds, milliseconds later, the camera goes back, or the camera pauses and goes back to the gallery application.
And does that interaction then stop?
Yes, and then a second later, the camera application stops.
After that, the gallery application is once again paused, and the camera is launched again several seconds after that. And by 12:05:42, what's going on?
12:05:42, I think I skipped ahead. 12:05:42, I see that there is some interaction with a cache image. I can't determine what that interaction exactly is.
Okay.
So there's a modified date to that. So there's some sort of interaction with the photo.
Then what happens next?
Then the gallery application is paused.
And what continues to happen until 12:08?
So until 12:08, this kind of sequence of events happens until there is, like, it goes from camera back to gallery, and then there is a period in between there when the pattern of usage appears that the bunch of images are deleted.
Tell us about that. What time does that happen?
So the deletion period begins at approximately 12:05 and 53 seconds. It starts, there's an interaction with about 32 cache images.
Is that what I'm highlighting here on the screen?
Correct.
Okay.
Now, the interaction with those images, it could have been more or less of those images. Those are just the images that the cache was left over from after that period. Shortly after that interaction, there is the delete services of the phone begin. So it starts deleting, and then a millisecond or so after they hit delete, there's a notification interruption. And that notification is simply the phone saying, are you sure you want to delete these images?
Okay, so I just want to break that down a little bit because that was a lot and a lot of lingo too. At 12:05 and 53 seconds, there are 32 2 images that you identified as having a modified timestamp. Is that correct?
Correct.
Do you know what modified means is happening to those images?
Yes, so there's interaction with those images.
Human interaction?
Yes, human interaction.
This is not the device doing
this is
itself
not
on
the
its own?
device. Yeah.
Okay. And are you able to tell what happens with the human interaction to those images?
Based on the time frame and when the phone itself actually has in the actual timeline itself, the next actions that happen within that system is deletion.
Of those images that were deleted?
It is highly likely that it was of those images.
Okay. And included in those images, were there images purported to be of Sade Robinson?
Correct.
And I'm going to scroll down. Are these those images?
Yes.
This last one was modified, correct?
Correct, yeah.
Purposes of presentation?
Yes.
All right. Are you aware, for that particular Samsung phone, what a person practically would have to do to delete those photos?
So yes, I did actually a lot of tests with this with an actual Samsung S22, so I could verify what I'm talking about. They would have to go into their gallery, essentially select all of the images, and then hit delete, and then that notification pops up and says, are you sure, essentially, are you sure that you want to delete these images? You hit yes, and then they're gone.
And is that what happened here?
Yes.
What happens next? I think I have up here, is this the delete service?
Yeah, so like I said, phones are just a bunch of applications. So there's an application for deleting those applications within the actual gallery application occurs. It stops shortly, several seconds later, and then it eventually is started again several seconds after that.
What started again?
The deletion is started shortly after it stops again.
Were there more images deleted?
It is more than likely that more images or videos were deleted at that time.
Okay. Were you able to see which images?
I was not.
But in the prior instance, you could see the 32?
Yes, correct.
What happens after 12:06?
After 12:06, you mean 12:06 and 35 seconds?
Sure, why don't you just keep taking us through it?
12:06 and 35 seconds, there's that notification interruption. Then shortly after that notification, the delete service is stopped again. And then again, several seconds later, the delete service is started again. Notification happens at 12:06, several milliseconds after that. And then the service is stopped. And then the gallery, which is where the delete services are happening in, is then paused and the camera is launched again.
What time is that at?
So the camera is launched at 12:06 and 56 seconds.
Does that necessarily mean the camera's being used to take photos?
Not necessarily. I mean, could have accidentally hit the camera application.
After that camera is launched, what happens?
After that, almost simultaneously, obviously the gallery is paused, and then shortly after that, the camera is paused and a user goes into the phone settings.
Okay, what happens once the user goes into the phone settings?
So the user is in the settings for about 20 seconds or so, maybe a little bit longer.
Beginning at what time?
Beginning at 12:07. Well, beginning at 12:07, they're in the actual settings application. The first configuration change within the settings is at 12:07 and 23 seconds. And then again at 12:07 and 25 seconds.
And what's happening there?
So essentially, a user is changing some form of network settings. Unfortunately, because of how some of this stuff is recorded, I can't tell what exactly those settings are specifically with network. Certain network settings will only tell you what the last state of the settings were. So if you turn on or switch Wi-Fi or any of those types of things, it's gonna record the last state that it's in from the time that it was downloaded.
By network, you're referring to like the cellular network that's servicing the phone?
Yeah, either cellular network, Wi-Fi, any of those things, Bluetooth.
What happens shortly after 12:07 and 25 seconds?
So shortly after that, there is a notification from the operating system that pops up. I don't know again what that notification was, but
A phone notification?
yeah,
Not something the user's doing?
no, not something the user's doing.
And then what time is that at?
That is at 12:08 and 38 seconds.
All right, now this is beginning after 12:08 and 38 seconds. What are you seeing?
I do not see any user interaction or human user interaction.
Human user interaction. When is the last time that you see human user interaction with that Samsung phone?
So the last time that I can determine that there is any human user interaction for sure is at 12:07 and 25 seconds. There's possible human interaction for that 12:08 time period that caused that notification, but it's also likely possible that there was some other system thing that popped up because of it.
Okay, so let's just assume for the sake of argument, it's the latter one, the 12:08 one.
Sure.
Do you see any human user interaction on the phone for the rest of that night for hours?
No.
That's the last time?
That is the last time.
Until when?
Until the next, well, not the next morning, several hours later at 8:59 a.m.
On April 2nd?
On April 2nd.
So from 12:08 a.m. to 8:59 a.m., are you saying that there was no human user manipulation of the phone?
Yes, there was absolutely no human user interaction.
What happens, and I have on the screen here, is this is you documenting that?
Correct.
Okay. So in sum, can you just, and I think it's up on the screen here, but just summarize briefly what exactly we're seeing occur between 12:05 and 12:08 on the phone?
So a user is going between the applications and the camera back and forth several times. Then they begin deleting things, and then there are some form of configuration changes in the settings, and the phone is not interacted with.
After 12:08?
After 12:08.
And in there, we know that the camera was used?
Correct.
Okay, and so you know that there was camera usage from that phone after 9:20 p.m.?
Yes.
What happens after that? I know you said there's no user interaction, but as you go
Yes.
forward, you saw some things?
Yes. So at 12:17, so approximately 10 minutes or so, maybe a little bit less than that, later, the phone registers itself as being inactive. So the screen goes into an inactive mode, essentially like a somewhat, I guess, you could parallel it to like it goes into sleep mode. The screen still stays on, but the phone is in a sleep mode, which then pauses the last application that was open, which was the settings.
So that's not a user doing anything?
No, that's the exact opposite.
Okay. After that?
So then settings are stopped almost simultaneously from that period of time.
Are you able to conclude that between 12:45 a.m. on April 2nd and 8:43 a.m. on April 2nd, there's no user interaction with that phone?
I can 100% conclude that.
There's some notifications that come in, though, overnight, right?
Correct.
Tell us about that.
So when you have social media, there's different types of timestamps and everything when it comes to digital media. There are the timestamps that are recorded from when you are interacting with your devices that are changing those timestamps. And then, for example, when you're talking about social media, email, really anything network related, there are also timestamps from, say, the other person who maybe posted it or sent you that email, those timestamps are going to be from likely when the actual email or post was created, and that is registered to whatever server is hosting whatever application that is. That created timestamp doesn't mean that somebody's actually interacting with that on that specific device. It's just the time at which that was registered to outside servers.
There were some of those overnight after 12:08?
Correct.
Okay. I have one on the screen here, 12:09, or excuse me, 12:49. There was some kind of social media notification.
Correct.
And then 12:59.
Correct.
Okay. What starts happening at 1:21 a.m.?
So at 1:21 a.m., the phone screen officially turns off. And then shortly after this, there is a notification that comes in, and it's about 2 or 3 minutes after that, there's what's called edge lighting, which I don't know if any of you have Samsungs, but essentially the idea is that when you get a notification, the outside edge of the phone lights up to let you know there's a notification, even though the screen is off. And then 4 seconds after that, it lights up again just to remind you that the notification is there.
All right. Then what happens?
And then the phone begins to power off.
Describe what happens to the phone.
So the phone had a low battery state, and the phone essentially dies. So as a phone is dying, essentially the phone starts moving different things and energy towards more important aspects of what the phone actually is meant to use for. So for example, if you're out in the woods and your phone is dying, the last thing that's going to probably turn itself off before dying is going to be your ability to call for help. So certain applications, so the screen turning it off, it was going into a low state, and then the phone kind of starts checking itself to make sure that is there really not power, or is there something else going on with this phone? Doesn't mean it's not going to turn itself off, but that's essentially what happens. So this artifact, essentially I don't know if he's got that up. Oh, so the Samsung Wellbeing gives you the ability to kind of look at your own phone usage. So it starts recording that the phone is powering off, and then there's an internal application that usually doesn't necessarily parse out with a lot of forensic tools called the ERR.P, which I guess the name is, I guess, irrelevant, but what it is it records different powering events on the phone. It records, for example, when the phone is factory reset or first set up. It records when a human user turns off the phone. It records when there is a shutdown and power up related to a system. So like when you're updating the operating system of your phone, it frequently has to turn itself off. And then it registers when the phone dies. In this case, it registered that the phone died due to lack of power.
And at what time did the phone die due to having no power?
At approximately 1:35 and 57 seconds.
Is that what I have highlighted here?
Correct.
Okay. And below that would be the artifact that you're talking about?
Correct.
That is not the same as someone physically turning the phone off, right?
No. So if the phone is physically turned off, this artifact registers it as an unrequested because it's essentially monitoring the system itself. So if the system requests that something be turned off, then it'll be recording why it was turned off. If a human user interacts with it, it is listed as unrequested.
And were you able to identify the next time that the phone was connected to a power source or had power?
Yes, so the phone at about 8:59 in the morning.
8:59 a.m. on April 2nd?
Correct.
And what did you see?
So the phone registers that there is no power, and it goes into a low power mode, likely due to a phone being plugged into a charger.
And then how about when the phone turns on?
The phone officially turns on at around 9:20 in the morning.
All right, and throughout the night, there were other notifications, right? But the phone was off?
Correct.
And when you're seeing those notifications in the phone, are you seeing, obviously, the time they would have then received or gotten to the phone, or what?
No, we are seeing the time that those were created.
All right, so I have one up here, for example, at 2:09:32, the phone would have been dead, right?
Correct.
But nevertheless, you're seeing this Facebook notification that I have highlighted here.
Yes, so that would be the created time of that post on the news feed.
The created time on Facebook, and it has nothing to do with the phone.
No, that's relevant to Facebook.
All right. Throughout the night, there was an email from Uber, correct?
Correct.
What time was that email sent to?
So the email was sent and recorded on the email server, so Gmail in this case, at 3:51 and 17 seconds.
And from Uber?
From Uber.
And where was the Uber ride?
So the Uber ride was from the previous night, and I will have to scroll past because I did the entire thing. The Uber ride was to 1200 West Canal Street.
Is that the Twisted Fisherman?
Correct.
So this email was just a bill, the receipt for the Uber ride?
Correct.
Sent at what time?
I'd have to go back. At 3:51 and 17 seconds.
Were there images? There were a number of other social media notifications that you could see, correct?
Yeah, throughout the early morning, there's a bunch of Facebook notifications or Facebook news feed.
But again, the phone's off at that time? Okay. Did you notice what time there appeared to be user interaction with the phone again?
At 8:59 in the morning.
And sometime prior to that, obviously it gets connected to the power source. What time does it turn back on?
It turns back on at approximately 9:20 in the morning.
So the first human interaction you're discussing, that's the...
So between 9:19 and 9:20. So there's settings on your phone that when your phone dies or you turn it off, they're literally called persistent settings. These settings are so that all the settings you have on your phone, you don't have to go through your phone and reconfigure your phone. So these settings are some of the first ones to activate themselves upon your phone reactivating, and that reset of these settings occurs at approximately 9:19 and 54 seconds.
So the phone's back on by 9:20 a.m.?
Correct.
After having been off since 1:35?
Correct.
Okay. Throughout the date of April 2nd, did you notice there were other interactions between this phone and images of Sade Robinson?
I did.
Tell us about that.
So on the 2nd, at 4:10 p.m. and 4:24 p.m., there were several cached images from from Instagram of what appears to be Sade. And then, yeah.
How about April 3rd?
Again, on April 3rd, there are 2 photos cached of looking at the Instagram images or interaction with.
All right, let's move on to the computer tower. What did you notice on the computer tower beginning in that similar time frame shortly after midnight? So
shortly after midnight, there's a user on Netflix, and at approximately 12:07 and 38 seconds, they search within Netflix Love Death, which brings them to the Netflix show Love, Death, and Robots.
Whose computer is this again?
I was told me to be Maxwell Anderson.
Okay. So the computer goes to Netflix at 12:07 and puts on a show, Love, Death, and Robots?
Correct.
And then tell us what you're able to see about what happens with Netflix and what you were able to determine is specific user interaction when that stops.
Sure. So from that period of time, the first show is queued up, and that is an episode called 3 Robots Exit Strategy. After this, the user several seconds later transitions to another episode called Bad Traveling. The show begins to play several seconds after that.
What time is this at?
That is at 12:07 and 50 seconds.
Okay, then what?
Then shortly after that show ends, the next episode begins to autoplay. This would be the episode, The Very Pulse of the Machine.
At what time?
That is at 12:08 and 12:08 and 16 seconds.
Okay. That was not user interaction, that was Netflix auto playing?
Yes.
Okay, then what?
Then around a dozen minutes after that episode begins, its credits transfer to the Night of the Mini Dead, which plays. It's just under 7 minutes. Again, I tested using the same browser and everything to check the properties of how Netflix worked at that time, and approximately when there is the time when Netflix starts to autoplay the next episode is when that episode starts to transition and beginning, which would be this Night of the Mini Dead.
Okay, and what time is that happening at?
And that is happening at 12:23 in the morning. And
is that what I have on the screen here highlighted?
Yes, that is correct.
So when's before 12:23, when is the previous last human interaction with Netflix?
Before 12:23 would be around at 12:07.
So from 12:07 to 12:23, Netflix is just playing on the computer, and then at 12:23, is there human interaction at 12:23 or no?
At 12:23, shortly thereafter, well, no, not at 12:23. Shortly after that, there is user interaction about 5 minutes after that.
At what time?
At 12:28 and 11 minutes.
And he puts on an episode of what?
An episode of 3 Body Problem, which is a suggested show under Love, Death, and Robots.
And does the episode play?
So it sits on there, but the user transitions to that and then begins to play the first episode.
What time?
So it begins to play at 12:33.
So and then how long is that episode?
That episode's about an hour, I believe.
Is there any user interaction with the Netflix throughout the night after that time?
No.
With the computer tower at all?
No.
So just to recap for the computer, there's user interaction with Netflix at 12:07 a.m.
Correct.
That stops. Then shortly after 12:23, there's an additional user interaction at 12:28?
Correct.
And then after 12:28, is there any other user interaction?
No.
Any user interaction with the computer tower whatsoever between 12:45 a.m. and 8:43 a.m.?
No.
There's stuff going on in the background of the computer, though?
Correct.
Can you summarize that?
Yes. So, there's a lot of system activity with a computer that's tied to the internet. So just to name a few, there are what appear to be logins, but these logins are system only. So when you aren't using your computer, the computer is doing maintenance of itself. So it's logging in and out. There's different security IDs. So one of the ones that I have down here listed is it's a Windows event log 4625, and it's a type 5 service, which is again operating system only, not human interaction. What ties further is the Wi-Fi lease is up. So essentially at about, what time was that? About 2:35 a.m. in the morning, the internal IP address for the computer itself's Wi-Fi lease expires. So what this essentially means is there's different types of networks. You have your internal network, then you have your external network, internet, and all of that stuff. In the internal network, in all networks, there's a finite amount of IP addresses. So what your router does is it cycles through these things, and your router has basically this dynamic host inside of it that reassigns things IP addresses. And the reason you need an IP address is it's essentially, if you think of your house or your apartment, it's that number on there so that the traffic knows where to go. So at about 2:35 in the morning, the lease expires. It appears that this the router for this was only set up to have about an hour period, which is fairly short, which causes interruptions with like streaming and things like that, which would be the reason why Netflix stops at that exact time, because it can't reach out to Netflix because it doesn't have an IP address for a millisecond or two to pull the next episode.
So when the episode is started at 12:28 a.m., well, first of all, are you aware if Netflix will just continue to play the next episode?
Yeah, Netflix plays 3 episodes on average, unless you change the settings, but it will auto play 3 episodes and then do the whole "Are you still there?" kind of thing.
Is that what was happening here?
Correct.
Okay. No further user interaction with the computer after 12:28.
Correct.
Just a couple clarifications. I actually want to touch on one thing. When we looked at those, when we looked at some of those cached images from the phone, a lot of those it's like a created date that says January 1st, 1970.
Correct.
Can you tell the jury what that's about?
So in computing, computers obviously don't understand time, so they need a time frame from which to start. So there's different things that in computing is called epochs. So they pick a specific time in history that creates essentially a calculation from how far from that date we are currently now. So when there are no actual dates, it will revert back to that epoch time. So, and off the top of my head, I couldn't tell you which type of epoch it is, but I believe it's potentially the Unix epoch time of 1/1/1970, which essentially means there's no date.
It's just kind of a default.
It's a default, correct.
I have no other questions.
I think we'd like to start after lunch if we could.
I think that's fair. It's 10 minutes to noon, so we will take a break at this point. Remember the admonitions. Remember, no communication between each other about this case, no discussion with family or friends, no posting, no emailing, no texting about anything to do with this trial. Wear your juror badges prominently. Don't do any investigation. Put it completely out of your mind till you come back this afternoon. This afternoon, we can kick up at 1:30?
1:30, Judge.
1:30. So we'll have the door open before that. Hopefully you'll all be back on time so that we can get started right at 1:30. Okay, thanks everybody. Just leave your notebooks on your seat.
11:50 right now. On day 8 of the Maxwell Anderson trial, day 7 of testimony, the state is in its final handful of witnesses, and we'll start after lunch with cross-examination of the digital forensics expert from the Department of Justice Division of Criminal Investigation, who's been talking about some of the devices, including Maxwell Anderson's phone and a computer in Maxwell Anderson's
Is there anything
home.
to address on the record before we break?
I would just, for purposes of planning, inform the court that I only have one more witness.
Okay.
Great, we'll be ready to go.
Okay. We'll see you back at 1:30. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, so there you have it. One more witness to go from the state. Of course, that is after the defense is finished with cross-examination of the current witness, Jason Ruff from the Division of Criminal Investigation, a digital forensic investigator. Again, he's been talking about Maxwell Anderson's cell phone and a computer in Maxwell Anderson's home, going through sort of a timeline of when it was receiving, each of those devices were receiving human interaction, what was happening on them, and then when they stopped having human interaction. The state is clearly demonstrating with this testimony, or attempting to demonstrate, that this matches the timeline they've given, that Maxwell Anderson left his phone at home while they say he was driving Sade Robinson's car all around the city and ultimately disposing of her body parts and setting her car on fire before riding a Milwaukee County transit bus back home from the north side. What we did hear from there toward the end of that testimony was, or the latter part of that testimony was, actions that the forensic investigator says occurred on Maxwell Anderson's phone shortly before the last human interaction with that phone, and that is that a batch of photos were deleted from that phone. We've actually heard a couple of witnesses who have talked about the deletion of photos and the photos that were ultimately recovered from that phone, the photos that had been modified or deleted by the user. That those dozens of images were reportedly deleted around between 12:05 and 12:08 a.m. And the last human interaction with Maxwell Anderson's phone occurred at 12:09 a.m. when the phone went into sleep mode and had no additional human interaction until 8:58 the next morning. Among the images that were deleted, we do know, and we haven't seen them yet because they involve the exposed breast of Sade Robinson, but we are, as it was described there, photos of her face down on a red couch with a brown piece of furniture nearby, which seems to match the description in the photographs we've seen of that couch in Maxwell Anderson's living room with the large dark brown ottoman next door to it. There are clothing identifiers in those photos that seem to match, as they've been described by the witnesses, match the photos we've seen earlier in the trial of Sade Robinson's clothing. Sade Robinson's ripped jeans, the light-colored jeans, and also the white cable knit sweater. Also a description of the underwear that was recovered from her burned-out car, the trunk which was not itself burned. Those jeans and underwear match what was described by witnesses in those photographs from the phone. One other really important thing, though, that came from the testimony about the cell phone, the photos on the phone, is there was apparently a screenshot of a website or something, how not to, or what not to mix with bleach. That was one of the exhibits, one of the things that investigators say they found had been deleted from the phone. And I'm going to go back and make sure I'm saying that properly, but it was a screenshot of what not to mix with bleach, which had been modified, that's the term that they officially use, apparently deleted, at 11:28 p.m. on April 1st. So that would have been during the time frame that Maxwell Anderson and Sade Robinson were allegedly in his home, and about maybe, a half hour before the last interaction with his phone, before he deleted the images that were ultimately recovered. So what was he doing, looking at something or taking a screenshot of something that said what not to mix with bleach? Well, the suggestion there is he was planning to do some extensive cleanup of whatever had occurred there at the home. That seems to be anyway where the state's going with this. Obviously, we'll hear their theory and closing arguments as to what they believe this means. We've been looking all along, waiting for the state to offer up a theory of when and where the homicide itself took place, when and where the dismemberment took place. They have certainly gone a long way to demonstrate the timeline of when and where Maxwell Anderson was, when and where Sade Robinson was, the connections between the two of them at his home, and these photographs seem to place Sade Robinson on his couch during the time when prosecutors all along have been saying that the two of them were in his home. To some degree, it also seems it may make the downstairs neighbor's testimony less relevant, which is he's the one who said, I didn't hear anything. I didn't hear anything going on up there. I didn't even hear anybody up there. Well, now it appears the state has given some pretty strong evidence that, in fact, they were upstairs. Now, whether or not there was a murder taking place at that time, we don't know. But it does appear that she was there and she was on the couch based on the photos. Again, we haven't seen them ourselves. We know how witnesses have described them. I will tell you, our news managers here at Fox 6 News have seen those photos. They are going through those photos in detail right now and trying to see if we can blur and crop them in a way that we can show you the pertinent parts, because these are key pieces of evidence. These are crucial exhibits in this case. What we can sensitively show you once that process is through and once we have editors who have properly addressed those exhibits, the raw exhibits. We're not going to show those raw exhibits on the air. We're just not going to do it streaming or on our broadcast. But we are going to be able to show you those images so you can see for yourself. They are currently working on that. I know that's in both the managers and editors' hands right now. Once we have them, I'm hoping we can bring them here to you for the first time on here from the Wisconsin live desk. So that is kind of where we are right now. We want to get to those photos. So far today, and by the way, you just heard, if you're just joining us, we just heard right before the lunch break that the prosecution informed the judge they have one witness left. We have now heard from 82 witnesses in this case, and we will hear from an 83rd. We don't know yet who that's going to be. But the 82nd witness is still on the stand. Defense will begin its cross-examination of Jason Ruff, the digital forensic investigator for the Division of Criminal Investigation, after the lunch break at 1:45. It sounds, because of that, then, like we should expect that the state is going to rest its case before the end of the day today, and then the defense will get to present its case. We don't know what the defense will have left, how many witnesses they plan to call. A lot of the defense's case has already been made through cross-examination. We know Tony Cotton and Jason Findling have been very thorough in their cross-examination of witnesses, and they have tried very hard to poke holes in the state's case and raise attention to the things the state just doesn't have: a murder weapon, a bloody crime scene, things like that, direct evidence of a homicide. So we don't know how much more the defense will have after that last state witness. But once the defense is finished, the next step in the process will be jury instructions. And for that, the jury will not be in the room, but there will be some back and forth as the parties work with the judge on what should go in those jury instructions, how certain things should be worded. There will be some sort of back and forth over that. And once jury instructions are complete, then there will be a period of time where the judge lays out those instructions, and that will take significant time. They will go through those instructions for each of the counts that Maxwell Anderson is charged with, point by point, what the jury must find to find him guilty. And finally, after all of that, the jury will go into that room. They will next they will select the 12 jurors out of the 15 who've been listening to this entire case, who will go into that deliberation room and ultimately decide Maxwell Anderson's fate. And then they deliberate. And then it's jury watch, it's verdict watch. And at that point, we'll be watching closely and being prepared to bring you the ultimate verdict. To set expectations, I don't know that this is going to happen by tomorrow. I have a sense that this is going to take enough time. We're going to be going into early next week. I don't know that for sure. I'm making my own educated guess here. We'll be talking a little bit later on to Jonathan Lavoie of Kim & Lavoie. We've heard from Julius Kim all week long. Now we're going to have his law partner, Jonathan Lavoie, at about 12:40 today to talk about his impressions of the testimony today and what's left. Maybe he'll have some thoughts on what the defense still needs to do or what we might hear from on the defense, and maybe he'll have some idea of what we should expect in terms of our remaining timeline. But again, that's coming up at 12:40. We are also going to hear in a short while, not sure quite when, but we're going to hear from Fox 6 reporter Stephanie Quirk, who is at the Milwaukee County Safety Building today. I'm not sure if she's been in the courtroom listening to testimony or if she's been outside all day watching it along with us, but we will get some sense from her of the feel outside the courthouse or outside the courthouse and outside the safety building. Are there supporters down there today? Kind of what's the atmosphere? What is she seeing? We'll talk to her coming up here shortly. And of course, we will return back to the courtroom after the lunch recess, which will probably take place somewhere in the neighborhood of 1:45. I didn't hear if they said 1:30 or 1:45, Delaney. I don't know if you caught that. But typically every day it's been closer to 1:45 anyway before they get back on the bench. So you see the clock there on the left. That's the shot that indicates they are currently at break. It's going to be a while then before they resume, but we've got a lot to talk about. And I've been telling you about the digital forensic investigator. Let's go back to how the day started because, and I was looking at my witness list. I told you there's 82 state witnesses who've testified. Many of them are people who've been recalled multiple times. So I'm not necessarily it's 82 distinct individuals, but of the 82 appearances on the stand so far, and some of them are continuations over a break from the morning to the afternoon. But of those 82 people, 62 of them are members of law enforcement, primarily the Milwaukee Police Department and Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office, a few from the State Crime Lab and places like that. 12 civilians in all have been called so far, and let's see if I can tell you who all of those civilians have been to this point. We heard originally from Osiris Terrell. That was one of the men who found Sade Robinson's leg in Warnermount Park back on April 2nd of 2024 in the afternoon that day. We heard from Christine Shuda, who's a leasing agent at Sade Robinson's apartment at the Brewers Point Apartments there on the Lower East Side. She talked about her impressions of Sade Robinson and also of the expectation she was about to go out on this first date with Maxwell Anderson. Eddie Feliciano, building maintenance for Sade Robinson's apartment building, said that he had known her for 8 months. She was very kind, and also he said that she seemed to be excited to be going out on this date. We heard from Angela Young, who was a co-worker at Pizza Shuttle of Sade Robinson. She reported Robinson missing the evening of April 2nd after she hadn't shown up for work, which was very uncharacteristic, she said, and after seeing that through her Life 360 app that her cell phone appeared to have died and was somewhere on the south side near Warnermount Park in Cudahy. So she went to police to report her missing. We heard from Elena Fisher, who also had tracked her friend's movements, Sade Robinson's movements, through Life 360 and became concerned when she stopped responding or when her phone stopped moving and she wasn't responding. We heard from Evelyn Gertz, who was another co-worker, had at one time worked with her at the Wisconsin Club as a server, said she was a very kind person. We heard from Angela Sawyer. She's the one who found Sade Robinson's torso and arm having washed up in South Milwaukee along the shores of Lake Michigan. That was several days after the discovery of Sade Robinson's leg. We heard from Russell Davis, the owner of Twisted Fisherman, who had actually employed Maxwell Anderson for a few weeks in 2023. We heard from Pete Warbington, one of the big witnesses in this case, who was the downstairs neighbor, Maxwell Anderson's tenant, who said he did hear a suitcase coming down the stairs at around 5-something in the morning on the morning in question. But he said he did not hear any kind of a struggle, any screaming, any power tools, or anything that indicated there was some sort of a bloody murder happening upstairs. And he said he was a light sleeper and could hear just about everything. Lemitra Griffin, the security worker at Dukes on Water, testified that Maxwell Anderson was a regular there. He recognized him. Tim Sluga, the new owner of Dukes on Water, on the date this happened, said Anderson was a regular and they had actually seen each other at the bar that day. And finally today, I'm not going to use her name, even though it was given on the stream earlier, but ex-girlfriend of Max Anderson, victim witness coordinator, asked that her identity not be highlighted. So the ex-girlfriend of Maxwell Anderson testified today, and that's what I want to talk about now, because that was a big witness here on day 8 of the trial. This ex-girlfriend had dated Maxwell Anderson back in 2023, And when she heard about what had happened on the news, the leg that was found, her ex-boyfriend being arrested, she reached out to authorities to say, I've got some information you might want to know about. And one of the things she told them was, I don't know if you've searched the house yet, but inside that house, he's got some secret compartments. In the bathroom, under the vanity, there was some sort of a secret compartment where he apparently kept weed and cash. And he had some other places in the house where he had sort of disguised things in a way that, you know, the average person wouldn't be able to tell there was some sort of a secret compartment behind it. The significance of that, we can only guess. One would be to demonstrate her familiarity with his home and her familiarity with Maxwell Anderson. Potentially also to demonstrate he was the kind of person who concealed things from others, who was not above trying to hide things from others. That's my speculation. I don't know if that's where the state's going with it, but they presented that. She also told them about something that the state spent a lot of time talking about, a phrase they used over and over again. She said Maxwell Anderson had taken her to a secluded beach along the Milwaukee lakefront. She wasn't able to say exactly where it was, but she led police there because she remembered the landmarks. She knew how to get there. She said he called it there, or his secret beach, and he didn't want her to tell anyone about it. He even said if they ever break up, he didn't want her to take somebody else to this place because it was his secret beach. Well, she led investigators directly to the spot where she says those secret beach appearances were that he took her to. They were there 5 to 10 times. You might recognize this. This is the service road that prosecutors say Maxwell Anderson drove down in Sade Robinson's car before he deposited her body parts into Lake Michigan. Well, that's the road that this ex-girlfriend took investigators down and said this was the route we took to get down to the beach. There are other photographs of where she actually met with Anderson, where they would set up camp. They would have campfires. He would bring his dogs. She described in detail exactly where there was a downed tree and they would use the dead wood to make their fires. And there was a picture she provided them of Maxwell Anderson's dogs at the beach that was from that very spot. And the detective on the stand said that that location was in fact the very location where Sade Robinson's leg was later found. Again, she said she had been there with him 5 to 10 times, and that this was a secluded area that they rarely saw anybody else. They didn't hang out with other people. It was just the two of them. Occasionally, maybe a dog walker would come by, but she said it was generally very secluded, not easy to access, and he considered it their, quote, secret beach. On cross-examination, the defense asked, okay, you went there all of these times, but was he threatening? Was he physically abusive? And she said no. After that question, the state asked for a sidebar. They said, Judge, we want to ask about something. And then the judge ultimately sent the jury out of the room, and there was some discussion about whether the defense had opened the door to character evidence. By asking the question, did he physically abuse you? The state argued that they had given the indication or implication to the jury that he was peaceful and not a violent person, because she answered, of course, no, she had not been physically abused by him. But the state says there was, and the defense was aware, there was also indication in her interview with law enforcement that he had been emotionally abusive with her, that he had been cruel, he had called her names that were sexually derogatory, and that in fact he had also been involved in a couple of violent incidents. One, or at least one, which was a fight at Trinity Bar in Milwaukee with that woman's ex-boyfriend, and also that at one time he had apparently tried to conspire with her to set up the ex-boyfriend by telling her she should beat herself up in the bathroom and then contact police and say the ex-boyfriend did it. She never did that, but that was included in a police report. And the state said, look, they've brought up the fact that he didn't abuse her physically. They've given the impression to the jury there's a character trait that he's not a violent person. We think this other evidence is now fair game. The judge ultimately ruled that some of that was fair game. The fight was a violent act. The setup of the potential setup saying you should beat yourself up in the bathroom was potentially connected enough to violence that she allowed the state to ask about it. She didn't allow them to go into detail about the emotional abuse or verbal abuse. So when the state got back on the stand, when the jury was back in the room, the prosecution brought up the fight, that there had been this tussle at Trinity nightclub with the ex-boyfriend. They said nothing at all. They didn't ask any questions about his pressuring her or instructing her to beat herself up to set up the ex-boyfriend. The judge had allowed it. They didn't go there. After that happened, I did get a text message from Julius Kim, who is, of course, the expert we've been relying on all week to, one of the experts anyway, we've been relying on all week to give us some insight from the mind of a criminal defense attorney and a former state prosecutor. So why didn't the state go there? And he believes it's because the state is being careful in protecting their record. He said less experienced prosecutors might have really gone full bore after his character, but by going too far, they might have, in fact, opened the door for some sort of an appeal. So to protect the record, they were conservative about it. He thought that demonstrated experience and a smart move by the prosecution. He said lesser experienced prosecutors may have really gone full bore after that. They didn't. But that was an interesting moment from this morning. I think probably the key from that really was discussion of Maxwell Anderson having taken a previous girlfriend to a quote-unquote secret beach, which turned out to be the Warnermont Park beach where Sade Robinson's leg would ultimately be found. After that, we did hear from Milwaukee County Sheriff's Detective Mason Colehap. And Mason Colehap was the detective who did the cell phone extraction, or reviewed the cell phone extraction of Maxwell Anderson's phone. We've been talking all week, and for the last really 8 days, as we keep hearing more. Since opening statements, we've been hearing about photographs found on Maxwell Anderson's phone. Photographs that place Sade Robinson in his house on the night in question, and in fact on his couch. So we've known that was coming. Finally today on day 8, those photographs were shown. But first, Mason Colehap, the detective, was asked to talk about what else was on that phone, particularly a more extended conversation through text messages. We already knew the sort of short conversation right before they met at Twisted Fisherman, where Maxwell Anderson and Sade Robinson are talking back and forth. You know, where do you want to meet? She says, are we going to the Broad House? He says, how about Twisted Fisherman? I'm feeling seafood. She says, I love seafood. See you there. And they meet up. Well, now we got a little more, a little bigger picture about their communications. All along, this has been described as a first date, and it seems it still might have been, but it was not the first time Max Anderson and Sade Robinson had met. In fact, according to the text messages that Detective Colehap went through, they had been at Victor's nightclub together a few nights earlier. And in fact, at that time, after they had been there, I believe Maxwell Anderson must have borrowed a comb or something. I didn't catch all of it because I was multitasking. But one of the text messages is, hey, I'm going to need my comb back. Can I get that back from you? And he says, sure, I'll bring it tomorrow when we meet up again. So they had clearly made plans to meet again. They were supposed to meet on Sunday. Sade Robinson missed his message. And then later, while she's at work that afternoon, says, sorry, I'm at work just seeing this. You know, I don't know how long I'll be here till. He says, okay, sounds good. Want to shoot for another night instead? She says, yes, I can do today or tomorrow. He says, either works for me, whichever you prefer. And this is now on April 1st. Okay, we can do today. What time? He says, any time is fine for me. She says, Broad House or the other place. And now we're into the text messages we know all about. So we knew up until just got to Twisted. Okay, are you inside? Yes. And then they appear together inside Twisted Fisherman. There was one more text message between the two of them, and it was on Maxwell Anderson's phone on April 2nd at 10:36 in the morning. And it said, morning, how is work going? Sent from Anderson to Robinson. No response from Robinson. We know by that time it's many hours after her car has already been found burned on the north side, intentionally set on fire. And there's those images of Maxwell Anderson walking away from that car. So about 7:30 in the morning, we've got this surveillance video, all these shots we've been showing you over and over of Anderson, or what clearly appears to be Anderson, walking away from the scene of the car fire, walking a few blocks, getting on a bus and riding that bus back home to the south side. And then 3 hours after, well, he gets home at like 8:42 in the morning, right? 2 hours after that, he sends a text message to Sade Robinson. So the guy who was just walking away from her burned out car then sends a text message, morning, how is work going? Obviously, the prosecution is looking to make the point here that he was trying to set up that I didn't know what was going on. Look, I texted her, how's your morning going? I assumed she was fine. Can't prove that is or isn't the case, but it certainly stands out when you look at the other evidence that's been presented so far. And then, of course, we start getting into the photos. Now, as I mentioned earlier, we haven't shown you those photos yet. You didn't see them on the live stream because they are very sensitive. We know that at least 2 of the photos include part or a full view of Sade Robinson's exposed right breast. It is, if I recall correctly, it was her right breast that was cut off of her body. One of the things that prosecutors have talked about in terms of the dismemberment, we know that the legs were removed from the torso. We know that the arms were removed from the torso. The head has never been found, but specifically one of her breasts was cut off. I believe it was the one that or that we haven't seen, but it has been described as being in the photograph. Those photographs they were described as there being a hand grabbing what appears to be the breast. There was a photograph of pants and underwear that had been removed, exposing her buttocks, and that there was a description of her being face down, that there's a white cable-knit sweater, and we've talked about that sweater. I can show you that again. This is the sweater Sade Robinson was wearing at Duke's on Water on the date on April 1st. And prosecutors zoomed in on this here and pointed out, if you look at that right sleeve, you see the cable-knit pattern of that sweater. Of course, you can see her dark hair, and she has a darker skin tone. As it's been described in the photo that I haven't seen, that you haven't seen, but that was placed into evidence and was put up in front of the jury, in front of the gallery, there's a person laying face down on what is a red couch, apparently with a brown ottoman next to it, and that person is wearing, or there is a sweater that is visible that we hope to be able to show you with a blurred photo later on that doesn't show anything overly sensitive, but you'll be able to see that it is the same cable-knit sweater in the photo from Maxwell Anderson's phone. This is why prosecutors spent time looking at that. The other thing they're going to talk about, and that you'll see in these photographs, these are the jeans. You see the light color, the rips in those jeans. It was 7:30 in the morning on April 2nd when these blue jeans, light colored with the rips in front, and you see the underwear around the outside, that sort of yellow colored bikini underwear around the outside. This is what was recovered from the back trunk of her car, and detectives who talked about this said they were recovered in this way. They weren't placed like this, they were on the outside. The detective at the time was asked, what does that suggest? And she said it was consistent with those items of clothing being removed by someone else as they pull them down, and they were removed by another person. That's how they ended up in that position. One of the photographs shown to the jury purportedly shows the jeans and this very distinctive colored underwear in that photo. We're not going to be able to show you that one because apparently in the way that one is arranged, it's her exposed buttocks, and there's just no sensitive way for you to see that. But we do have some of the images being worked on right now that we're going to hopefully be able to show you a little bit later on that will, because they're key. These are key pieces of evidence in this case that place Sade Robinson, according to the state, in that apartment on the night in question. And then finally, we wrapped up the morning session with Jason Ruff, digital forensic investigator. Okay. I'm going to finish up this portion, and we've got Stephanie Quirk, who's available to us outside the Milwaukee County Safety Building. We will go to her here just momentarily. You said she's on remote 3, is that right? All right, I'll make sure I've got her punched up and just ready to go here in a moment. But it was Jason Ruff, a digital forensic investigator from the Division of Criminal Investigation, State of Wisconsin Department of Justice. He talked about not only the text messages, but particularly looked at sort of the interactions and the things that the operations of the phone, very intricate details of the operations of the phone. Everything is recorded, digital logs. And he talked about between 12:05 and 12:08 a.m., it looks like the operator of that phone deleted a whole batch of photographs and then, or deleted them. Those photographs were recovered, the ones we've just been talking about. But then shortly after those images were deleted at about 12:08 a.m., the phone went into sleep mode, and there was no human interaction with it again until 9 o'clock in the morning. That would match the state's timeline with Anderson taking Sade Robinson out of the home, leaving in her car, and then driving around the city and eventually depositing her remains along Lake Michigan in Warnemount Park, or at least much of her remains in Warnemount Park. That's the case the state is trying to make, and of course the defense is trying to say you haven't connected all the dots. So we'll hear more on their cross-examination of that witness after the lunch break. We have Stephanie Quirk, who is available outside the Milwaukee County Courthouse, and I see you now. Let me get your audio ready to go here, Stephanie. But let me ask you first, were you in the safety building this morning, or have you been outside?
So I was actually in the safety building in the courtroom for the first time throughout this experience. Last week I was watching the live stream that's been going on outside of the safety building and just kind of giving live updates, but this was my first time actually inside the courtroom today. Brian.
Tell me about what you saw in terms of who is there, and what you know. These are some tough things that were shown, especially those images of what is purportedly Sade Robinson on Maxwell Anderson's couch. Can you talk at all about what you saw in terms of family or people in the gallery, or even the jury? What kind of responses were they giving?
Yeah, actually when they started going through those photos, and when the detective was testifying about those photos and those text exchange, Robinson's family actually had to leave. She was, her mother was seen being walked out of the courtroom with the victim services official, as well as other family members, and just kind of, you could feel that today, this evidence obviously being shown, it weighed heavy on them, not only the family and loved ones of Robinson, but the entire courtroom. In fact, we heard some members of the jury were actually tearing up.
We haven't seen those photos because they weren't shown on the live stream. You're in the courtroom and could see them. I imagine you've also seen the photographs of things like Maxwell Anderson's living room, the red couch, the brown ottoman. After seeing them for yourself, does it appear that it's convincingly, I mean, just to you, that, yep, that's the same place? Because we haven't seen it. We're kind of having to rely on the description of those witnesses. From your observation, could you look at that and go, yeah, that sure looks like the same place?
So they did almost like a back and forth between the photos of Anderson's couch as well, and then those photos that they showed as evidence that the detective testified were taken off Anderson's phone. And they were distinctive because basically he has a red couch and there's almost like a blue pillow on there. And in one of the photos you could see that it appeared a woman was laying face down on that red couch, and you could see in the corner of the photo that blue pillow that's the same color. And when they showed the back and forth, it did appear very, very similar, just to my eyes at least.
So, not having seen it, I saw someone describing on, you never know what you're going to read on social media, but I saw someone describing on X that they just showed photos of Sade Robinson passed out on the couch. Is it clear from the photos that she is conscious or unconscious? Can you tell? I don't know if that was testified to. I didn't catch that. Was she, can you tell if she's awake or not, or conscious? What did it look like?
The detective actually did testify. It's unclear whether or not she was conscious, whether she was sleeping, whether she was unconscious, or potentially whether she was dead at that point those photos were taken. But you could see she was face down on the couch there. So even the detective said it's unclear as to what her state was at that point.
So I'm back here all the time, Stephanie, juggling. Many of us, we're juggling multiple things, so you're trying to listen to every word of testimony, but you get called away for something else. And as they're going through all of those photos, I initially missed a really key one until it was actually Julius Kim who texted me and told me about this, and then I went back and looked and saw, sure enough, in Bill Miston's notes there it was. There was a screenshot that detectives say was on Maxwell Anderson's phone that was one of the images deleted. That screenshot really seems like kind of, I don't know if it's the smoking gun, but it sure doesn't look really good. Can you tell us what that screenshot said?
Yeah, that was very notable. Throughout the entire morning, that was one thing that I was like, whoa, okay, while taking my notes. So it was a screenshot basically of a screen grab or a download of what not to mix with bleach. And this was taken, if I go back to my notes, it was a screenshot that was taken that the detective testified was taken from Anderson's phone, apparently a search or something of what not to mix with bleach. So
And
that,
if I
along
saw
with the
correctly,
photos,
Stephanie, it was taken, or it was modified, which I think it was deleted. That screenshot was deleted at 11:28 p.m. that night, which is about maybe a little more than an hour before they leave. So is he still looking at, like, how do I clean this up before we go? That seems to suggest that he had about another hour and 15 minutes before the car leaves to do whatever he was learning through these searches, right?
Yeah, and it was actually very interesting. The last witness that was called to the stand before lunch break here was a forensic analyst. So basically, his job is to analyze the cell phone data and the times, and kind of he was walking us through a timeline basically of whether or not there was human interaction on Anderson's phone and a timeline of that. So he kind of walked us through that. He said at around 12:08, if I'm correct, the phone, that was the last time the phone was used. But prior to that, he testified that data revealed that whoever was using the phone at that point was using the camera app and going back and forth between the camera app to take photos, or it appeared, and then following that, Anderson's computer was used actually. That forensic analyst testified that basically he put on a show around like 12:08, and then put on a different show throughout that time. And if I have my timeline correct, it was around, I want to say 12:35. That was the last time there was any human interaction with the computer.
You're correct. It was 12:33. It says that he started playing a show called Three Body Problem, which is an hour-long show, but that was the last human interaction that they detected. And of course, Netflix will continue playing things for a few episodes and eventually say, "Are you sure you want to keep watching?" And then it stops. But at 12:33, that would still be consistent with the state's timeline. That if they left at 12:45, he starts an hour-long show a couple, 10 minutes or so before they leave, and then just lets it keep running.
Yeah, absolutely. And another interesting thing, too, I don't know if you mentioned this earlier, but the state did announce prior to lunch break that they have one more witness to call to the stand today. So this will it'll be interesting to see the pivot, obviously, before Friday. The trial was anticipated to last up to 2 weeks, and it went fast, but it's kind of crazy to think that we're nearing a pivot now to hear the defense's side of the argument and just kind of how this all plays out.
We've got about 30 seconds left before I got to take a step away for a minute. But let me ask this: what was it when they said one witness left? Did you hear any reactions in the courtroom? Because I've got to imagine this has been a marathon.
Yeah, absolutely. Everybody kind of looked at each other like, okay. And honestly, I keep forgetting it's Thursday, but tomorrow's Friday. And as I mentioned, the state, the judge anticipated the trial would last up to 2 weeks. I believe the defense is calling expected to call roughly six witnesses to the stand. So it'll be interesting to see.
All right. All right, Stephanie, we've got to step away. Thank you very much. We're going to have you back in just a little while, but I appreciate you being here right now. And we're going to take a break. We'll be back, step away, and be back in just a couple of minutes.
Thanks, Brian.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
And I am Fox 6 investigator Brian Polson here on day 8 of the Maxwell Anderson trial. It's been a long 8 days, 7 days of testimony, but we're getting near the end. It is, we understand there is one more state witness to go after the defense finishes its cross-examination or gets through its cross-examination of the current witness. So one more to go. And then we just heard from Fox 6's Stephanie Quirk that the defense plans to call maybe 5 or 6 witnesses. So I doubt we'll get through them today, but it does certainly sound like the state is going to rest probably this afternoon, and the defense may get through its witnesses tomorrow, which means we'll get into the part of jury instructions sometime tomorrow. I don't know if they're going to get to the point of actually if they're going to get to the point of actually giving the jury the case to go into deliberations before the end of tomorrow, but certainly we're getting to kind of the last bits of all of this. Again, it is 12:30 right now. If I can get the right thing pulled up here, just you can see that the court is in recess. It's 12:33 on their clock. They plan to come back at 1:30 this afternoon. Somewhere around 1:30, 1:45 will actually be on the record and ready to go. What we have coming up in about 10 minutes, we're going to hear from Jonathan Lavoie of Kim and Lavoie, a criminal defense attorney who is going to give us his thoughts on the new testimony that's been shared today. And then we'll also have Stephanie Quirk back here probably around 1 o'clock. And we're going to give you a walkthrough of everything we know. We still don't have the images to show you yet. The images that were shown today of Sade Robinson purportedly on Maxwell Anderson's couch. We're not going to show you the raw, unedited exhibits because there's some real sensitive stuff there, including Sade Robinson's exposed breast in at least 2 of them. However, we do have editors who are working on getting us images we can show you that will give you some idea of what you're looking at without showing things that are a bit too sensitive. So we want you to be able to see these key exhibits. Those are still being worked on right now. And so we'll get to that in just a little bit. I want to walk you through what we have heard so far today. And there have been 4 witnesses so far today, 1 civilian, 3 from law enforcement. We started the day with a witness who had specific information about Maxwell Anderson himself because she was Maxwell Anderson's ex-girlfriend. Now, her name was given out. It went over the live stream. There was no editing of it or anything like that. Judge Crivello said she was notified during her testimony that this witness's name had been left off the list of witnesses whose identities were not to be revealed during the live stream. And at that point, it had already been stated, so she let it go. That said, we are aware that a victim witness coordinator has asked that the media be sensitive about the use of her identity, so we're not going to give her name here, even though it's out there in the public domain. There's no reason to add to that. The importance is she was Maxwell Anderson's ex-girlfriend. They had dated and broken up at some point in 2023. There were 2 key things that she testified to. The first of which is she said after she heard about Sade Robinson's leg being discovered along the bluff at Warmont Park and that Maxwell Anderson had been arrested for Sade Robinson's death and dismemberment, she reached out to law enforcement proactively and said, I don't know if you've searched his house, but here's something you might want to know. He's got some secret compartments in that house. One of those secret compartments she described was in the bathroom under a vanity or inside a vanity, something that was someone else wouldn't be able to tell was there. But that secret compartment inside the vanity was a place he might keep cash or weed, things like that. So she told them about that, and she said there was also, I think, another compartment in the living room perhaps, but other places in the house there were these sort of secret compartments that were disguised in a way that a typical observer wouldn't know they were there. Now, there was no indication that there was anything nefarious found in these secret compartments. However, she testified to that. It kind of maybe raises the question, is this the kind of person who has a habit of concealing things from others? I don't know if that was the intention, or if the purpose was to demonstrate her direct knowledge of Maxwell Anderson to the point of knowing he's got these secret places in his home. Because secret is a really key word here. The next thing she talked about was a place Maxwell Anderson took her to 5 or 10 times that he referred to as, she said, his secret beach. And she didn't know at first exactly what that beach was called. She learned later from all the news stories it was the beach there in Warmont Park. So you might say, oh, well, she knew that because of the news. Well, investigators said, take us there. Show us how you get there. And they took her on a car ride, and she used landmarks, including a Mexican restaurant along Layton Avenue, to say we would stop here on the way, we would have drinks and food, and then we would turn here, and we would turn there, and eventually they ended up at the fence at the front of the service road that leads down to Warner Mount Park where Sade Robinson's leg was found. That fence says, do not enter. She described how they would squeeze between that fence, walk down the service road, and make their way down to the beach. I know we've got some pictures of that area. Here's the service road itself. I think actually, Delaney, there's one a little bit before that that shows the fence kind of a little further down the road. I know I saw that at some point. Is it? No, that's not it. That's just another view of walking down that service road. I thought I saw it in there somewhere, but I know they're kind of scattered here. In any case, that's the road where there was the fence that Sade Robinson's car busted through at whatever time that was, 3 o'clock in the morning on April 2nd. Same service road. Well, she's saying we used to squeeze through that fence and go down this service road on our way down to the lakefront. And she talked about specifically, I think there's a shot in there. Do you have the one, Delaney, that's got the pump house? There's so there it is. You see there on the right, that's the Cudahy Water Department pump house that we've heard so much about. The leg was found in the area of that, or nearby that pump house. So they go down here, and she even described to investigators how there was a rocky area down at the bottom that Maxwell liked to take the dogs over and go because it was a more direct route to the place they would set up camp. But she would take a trail off to the right because she would be wearing flip-flops or sandals and didn't want to cut her feet on the rock. So very specific to this location. And then she talked about getting down to the beach and even saying there was an area with like a tree that had fallen. There was some dead wood there, and that's where they would typically set up camp. They would set up and then use the dead wood to create their fire. He would bring his dogs down. She testified that he would say over and over again, you know, don't tell anybody else about this place, and if we ever break up, you know, I don't want you bringing somebody else here. This is my place. That obviously establishes a couple of things. Number one, it shows that Maxwell Anderson has been to the site before where Sade Robinson's leg was discovered, and that in fact he would take romantic partners to that location, and that he felt it was secluded and private and that other people wouldn't know about it. That certainly is what the state is getting at. Now, in cross-examination, the defense said, okay, so he took you there 5 or 10 times. That's been well over, you know, a year, now a couple of years ago, but before the incident, it's well over a year. Was he ever violent? Did he ever do anything, you know, that was physically violent with you? And she answered no. She hesitated, then she answered no. The state called for a sidebar with the judge. That means we want to discuss something out of the jury's ears. And the judge very quickly said, okay, let's send the jury out of the room. And we're going to talk about this on the record. When defense attorney Tony Cotton asked the question, was Maxwell Anderson ever physically violent with you? The state says he opened the door to otherwise impermissible character evidence, that they had raised a question that planted in the jury's mind by asking that question that Maxwell Anderson is peaceful and doesn't have any sort of propensity for violence. The state said that opens the door to talk about some things they had agreed not to talk about, but now they wanted to bring up, and that is that Maxwell Anderson had in fact been in a fight with his ex-girlfriend's ex-boyfriend, so the boyfriend before Max, that they'd been in a fight at a bar in Milwaukee, Trinity Bar. So, and there was actually some other indication that he had been emotionally abusive. And one of the things he had apparently done at one point was tell her she should beat herself up and call the police and say that her ex-boyfriend did it to set him up. Now, she never did that, but that was in a police report. She told investigators about his suggestion that she physically beat herself up and set up the ex-boyfriend with police. The judge said they could introduce that piece, but the state didn't. They didn't ask about that. And I did talk to Julius Kim earlier, who told us he felt that was actually a smart move by the prosecution not to go too far with that, to protect the record and prevent themselves from opening a door on appeal. Jonathan is up. Okay, so I've got to get him set up. We're going to have Jonathan Lavoie, who is joining us from Kim and Lavoie, and see if I've got things set up in the right place. I think I do. So let me just change up the sourcing I have here, and I think I see Jonathan right now. Let's get his audio going, and we are going to welcome Jonathan Lavoie of Kim and Lavoie, criminal defense attorney. Jonathan, thank you for being here at the Wisconsin Live Desk. Appreciate your time.
Of course.
So I don't know if you've been able to watch all the testimony today, but I know you've obviously been paying attention to the case throughout. And today we've seen some pretty critical testimony, both from the ex-girlfriend and then also forensic evidence coming from Maxwell Anderson's cell phone. What has stood out to you so far in today's testimony?
So today was kind of that bombshell day that we were waiting for. A lot of the key pieces of evidence that the state held back was presented today. And I think the girlfriend testimony, the ex-girlfriend testimony was significant. It talks about the exact area where, at this beach, where the body parts were found, that Mr. Anderson's familiar with it. He's been there before. And I think it ties Mr. Anderson to that location. And the state will argue logically that he disposed of a body in a place that he was familiar with. So I think that was a big start for the state today.
There's also that with the digital evidence, the cell phone evidence, the pictures in particular that we've been waiting for. You haven't seen them, and I haven't seen them. I do know that our managers are working on getting us, and our editors are working on getting us images that we can use that are sort of safe to show, that are sensitive enough to show, because we know these are very sensitive photos. They show, purportedly, Sade Robinson face down on Maxwell Anderson's distinctive red couch with the brown ottoman nearby, but then in a couple of these photos, her breast or her buttocks are exposed. It's not clear, according to detectives who testified, whether she is conscious or not. I saw somebody else already saying online that they've got these images of her unconscious on his couch. We don't know that. But it sounds like with the exposed breast, I mean, I guess, what is the significance of that? We know they've been on a date. We know they've been together, but we haven't seen anything so far that indicated they were romantic, that they were kissing or hugging, or that there was any sort of sexual activity. Now it seems like whatever's going on that couch inside his home takes this to another level. How significant is that?
It's very significant. So number one, it places her in his apartment, which I know has been a little bit of a known to a lot, but this confirms that she was in fact in the apartment on his couch at the time. I'd like to see these pictures myself, and I'm sure you would too. The way that they were presented in court does not appear to be a consensual type of situation with her face down on the couch, potentially unconscious. It certainly leads to a connotation that things were happening in that apartment that were not good for Miss Robinson. But again, I want to reserve my remarks on that until I actually see the pictures.
Well, and I almost missed this because I was busy doing, multitasking and doing other things as they're talking about the photographs. And your law partner, Julius Kim, reaches out to me and says, "Boy, how about that screenshot of the what not to mix with bleach?" And then I looked back and saw, sure enough, that was an exhibit that had been presented. That was one I wasn't expecting, didn't know was going to be there, because I think that's one of the things we've been looking for all along is, was there any evidence that he did anything to try and plan this out or to plan to clean up the scene? How damning is that piece of evidence that there was this screenshot of what not to mix with bleach?
Brian, the phone is always damning to defendants. That search was incredibly bad for Mr. Anderson. One of the issues the state has had is, why isn't there forensic evidence located in the apartment? And a search about bleach certainly leads the state down the road to say that he was at least looking into how to potentially clean up a crime scene. And that type of search at the time when the search occurred certainly looks very bad for Mr. Anderson.
We know that when we come back after lunch that Anthony Cotton, the defense team, is going to cross-examine that digital forensic investigator. What do you think they're going to try to do with that? What can they, as you said, the cell phone says all. So what are they going to try to poke holes in here? If you were that defense attorney, what route would you be taking?
Yeah, it's tough. When you're dealing with cell phone data, the data does speak for itself. But I think they're going to try to point out that maybe these things didn't happen at the exact time the phone is saying, or some of these digital forensic items that are being suggested may have not been at the hands of Mr. Anderson, or may have happened at a different time. They're going to try to just poke holes into the timeline of all of this. But again, these pictures may very well speak for themselves, and these searches for bleach may speak for themselves. And I think they're going to do their best to just point out that there may be another explanation for this.
I know that throughout the week, Julius and I have been talking about the fact that we just still don't know where this crime occurred. And the state didn't seem, at least maybe until today, didn't seem to be really giving a theory of where it had occurred. Is there, and you start looking, where were the gaps in time? And if I look at the times that were presented today, the last interaction with that cell phone, the deleted images are at 12:08 a.m. They presumably leave at 12:45. The search, the deletion of the searching for bleach, though, or the what not to mix with bleach, is at around, I think it was like 11:30. If they leave at 12:45, if the car leaves then, that's an hour and 15 minutes. Is that enough time to have, maybe by then he's already dismembered the body, now he needs to clean it up because he's looking for the bleach question, but are they starting to raise a theory of, yes, even though there's no forensic evidence, that's where we think it happened? And do you think they have to do that? Do they have to give the jury a picture of a theory of where this occurred if they're going to complete a conviction here?
Yes, I believe the state and the defense will both give their own theories in their closing arguments. But this whole bleach thing certainly is going to lead the state down the road that he had sufficient time from the time he deleted the bleach search to 12:45 when they left to do the things that they're alleging and to clean up after the fact. So it's very possible the state is going to say that at least some of this behavior, potentially the murder and potentially the dismemberment, occurred at the apartment and he cleaned it up. They may also say that some of it occurred in the car. And I've mentioned many times that that car was torched and that car was burned. And they're going to argue that there was likely forensic evidence within that car that was intentionally destroyed through arson. So I think the state is going to probably say, we don't know for sure, but it does appear that there's a possibility that something occurred in the apartment and it was cleaned up. And certainly that car absolutely would have contained forensic evidence that was destroyed by the person who lit the car on fire.
So we know the state has one more witness after the cross-examination of the current witness, and then the defense gets the case. And we just heard from Stephanie Quirk that apparently the defense is planning to call maybe 5 or 6 witnesses. Throughout this case, this defense has really presented its case through cross-examination. So we've already heard a lot of what the defense is attacking here. But do you have any thoughts on what kind of witnesses we might see out of those 5 or 6? Are they going to be new individuals? Are they going to be recalls of people who've already been on the stand? What do you expect to see there?
So far, the defense's strategy has been to point out what the police may have missed, what the police should have done, didn't do, pointing out the problems with the investigation. But now the defense kind of goes on the offensive and starts presenting their own testimony. My belief is the defense is likely going to try to secure the theory that Ms. Robinson left Mr. Anderson's apartment at 12:45 on her own, that she was the person driving in the car with the fogged up windows, and that she left with her phone unharmed from Mr. Anderson's home, and that something happened to her after she left Mr. Anderson's home. So I'm anticipating the defense is going to call witnesses that would support that there's a potential other explanation for what happened to her that had nothing to do with Mr. Anderson. So they have a tough road ahead, but I'm assuming they're going to focus on the time that the state cannot prove, which is after 12:45 up until the point that the car is found burned on the north side.
And we know that that Maxwell Anderson's phone, we now know that it was off. It was not interacting in any way between, whatever it was, 12:09 a.m. and 9 something in the morning. I imagine the defense could point out that would be consistent with having your phone turned off and you go to bed and you charge it back up in the morning or power it back up in the morning. The prosecution would probably say, well, he had turned it off intentionally and left it at home to sort of cover his tracks. Is that kind of what you would expect to hear from each of the sides to explain his phone being off for all those hours?
Yes, it's absolutely. The defense is going to say, look, he was at home. His phone was at home and he was sleeping. And the prosecution is going to say that he left his phone at home while he was driving around in Miss Robinson's car. I think the defense will also point out that if he was smart enough to leave his own phone at home, knowing that it could track him, why in the world would he have not noticed that Miss Robinson's phone was in the car and also tracking him. So I think there's some points the defense is going to bring up to try to prove that Mr. Anderson simply was at home and that Miss Robinson left his apartment unharmed with her phone, and she was the one that was driving that car.
It seems like they would have a tall order with that, though, because I imagine the state would point out that if he left his phone at home, or if his phone was there because he was sleeping, then what was he doing leaving the scene of the car fire at 7:30 in the morning and getting on a bus and riding it back home? They've certainly gone a long way to say that's definitely Maxwell Anderson who did that, and if the jury is convinced of that, then he was out there up on the north side for some unexplained reason right where her car is burning and on the bus back home while his phone was off at home. That seems like the state's got a pretty strong rebuttal to that idea that he was home sleeping.
That's exactly right. So if the defense theory is that something occurred to Miss Robinson after she left Anderson's home unharmed, why in the world is Mr. Anderson back in the fray the next morning at the burning car? So it doesn't make any logical sense that he would have been not related to the murder, but then show up at the burning car in the morning. Again, the state's theory has been you have to use your common sense. And that's the theme the state has tendered throughout this entire trial and through their opening. And that's what they're going to say at the end, is that it just doesn't make sense that Mr. Anderson would be at home sleeping when this all happened and then all of a sudden somehow get down to the burning car and then come back on a bus. So I think the state will easily be able to rebut the defense contention that something else potentially happened to her after she left the Anderson apartment.
In the end, the defense doesn't have to prove an alternative theory, but has to raise the question of reasonable doubt. And without the direct evidence, without a murder weapon, do they still stand a chance of being able to raise that doubt in at least one juror to say, they can't show you where it happened. They don't have the weapon. They don't have the DNA. Sure, it all looks bad, but that's just not enough. Do you think there's some possibility there still to convince at least one of the jurors that this just isn't enough?
I think anything's possible, and it's very hard to predict what a jury will ultimately decide. But I think it's going to be very tough for the jury to find reasonable doubt unless they truly believe that there was at least a potential for another explanation for this. I don't think they're going to acquit Mr. Anderson based solely on a couple of doubts about what the police could have done or should have done. I think the jury is going to have to talk about, is there a possibility of an alternative explanation for what happened to her that's unrelated to Mr. Anderson? So I think Mr. Cotton is going to have to develop at least an argument or a theory that he can present at his closing that shows that some other entity impacted Miss Robinson after she left Anderson's apartment.
So I suspect with one witness left from the state that the state will rest probably this afternoon unless that cross-examination of the digital forensic investigator goes on for a really, really long time. But the state could rest this afternoon. Defense with 5 or 6 witnesses may well get through them tomorrow. And then we go to jury instructions and ultimately to deliberation. Based on that, is it reasonable to say this is probably still going to extend into early next week? Or do you think there's any chance this could in fact get to the jury before the weekend?
As it happens in so many trials, these things sometimes end on Fridays. And courts don't like to do things piecemeal on Friday and then have people stay late into the hours on Friday. So with this complex of a case, I'm anticipating that the testimony and the evidence will probably conclude sometime tomorrow. And they may very well come back into next week for instructions and closing arguments. But again, it really depends, as you know, Brian, on how fast the defense case comes in and how many witnesses they actually call and how long those witnesses take. So I don't expect that the court's going to keep the jury there late into Friday night or over the weekend. I would expect that there's going to be a lot of discussion about jury instructions that's going to be outside of the presence of the jury. So I think this is going to go into next week.
Well, thank you for correcting me. I left out a big part there. After jury instructions, of course, closing arguments, which are huge, because that's where each side really tells the story that connects all the threads of evidence and the testimony that's been given so far. So that's going to be big. So with all of that, it sounds like we're going to be going probably at least into early next week. I don't know, with the number of cases that you have seen, I talked earlier, there were 62 law enforcement witnesses in this case and 12 civilians, a couple of other government people, 82 witnesses. I know it's not a record or anything like that, but that's an awful lot. Have you been involved in a case with this many witnesses from the state?
So I was involved in a full 2-week homicide trial a few years ago, and there was not as many witnesses as this. There was a lot more technical issues with DNA and some other issues. But in this case, there were so many law enforcement officers that were involved in small pieces of the case. So this was a pretty significant prosecution with a lot of evidence, a lot of witnesses, and was very impressive that it actually got done as efficiently as it did.
I just think about it's not often when your crime scene is not an isolated place, but actually a route and a path that goes all over the city. That seems to have really made this more difficult because they had to gather all of these individual cameras and pieces of evidence and all these other things. It seems like just unusual in the way there was such a large crime scene.
That's exactly right. And there were so many officers that had to track down all of these cameras and all of this data. So it was a very technical trial, and that's why it dragged on for a while. But today was very interesting because we kind of got back into the heart of the evidence. And I thought today was very, very compelling and was a lot more interesting than some of the more dry data evidence that we've been dealing with the last couple of days.
Well, Jonathan Lavoie of Kim and Lavoie, thank you for your time today. I know we've got a plan to have you in here again the same time tomorrow. We'll see where we are in the case at that time. But thanks a lot for your time here on the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Sounds good. See you then.
All right. Jonathan Lavoie of Kim and Lavoie. And we are going to take a quick break. When we come back, we will go into, again, some of what we have seen today, and I'm going to see if I can reach out and find out if we have some of those images.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Fox 6 investigator Brian Polson here at the Wisconsin Live Desk on day 8 of the trial of Maxwell Anderson, charged in the death and dismemberment of 19-year-old Sade Robinson. It is a little before 1 o'clock now. We just heard from Jonathan Lavoie of Kim and Lavoie. We've also heard from Stephanie Quirk here since this lunch recess began, and we are going to hear from Stephanie again in just a little bit. I want to show you real quickly, as we can see the clock on the wall there, just a little bit after 1 o'clock at the Milwaukee County Safety Building, room 620. That is the courtroom of Judge Laura Crivello. They expect to be back on the record, or she told parties to be back at 1:30. They'll probably be on the record closer to 1:40 or 1:45. But whenever that happens, we'll take you back there let you listen in on the live testimony. And here from the live desk, we're going to be here until 4 o'clock. So any breaks the court takes, as always, I'll be here to sum up what we just heard and tell you what to expect. If you're just joining us now, we can tell you that there is one state witness left. We have heard from 82 state witnesses so far. That includes witnesses who've been recalled multiple times or who were continuations from a morning into an afternoon or from one day into the next. But nonetheless, 82 witnesses have been called to the stand, and 62 of them law enforcement witnesses. The one who is currently on the stand is a digital forensic investigator for the Division of Criminal Investigation. It's the Wisconsin Department of Justice. He worked on the cell phone extraction, the data from Maxwell Anderson's phone. The state is done with its questioning, but now the defense is about to cross-examine him. So when he is finished, or when the state is finished, when the defense is finished with that cross-examination, then the state will do any redirect and ultimately get to its last witness. That should probably happen, meaning the state should rest its case before the end of today. The defense plans to call a handful of witnesses, 5 or 6 we are told, and after that they will go to jury instructions and then closing arguments. It is likely that is not going to all happen before the end of the week, so we're probably going to bleed into early next week with this case before the case is given to the jury. All right, I've got to get Stephanie back up on the correct remote. Is she on remote 3? Okay, thank you. Stephanie Quirk is back outside the Milwaukee County Safety Building, and she is here to join us. Let me get your mic all set up here, Stephanie. Okay, so tell us what you're seeing outside. I know we talked throughout the week. At times there have been a lot of supporters there. Are you seeing much of any activity outside the Safety Building today? I have her turned up, but I don't hear her. I don't think you hear her either, right, guys? There we go.
Mike's on.
Hey, all right. It wasn't me this time. Stephanie, it's almost
Can you hear
always me, so I was sure.
Apologies.
It was okay. Go right ahead. What are you seeing out there today,
They
Steph?
happen. Yeah, like you mentioned, throughout the week, last week I was covering this, and Friday there was a group of people all wearing pink in support of Robinson, just to be there and, just kind of remember that she was a person and just kind of honor her life. Today we haven't seen much groups really necessarily gathering. However, inside the courtroom there still is a slew of people who say they didn't even know Robinson personally, but they're just there to support the family throughout the trial.
So you were in the courtroom, obviously, this morning, and I know we talked to you a little bit ago, but for those who weren't here at the time to hear that, what stood out to you today? This really seemed, we just heard from Jonathan Lavoie, who said this was kind of a day where the case really picked up. We've had some really slow days with just minutia in some of those pieces of video. 3 seconds here, 2 seconds there. Do you see that flicker of light in the corner? The jury's getting tired, they're yawning. And now today, it seemed like it was a lot more of kind of getting to the heart of the matter. Well, what did you see that stood out to you today?
Yeah, today focused a lot on testimony over Anderson's, the findings on Maxwell Anderson's phone. In fact, I heard you talking a little bit earlier about the witness, the most recent witness that the state called to the stand was a senior digital forensic investigator who testified that basically the photos, a group of photos were deleted from Anderson's phone, and he kind of laid out a timeline of that. This was the night of April 1st, basically. But previous to that, a detective with the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office testified about photos that were recovered that had been modified from Anderson's phone, and they were very explicit photos showing what appeared to be Robinson lying face down on what prosecutors argue is Anderson's couch. They showed photos of his couch, a red couch with what looked to be a blue pillow, and then also kind of compared that with the photos that the detective says was recovered from Anderson's phone, and that shows close-ups of explicit images of Robinson lying face down on that couch. We know that family actually had to leave during that when they were showing those photos. I saw Robinson's mother actually being walked out by, advocates in the courtroom, as well as other family members. So you could feel that this was a big day in terms of the prosecution just kind of trying to let before they rest their case, they want to make a point, but also it weighing heavy on not just the family members, but the jury too. You could see them getting emotional as well.
Stephanie, I know you were in there and you could see these images, some of them explicit. Our viewers here on the stream have not seen them, but for the first time you are going to see portions of them, because we have had an editor. I finally am seeing a couple of these show up where I can access them. These are the images that were shown, the exhibits that were shown, and I'm going to put them up. You won't be able to see them where you are, but you've seen them in the courtroom. And here is one of those images now. You can see a person on, you can tell that's sort of that red couch that we have talked about before, and the sweater. The sweater is the most distinctive part. Now, you can see sort of a circle in the middle. That circle is added by our editors. It is a blurring of what we are told, and what you would have seen yourself, Stephanie, in the room, is Sade Robinson's right breast. And you can see she's wearing that distinctive sweater, and I'm going to show, just for comparison's sake, look at the sweater, look at the pattern on the arm. This is the sweater Sade Robinson was wearing the night of their first date out at Duke's on Water. So it is that cable knit pattern that prosecutors have called attention to. And again, here is the photo taken off of Maxwell Anderson's phone with what appears to be that red couch in the background. And I'm going to show one more image here. This is a similar image, and again, that circle is disguising the part where her exposed breast was shown. She appears to be face down, and you may not be able to tell because of the blurred circle there, but just around the sort of very left edge of that, that is a human hand that is reaching under the shirt or up toward the breast. We are told that that is, or prosecutors saying that's Maxwell Anderson's hand grabbing her breast. And you can see, I think, Stephanie, this is what you were talking about. At the very top of the screen, right beyond her hair, is that sort of blue pillow you mentioned that was seen on Maxwell Anderson's couch. And I'm gonna pull that up here. I don't know if we see the blue pillow in this image. I think we see, okay, there we go. Thank you, Delaney. See the blue pillow, the light blue pillow there on the right-hand side. This is an indication that, you know, so you see the light color of that pillow and the red couch in the background. Now let's go back to that. And prosecutors are saying that's the same light blue pillow and the red couch. That's Sade Robinson's cable knit sweater, and then a hand grabbing her exposed breast. These are, for the state, probably the kind of the biggest smoking gun, so to speak, that we've seen so far, because it not only places her in Maxwell Anderson's home on the night in question, but it now raises the question of, was she unconscious, and was there some non-consensual sexual activity going on there, which really seems to kind of up the game, right, Steph?
Yeah, absolutely. And like you mentioned, the detective actually, while he was testifying, he says it appears she is unconscious. It's unclear whether he can't speak to if she was sleeping, if she was unconscious, or if, frankly, she was even alive at that point. But you're right in the fact that that does place Robinson in Anderson's home the night after they went to their first date back on April 1st. And we know just the day after she was reported missing, and then her leg was found at Warnemont Park in Cudahy.
You mentioned that family members left the room for this portion. It's not the first time that's happened. Obviously, there's been a lot of graphic images that have been shown. We're talking about someone whose body parts were ripped apart, were dismembered, and then they had to be shown to the jury. And now this has been obviously a very difficult and lengthy trial. Do you get a sense of how the family is holding up overall throughout this process? I mean, we're going on, obviously, almost the end of our second week here.
Heartbroken, to be honest. When I saw, this was my first time actually being in the courtroom. I was covering this throughout the course of last week on the outside, and just kind of everything going on around the safety building as this was going on, as well as keeping up to date with the stream to update viewers here on air and online. But, you know, being in the courtroom and actually seeing Robinson's mother for the first time, I mean, there really are no words just for how you know, heartbroken and just absolutely torn to the ground and torn apart she looks, as you can imagine.
And we know, obviously, no matter whether it's Maxwell Anderson who was guilty or not, there's no question that their daughter was murdered and was dismembered, and so no matter what it is, it's an excruciating time for that family, and certainly a lot of difficult testimony to sit through. Now, we know that there's one state witness left, and you actually just told us the last time you were on something I hadn't heard, so you were able to hear them say that the defense plans to call maybe only 5 or 6 witnesses on their side. Is that right?
Yes, that's what we've heard. That's what the talk has been in the courtroom gallery. That they're anticipating. Obviously, the state called dozens of witnesses to the stand to testify, but we know that the defense definitely has a lot less to call to the stand. After lunch today, the defense will cross-examine the forensic expert that the state called to the stand prior to the lunch break, and then the state will rest its case, and then it'll pivot to the defense. So we'll be looking to see who they call and, kind of what unfolds in that case and how they kind of try to make their argument to the jury.
Now, I know you said that the defense has to cross Jason Ruff, that's the digital forensic investigator. I believe the state said they have one more witness after that. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
You are.
Do we have any idea
right.
who
they have one more witness?
Yeah. Do we have any idea who that one more witness might be?
At this point, it's unclear. I'm not certain. I can't say 100% who or where they'll go or who they'll call to the stand. But throughout the course of the trial, they brought up a number of people, law enforcement experts, detectives, forensic experts, friends, co-workers. So it's just been a slew of people, different groups of people. The first witness actually was the individual who says he was the one who discovered Robinson's leg that day on Warnemont Park in Cudahy. So it'll be interesting who they kind of close it out with.
All right. Well, Stephanie, we're going to let you get back to what you have to do, because I know you've got to get back up into the safety building before they get back on the record. So thank you for joining us here on the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me, Brian.
All right. Stephanie Quirk, you know what, got to punch up the right camera, Brian. Stephanie Quirk live outside the Milwaukee County Safety Building, and it is 1:11 now. We've got 20 minutes before the parties should be starting to reassemble in the courtroom, and probably another half hour before testimony will begin. We're going to take you back through what we have heard so far today and show you those images again that have now been approved for, the edited images that have been approved for streaming and for air by the Fox 6 Newsroom management team. And we're going to do all that right after we take this break. This is the Wisconsin Live Desk. Welcome back. I'm Fox 6 investigator Brian Polson here at the Wisconsin Live Desk at 1:14 p.m. on Thursday, June 5th. This is day 8 of the Maxwell Anderson trial, day 7 of testimony, and we are close to the state finally resting its case. When the court comes back at 1:30, 1:45 this afternoon, they will be continuing with Jason Ruff, a digital forensic investigator for the State Department of Justice's Division of Criminal Investigation, or DCI. He will be on the stand facing cross-examination from the defense team of Tony Cotton and Jason Findling. He just spent the morning testifying about the data extracted from Maxwell Anderson's cell phone and really some intricate data logs and what they mean. But the gist of what he was getting at in going through that stuff in detail was that in the area of 12:05 to 12:09 a.m. on April 2nd, the early morning of April 2nd, this would be in the window of time when prosecutors say Maxwell Anderson and Sade Robinson were at his house on the south side on 39th Street near 39th and Euclid. At 12:05 a.m. to 12:08 a.m., they say that the actions of the phone show that a user deleted dozens of images from that phone. Those images were later recovered, and we're going to be showing you some of those images edited so that we can show them in a sensitive manner because they are graphic photos that also show Sade Robinson's exposed right breast. We're not going to be showing you that. We're also not going to be showing you the images that were shown in court of Sade Robinson's jeans and underwear being removed and exposing her buttocks. There was just no way we could edit that photo in a way that was sensitive, that would show. But what we can show, and I'm going to bring this up right now, what we can show you is these are the jeans, the underwear, and the coat that were recovered from the trunk of Sade Robinson's car after firefighters put out the fire that had been intentionally set. They were in the trunk was not burned, and so the clothes were still intact. You can see the blue jeans with the rips in front that are consistent with the jeans that Sade Robinson was wearing on the night she met Maxwell Anderson. This was outside Twisted Fisherman as she was arriving close to 5:30 p.m. on April 1st. The next day, those were the jeans and underwear that were recovered from the vehicle. One of the photos that was shown in court purportedly shows jeans that match this color and underwear that looks just like that yellow bikini underwear being removed from what prosecutors say was Sade Robinson's body. Again, we can't show you that photo, even edited. It's just not going, there's going to be no way that we can do that. What we can show you is the images that have been essentially talked about throughout the trial by the prosecution, hinted at for days, and we finally saw them today. Here is one of those photos that was taken. It was extracted from Maxwell Anderson's phone after it had been deleted, according to detectives, at 12:05-ish to 12:08-ish in the morning. It was deleted. That is, prosecutors say, Sade Robinson with that knit shirt, the cable knit sweater, the half sweater that bears her midriff, that it was, and that is her hair in the background, and that she is face down on Maxwell Anderson's red and sort of worn couch. You can see just below the circle. That circle was added by our editors at the direction of our management team so that you don't see what is Sade Robinson's exposed right breast. But just below it, you see the seam in the couch. And that seam in the couch and that sort of faded look of that reddish couch, prosecutors say, matches the seam that you see in the bottom of this picture, and that it is that sort of fading of the edge of that couch. You also see one other thing, and this is the same couch. You see that light blue pillow, that sort of sky blue colored pillow on the right-hand side. Prosecutors say if you look at this photo again, you see just above the head, the corner of what appears to be that same light blue pillow. So prosecutors are saying this image shows that Sade Robinson was not only in Maxwell Anderson's home and on Maxwell Anderson's couch, but that in fact she was face down. It's not clear if she's even conscious. It's not clear if she is sleeping. It's not clear what state she's in, but her breast is exposed, and just, you can see just out the edge of that circle, the very left edge of that circle, that is a human wrist. There is a hand that is grasping or groping the right breast of Sade Robinson, and prosecutors say that is, they believe, Maxwell Anderson's hand. Based on all of the context and all the circumstances, that appears to be what's going on here. Another photo, this is one where you see a bit more. You can see that blue pillow in the background. You can see more of the sweater. And again, that circle is covering what is purportedly, or what we are told, what was in the unedited video or unedited image, Sade Robinson's right breast. Pay attention to the cable knit pattern of the sweater, because if we go back several hours before that, this was Sade Robinson from a camera in the ceiling pointing down at Dukes on Water as she sat at the bar with Maxwell Anderson. And so that distinctive cable knit design or pattern on the right sleeve, prosecutors say that directly matches with what you see in this image right here. Further proof, they say, that that is indeed Sade Robinson, who is face down on Maxwell Anderson's couch. Now, that occurred, or those photos were taken in that time frame where they were, the prosecutors say they were in the home, and then deleted between 12:05 and 12:08 a.m. At 12:09 a.m., Maxwell Anderson's phone, we are told by that investigator who was on the stand, the digital forensic investigator, it went into sleep mode and then had no human interaction until 8:58 the following morning. So for nearly 9 hours, his phone goes dormant and there is no activity. We just talked to Jonathan Lavoie of Kim and Lavoie, who predicts that the defense is going to say that's proof he was at home sleeping. His phone wasn't on, his phone wasn't interacting anyone. Sade Robinson left and went home. He went to bed. He woke up the next morning. He sent her a text at 10:36 that said, "Morning, how's work going?" And they're going to say, see, look at that. She went off. Somebody else must have done this. The difficulty they're going to have, and Jonathan Lavoie talked about this with us a little bit ago, is if he was home sleeping the whole time, and that's why his phone was there and not being touched until 9 a.m., then how did he end up on video and on surveillance images near the scene of the car fire? How did he end up walking away from the fire at 29th and Lisbon? And what was he doing getting on a Milwaukee County Transit bus, riding it back home, and getting home at 8:42 shortly before that phone is active once again? If he was asleep the whole time, well, you can't be two places at once, and the state is obviously going to argue that, well, the fact that he was up there proves he just intentionally shut his phone off or left it behind so that it wouldn't be tracking him. Again, we'll hear what both sides have to say, but those are kind of the things you can expect to hear about that. We had one other thing that the digital forensic investigator talked about, and that was, in addition to his phone, they looked at the computer that was in his house. And that had some human interaction at 12:07 a.m., almost 12:08, where Netflix was loaded into the browser, and a video was started to play at 12:07, and then another one auto-played at 12:08:16, and another one at 12:23. The one at 12:23 was something called The Night of the Mini Dead. At 12:28 a.m., they say there was more human interaction as someone started to play a show called Three Body Problem. And that show is an hour-long episode. 12:33 a.m. is when actually I believe that this human, whoever that was, presses play and starts the Three Body Problem episode. And then after that, there's no more human interaction. Again, that seems to be consistent with the state's timeline that if 12:33 is the last time he touched the computer and 12:08 is the last time he touched his phone, then they say Maxwell Anderson and Sade Robinson left at 12:45. So that fits within that timeline, and that would appear to be why the state presented that. We haven't yet heard how the defense plans to attack this evidence, but we will hear about that shortly after the lunch break is over, because the defense will be cross-examining that last witness who was on the stand, and that is Jason Ruff, the DCI digital forensic investigator. The other witnesses we've heard from today, the first one of the day, was a big one, and that was Maxwell Anderson's ex-girlfriend. And I've said this a couple of times. Her name was revealed and on the live stream and through the pool camera that was there. Judge Crivello informed us that her name had been left off of a list of witnesses whose identities were to be protected. And so there was no protection given. The judge learned about that request, that her name had been incidentally left off in the middle of her testimony. So she ultimately said there's really nothing she can do at this point. That name is out there. It's in the public domain. And we're free to do as the media what we wish with it. That being said, we do know that a victim witness coordinator made the request that the media be sensitive about that. So we're not going to use her name. It doesn't really add to the case to say what her name is. It suffices to know she's the ex-girlfriend of Maxwell Anderson. They dated through some point in 2023. She said this morning that when she heard of Maxwell Anderson being arrested in connection with this leg that had been found in Warnermont Park, she reached out to investigators for 2 reasons. One, she wanted to know if you haven't searched his house yet, you might want to know he's got some secret compartments in there. He had secret compartments in the bathroom under a vanity that she says he kept cash and maybe drugs in, like weed, marijuana. And there was another one in the living room that was described as well. It doesn't appear investigators necessarily found anything nefarious in those places, but it certainly indicates that she was definitely very familiar with Maxwell Anderson and his home. She was also familiar with the fact that he was someone who maybe went out of his way to hide things from other people, like having secret compartments in his house. Secondly, she said that Maxwell Anderson had taken her to a place along Lake Michigan, a beach, a secluded place that he called his, quote, secret beach, a place that he would take her to where they would take the dogs, they would maybe make a fire. But she said they'd gone there 5 or 10 times and it was secluded. They rarely saw anyone else around there, maybe someone walking their dog by very briefly. But she said it was a place he wanted to keep secret. He didn't want others to know it was their place, and he didn't even want her to take anyone else there if they ever broke up. Prosecutors asked her if she knew where that place was, and she said she didn't know the name of it. She only learned it was Warnermont Park after all the news came out about the leg being discovered there. But she was able to take prosecutors on a drive and use landmarks to find her way back to this place Anderson would take her to. And we have some of the images of that trip, of what she described. So when she gets to, this is the service road. I still keep looking for the photo that had the fence, and I don't know that we've got that one. I thought I saw it earlier. I don't see it in here anymore in the ones that are accessible to me. Well, that's okay. Maybe this is it. Is this it? Yeah, there you go. That's the entry to the service road right off of Pulaski. And as you can see kind of in the middle, lower right middle portion of your screen, that's a security fence that blocks that service road from traffic, from public traffic. It is the road down to the Cudahy Water Department's pump house. And she described going down that road with Maxwell Anderson, and once you get beyond the fence, that road descends down in toward the lake. So you see here it descends all the way down to the pump house. That's the pump house on the right. She described in detail how there was a rocky area that Maxwell Anderson would take the dogs, walk over. It was a direct access to the place he wanted to set up camp. She would take a trail off to the right that didn't have to go over the rocks because she would often be in sandals. And then she describes specific areas of the beach where they would go, including near a downed tree where there was some dead wood that they could use to make fires, and that's where they would set up. An investigator later who was on the stand, Detective John Galat, said that was in fact the location where Sade Robinson's leg was recovered. So right at this same sort of secluded, quote unquote, secret beach. It was John Galat who rode along with this ex-girlfriend to go find this spot. On cross-examination, the defense asked if he had ever, if their visits to this beach, if they had been, friendly and kind and whatever it was, or had there been any sort of, had he ever been violent with her? Had he ever engaged in any sort of violence against her? And she said no. The state used that and said that had opened the door to some other testimony. They were able to raise the point that Maxwell Anderson had in fact been violent before. In fact, he had gotten into a bar fight with this person's ex-boyfriend. So they had gotten into a fight at Trinity nightclub in Milwaukee. Don't know how significant that is, but it's certainly, the state wanted to refute any idea the jury might get that Maxwell Anderson was a peaceful guy who was never known to engage in any sort of violence. The rest of the day was really focused on that cell phone testimony, the cell phone extraction, and obviously the photographs. One more thing, though, that was really a key piece we hadn't been expecting, that we didn't know was going to be there, and that was among the images that were deleted from the phone, Detective Mason Colehap of the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office, he said one of them was a screenshot. That screenshot of a website or something, it said something to the effect of what not to mix with bleach. And that was deleted at about 11:35 p.m. according to the testimony that was given by the forensic expert. So 11:35 p.m., he's deleting a screenshot that says what not to do with bleach. That's about an hour and 10 minutes before prosecutors say Sade Robinson's car leaves Maxwell Anderson's home and starts its ride all around the city, including going to Warnemont Park. So there's an hour and 10-minute gap between the deletion of the what not to do with bleach and leaving the home. Is that when prosecutors think he murdered and or dismembered Sade Robinson? Did he then clean up the scene using bleach and being careful not to mix it with something he shouldn't? Is that why the state was not able to recover DNA or blood evidence? Did he do a particularly good job with that cleanup? That certainly raises that question, and the state is going to probably make that case in their closing arguments. We'll have to see. What the defense will say about that also remains to be seen. What we know now is we have one witness to go for the state after the defense is done with Jason Ruff, the forensic investigator. And after the state's final witness, then the defense has about 5 or 6 we are hearing. I guess that's not official, but Stephanie said that's the talk around the gallery and around the room and the media, that there's maybe 5 or 6 defense witnesses that will be called. And then if that's the case, then we go to jury instructions and ultimately closing arguments. Best guess I can give you right now, the state is going to rest this afternoon. The defense really couldn't tell you. It's probably going to last through most of Friday, if not all of Friday, and then we'll be getting into some of the closing stuff, elements, next week. It's probably going to be sometime at least early next week, if not midweek before, but I would say probably early next week, that the jury will get this case and begin deliberations. We are going to take a break and come back with more. It is 1:30. The court should be close to returning. This is the time the judge set for parties to return to the courtroom. We'll keep you posted, and we'll get you back to the Milwaukee County Safety Building when we hear more about that, but we'll continue right here on the Wisconsin Live Desk right after this.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk. This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
FOX6 investigator Brian Polson here. I got to get the right source up there so you can see right there. That's the clock on the wall in the safety building, room 620, Judge Laura Cavello's courtroom, where we are not yet hearing any activity of the parties having returned to the courtroom. She called on them to come back at 1:30. Some days they've been coming back closer to 1:45, 1:50. So until we hear activity there and we know that they're going back on the record, we're going to keep it here and tell you more about what we have learned so far today. I think probably the biggest thing of today has been those photographs that were pulled off of Maxwell Anderson's phone by forensic investigators, and that were that those investigators say were deleted just before Maxwell Anderson's phone went dormant for the night and didn't have any user activity again until the following morning. among those photos, and I'm going to show you the ones that we can again. Now, I want to be clear. These are not as they appeared in the courtroom. They have been edited and approved by our management team to be safe to show you. But what you're going to see here, there are a couple we can't show you at all because there was just no way to edit them in a way that was sensitive. But there are two in particular. These are such key pieces of evidence in the case. We wanted you to be able to see them for yourselves. And I'm going to start with this one right here where you can see that circle that you see in the middle left portion of the screen was added by our editors, so that is not part of the original photo. Everything else in that photo is from the original picture that was shown to the jury, and that is purportedly, according to prosecutors, that is Sade Robinson face down on Maxwell Anderson's couch. Why do they think it's his couch? Well, we'll talk about that here in a moment. But in the very left middle portion of your screen, just outside the edge of that circle, you can see sort of a skin-colored looking, like an arm, shaft of an arm. That is apparently the wrist of what prosecutors say would be Maxwell Anderson's wrist, with a human hand that is behind that blurred circle, grasping or groping the breast of Sade Robinson. You see just below that circle, you see sort of that maybe rust or reddish color that's got some fading to it, and there's a seam in the whatever furniture that person is laying on. Well, take a look at this. That is Maxwell Anderson's couch. This is Exhibit 318. It's a photograph that was taken when the search warrant was executed on Maxwell Anderson's home early in April after all of this had happened. And you can notice there on the couch that there's that blue, like light blue, kind of sky blue pillow. If we go back to the photo I was just showing you a moment ago, let me go back to that again, and you look just above the hair of Sade Robinson, you can see that light blue, or what appears to be that same light blue pillow. There is another image very similar to that one. This one also shows that sort of similar kind of light blue pillow. And of course, you notice in both of these photos the sweater. Look at the cable knit pattern on the sleeve of that white sweater. Prosecutors say that is the same sweater Sade Robinson was wearing at Duke's on Water as she's sitting at the corner of the bar. This was on the evening between 6:30 and 9 o'clock on the evening of April 1st. The photograph you're seeing here with that same cable knit pattern of the sweater was taken after 9 p.m., after 9:20 p.m., which is after prosecutors said they arrived back at Maxwell Anderson's home on that same night. And then this particular photo was one of the batch of photos that they say was deleted from Maxwell Anderson's phone between 12:05 and 12:08 a.m., which would be about a half hour before prosecutors believe he left the house in Sade Robinson's car and started driving around the city. One other thing, there's another photo we cannot show you because there was just no way to edit it sensitively, and that is what we are told was Sade Robinson's pants and underwear being removed from her body on Maxwell Anderson's couch. And as it was seen in court and as it's been described by witnesses and by also our own Stephanie Quirk and others who were there, there was these light-colored blue jeans that you see here. This is what was recovered from the burning car, Sade Robinson's burning car on the north side of Milwaukee on April 2nd at 7:30 in the morning. These were in the trunk. The trunk didn't burn. The inside of the car did. The trunk did not burn. These were recovered. You see the yellow bikini underwear that is right around kind of the knees, wrapped outside the legs. They say that is how, the prosecutors say that is how the clothing was found, and they say it's consistent with someone else removing those clothes. Now an image has been shown in court which shows these jeans and underwear that looks like that being removed from what appears to be Sade Robinson's body inside Maxwell Anderson's home. I just got word that Maxwell Anderson is back in the courtroom, and we're hearing, okay, I'm hearing some things in the courtroom. We're going to send you back to the safety building now.
Ian Vance Curzan and Megan Newport appear for the state, joined at council table by Detective Joanne Donner.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Maxwell Anderson with Anthony Cotton and Jason Finlay.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. This morning we received an email, well, Attorney Cotton received an email. It was also sent, I believe, to the prosecutor as well as to myself. However, my spam took it and I never was able to see it. Attorney Cotton showed it to the state as well as to me, and it reflected comments regarding comments posted to I believe, Law and Crimes website on YouTube, and a concern relative to that. The parties and I discussed it, and at the parties' stipulation, no further action was to be taken. Since this point in time, we've received further emails with the same information and attempts, I think, to contact my court as well as other courts. What we all know relative to the comments that are posted is some are accurate, some are inaccurate, some are made up, and Lord knows why people feel the need to post continuously. At this point in time, we've discussed it at length, and it's my understanding that the parties are stipulating to taking no further action. State, is that accurate, and is there any further record you wish to make?
That's accurate, and no.
Defense?
That's accurate.
Okay, anything further to address on the record before we resume?
No.
Attorney Cotton, anything further you'd like to address on the record before we bring the jury in?
No.
Okay. And let's address that ringing.
Yeah.
We'll go from there. Special Agent Ruff, you can come back up if you'd like.
You just heard the judge instruct Special Agent Jason Ruff of the Division of Criminal Investigation, Digital Forensic Investigator. He will be on the stand undergoing cross-examination of his testimony about the cell phone extraction from Maxwell Anderson's phone.
Yes, please. Oh, wait, we should recall it with new court reporter.
Recalling State of Wisconsin versus Maxwell Anderson, case 24, CF1692, appearances.
Ian Vance Curzan and Megan Newport for the state, joined alongside by Detective Joanne Donner.
Jason Findling and Tony Cotton with Max Anderson, and also our private investigator, Jason Barber. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. Hope you had a lovely lunch. At this point in time, we are just about to begin cross-examination of Special Agent Ruff. We will re-swear him because we have a new court reporter.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You could please be seated, restate, and respell your name for the record, please.
My name is Jason Ruff. That is spelled Jason, last name Ruff.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
So you just recently testified that your job really was to analyze two different devices, right?
Correct.
Like a cell phone, then also a computer?
Correct.
But so you examine like the hard drive in the computer, right?
That is correct. The forensic image of the hard drive.
Okay, and so you said you're like a forensic expert on these types of analysis, right?
Yeah, forensic examiner.
And one of the goal, I mean, I guess one of the reasons you have the job is because you need to analyze people who are accused of crimes, their electronic devices, right?
Either people accused of crimes, victims, really anything related to a criminal investigation.
And it's because electronics are a pretty complicated, it's complicated evidence, I suppose, right?
Yeah.
And you have all these tools that you listed in your report that you utilize these tools, and they can help decipher data from phones that you really wouldn't be able to get unless you had these tools, right?
Correct.
And so I'm gonna start with the cell phone. And so these tools you use, you're able to determine, pull text messages, right?
Correct.
And even if deleted texts, right?
Possibly, potentially.
And also you're able to look at someone's internet browsing, right?
Correct.
And that's something you did in this case, right?
Correct.
And you're able to determine what website someone went to, right?
Correct.
Even if they use like the private browsing, is that right?
Yes, for the most part, yes.
And so in this case, you reviewed all of that, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't see any searches regarding how to, dismember a body, correct?
I did not.
Or you didn't see any searches about how to clean up blood, correct?
I did not.
Or how to dispose of a body, right?
Correct, I did not.
Nothing about how to remove DNA from a surface, right?
Correct.
There weren't any searches whatsoever about DNA, right?
Correct.
And that's on the phone.
Correct.
And then also you have access to the map application, right?
Correct.
I think of Google Maps, but I'm not quite sure what's used on an Android, but there's some sort of map application,
Yes,
right?
yeah, yes.
And I think the jury all knows, when you type in, if you're trying to go to someone's house, you type in the address, and then that gets saved on your phone, correct?
Correct.
And Max's phone, this device that you looked through, there was no GPS coordinates to Warnemont Park, correct?
I would have to re-look, but I do not believe so.
Okay. And I think you had testified that the phone, shut down at some period of time, right?
That is correct.
I think 1:35 a.m., that sounds right, on April 2nd?
Correct.
But the phone wasn't turned off. It shut down, but it wasn't a intentional act of someone holding the power button and turning it off, correct?
That is correct.
It's shut off because it has 0% battery.
That's correct.
So perhaps, the user fell asleep or forgot to plug it in, right?
Anything's possible.
And the data you pulled, was there a certain time frame that you're looking at from this date to this date?
So the primary time that I was told was primarily the 12:45 a.m. to, I want to say 8. I would have to look specifically, but I believe it was like 8:50, 8:45 a.m. and just the time surrounding that.
Okay, so you're not looking at data like before April 1st, right? Oh, I guess you are, because I guess there's some text messages before that.
Correct, yes.
Like there's not, you weren't looking at data from like early March or February, right?
Correct.
So if like the phone had the user had a repeated pattern of their phone dying, that's not something you would have seen.
Well, I did see that on the records that ERP is just a long list of all the power events.
And it died on April 4th as well, right?
Yeah, it died on April 4th.
Okay, so more than once this phone is dying, right?
Correct.
It's not just isolated incident to April 2nd, right?
Correct.
And then let's move over to the computer. You had explained that, well, so the phone, you said user interaction stops around 12:07 a.m.
Correct.
On April 2nd, right?
Correct.
You said maybe to 12:08, but you're not sure. Pretty confident 12:07 phone activity, human activity stops, right?
Correct.
And then right around that same time, Netflix, or the computer, there's user activity on the computer, right?
That is correct.
So consistent with someone they cease interaction with the phone and start interacting with the computer, right?
Yeah.
And so 12:07, yes, according to, your analysis, activity stops with that electronic, but not all electronics in this residence, right?
Yeah.
And because a Netflix show is played at 12:07, right?
Correct.
And the show is played, and it sounds like these are probably pretty short episodes, right?
Yes, and from what I saw actually in some of the episodes for that Love, Death, and Robot show had been played the previous night as well.
Okay, but they're short episodes, like 10 minutes or less.
Yeah, like 5, 10, 15 minutes.
Okay, and in some of the photos, I think in your report, it looks like they're almost animated. It's like an animated show?
Yeah.
Okay. So it plays a few episodes back to back, right?
Correct.
And could you determine whether a user was actually clicking next episode, or was it just kind of timing out and playing repeatedly?
It was timing out and playing the next episode.
Okay, and then after those shows stop playing, the user, so this is a user, human being most likely interacting, yes, playing a new show at 12:28 a.m., correct?
Correct.
And again, that action is physically done by a human, right?
Yes, they would have to physically transition over to that episode, or that show, I should say.
Okay, and I think a lot of members of the jury probably use, streaming services is when you can either search it, or sometimes I think you said you can get a suggested show, and correct, it pops up. It's like a show you might like, and you can just click watch, and it plays, right?
Correct.
And these platforms like Netflix and Disney Plus, what have you, if you finish like a series, you don't even have to click watch a new series. Sometimes it'll just immediately queue it up and play it, right?
Depending on the browser you're watching it on, but yes.
Okay. And so 12:28 a.m. a new show is played, and that show is played in its entirety, correct?
Correct.
And you said that show's about an hour long, give or take?
Yeah.
And then after that episode ends, another episode is played, correct?
That's correct.
But that's actually auto-played.
Correct.
So it's not a user, because I think you can imagine it's the timer, that 10-second timer, 15-second timer.
Yes.
And it says you can either click play next episode, or you can just wait the 10 seconds, right?
Correct. I believe it's like 2 minutes or so on average.
Okay, so sometimes it's up to 2 minutes how long it waits. And so users don't actually need to click the button; they can just wait. Maybe if you're just don't want to pick up the remote, maybe you're lazy, you don't need to have to pick it up, right?
Correct.
I mean, I'm sorry, you don't have to pick up the remote to click the button, right?
Correct.
And so if someone fell asleep, for instance, the Netflix would continue to play, and the person doesn't actually have to interact with their TV, right?
That's correct.
And you say that according to the data you analyze, the show plays until at least, did you say 2:35 a.m.?
Yes, I believe that was the time.
And then does another show play after that, or were you not be able to tell because something with like the internet?
Yeah, so there was an interruption in the network when what I talked about, that IP lease happened around the time when it would start playing another episode, which very briefly disconnected from the internet, like probably fractions of a second, but just long enough to interrupt that auto stream. So yes.
Do you know if more episodes were played after 2:35 or not?
There were no episodes played.
Okay, so the episodes are done at 2:35 a.m., correct?
Correct.
But nothing about the data or anything that you analyze can tell you whether the user stopped watching the show, right?
You mean like to click off?
Well, like the data you reviewed can't tell you whether someone's actually watching the show or someone isn't watching the show.
Yeah, no, that's correct.
And then also, with your tools, you're able to look at internet searches, correct?
Correct.
On the computer, I mean.
Yes, that's correct.
It could be either Safari, Google Chrome, whatever internet browser people prefer, right?
That's correct.
And in a part of your job and in your experience, you've seen in criminal investigations where a user is, looking up things that, are consistent with them committing a crime, right?
Correct.
Or trying to conceal a crime, right?
Correct.
And that goes back to what I was talking about earlier about, how to dispose of a body, right?
Correct.
And were you aware of any facts regarding this case before you started your analysis, or you just going blank?
Very brief facts, pretty much. I mean, nothing, like no real in-depth facts.
But had you seen like news articles about it?
Yeah, pretty much just whatever everybody else was seeing was what I knew about the case.
Yeah, everybody else, because it was kind of over social media, Facebook, Instagram, right?
Correct, correct.
And sometimes, you know, if you look on your Instagram feed, you'll see, you know, a news story come up, right?
Correct.
And when you looked at, you know, this Max's computer, you didn't see any information about how to remove DNA or how to clean up a crime scene, right?
I did not know.
And again, forensic investigators often rely heavily on history to evaluate intent, correct?
Correct.
And again, you found no search history on the computer consistent with planning or committing a crime, right?
I did not.
And just briefly here, you said that there were photos deleted. You could conclude that, right?
Yes, yes.
And you included some photos that were deleted in your report of Sade, right?
Correct.
But there was other photos that were deleted as well.
Correct.
Did you say there was 32 in total deleted?
So there were 32 cache photos. I couldn't tell you the exact number of actual photos deleted. The 32 cache photos correspond to the time frame when the deletion was actually occurring. So not every photo gets a cache image. And it depends on whether or not it's interacted with recently or really any number of things. So I wouldn't be able to say exactly how many photos were deleted.
And just to wrap up here, you also were able to pull the text communications between the two, right?
Correct.
And in those text communications, Sade Robinson's phone never sends Maxwell's phone her address, correct?
No.
Or the general area of the city where she lives, right?
Not that I saw.
I have nothing further.
State?
I have nothing else.
Thank you. State your next witness.
Dr. Karsten.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please be seated. State and spell your name for the record.
My name's Dr. Jordan Karsten. It's JORDANKARSTEN.
How are you employed?
I'm a professor of anthropology at the University of Wisconsin-Oshkosh, and I'm also a professional consultant for the Wisconsin State Crime Lab through the Wisconsin Department of Justice.
What do you teach at UW-Oshkosh?
I'm a biological anthropologist, so primarily my work is focused on the human skeleton. So I teach classes in human skeletal anatomy, teach classes in forensic anthropology, biological anthropology, genetics, sometimes archaeology, depending on what's needed.
Could you just briefly summarize sort of your background in training and education?
Yeah, so in terms of education, I got 2 bachelor's degrees from Grand Valley State University in Michigan. One was a bachelor's of science in anthropology. The other was a bachelor's of science in health sciences. And then I got a master's from the State University of New York in Albany and a PhD in, my master's was in anthropology and my PhD is also in anthropology from the State University of New York in Albany.
How long have you been an anthropologist? I might have missed it.
How long? I graduated college in 2009 and I graduated my PhD in 2014. And I've been a professor at UW-Oshkosh since then in 2014, so I've been in the state for 11 years.
Were you contacted on or about April 3rd of 2024 by the Milwaukee County Medical Examiner's Office regarding a leg that had been recovered?
I was.
What was the nature of that contact? Why were they contacting you?
I was contacted by Charles Rohr, Dr. Charles Rohr, who is a forensic pathology fellow at the Milwaukee County Medical Examiner's Office. He told me that a human leg had washed up on the shore at Warnemont Park in Cudahy, and that he was interested in having me examine part of the skeletal remains to look at if the individual was dismembered, how that might have happened, and look to see if there were any tool marks present on the bone.
So what was requested of you was an examination originally just of the leg for a tool marks
That's
analysis?
Correct.
Okay. and as well as just a general examination of the trauma to the skeletal remains to see if you could figure out what happened.
Correct.
Did you, in fact, examine skeletal remains from that leg?
I did.
And over the course of the next weeks and months, actually, did you also come to examine additional skeletal remains that were recovered related to this case?
Yes.
Did you subsequently prepare a report to document what you observed and what your findings were?
I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 409.
I don't object to this for the record.
Okay.
And it'll be received into evidence?
All right, 409 is received into evidence. That's your report, Dr. Karsten?
It is.
I'm going to pull it up on the screen next to you, and I would like to go through it with you in summation. And while I'm pulling this up, can you tell the jury overall what bones did you examine?
I examined a right femur, which is essentially complete, part of a left femur, left tibia, left fibula, right humerus, right radius, and a right ulna, as well as 2 cervical vertebrae and a patella, which is the kneecap.
And are you able to discuss an overall pattern of what you saw through your analysis of these skeletal remains?
Yeah, so overall pattern is the majority of the remains had some type of blunt force trauma, which had fractured the bones. And many of the bones had cut marks, and the cut marks themselves were superficial. They had what I call a V-shaped kerf. The kerf is the incision on bone, and so is shallow, shaped as a V, and fairly regular walls. And those cut marks were found at locations across different bones, primarily in places where there are areas of muscle attachment and connective tissue attachment.
Okay, and did the fact that those cut marks to the bones were in those locations suggest anything to you?
It's consistent with the manipulation of soft tissue and dismemberment.
Were you able to examine or come to any kind of conclusions as to what kind of blades were used?
All I can say is that whatever caused the sharp force trauma, the blade itself had a V shape to it, and it was not serrated. So a serrated knife, like a steak knife, will produce a kerf, an incision in bone that's irregular. And this incision was not irregular. It was kind of uniform.
On any of them?
For all of them. Okay. There was no irregular aspect to the curves.
And based on the size of those cut marks and V-shaped markings, are you able to come to any conclusions about the size of the knife used?
I can't. When a knife comes into contact with bone, depending on the level of force, how much the knife actually contacts the bone, it can be very small kerf. You can push harder, make the kerf larger. So I can't say anything about the size of the blade.
Only thing you can say is whether the shape and then whether it was serrated or non-serrated.
In this case, yes.
And how is it that you're able to tell whether it's serrated or non-serrated?
Serrated blades will create, if you think of a serrated blade like a steak knife, essentially, they'll create a more irregular kerf or cut on the bone.
You may have mentioned this, but can you give some examples of some types of non-serrated blades?
Sure, like a paring knife would be a good example. You have plenty of blades in kitchens that are non-serrated, simple blades. I mean, you could have say a fishing knife you'd use to fillet a fish would also typically be a non-serrated blade.
Were you able to identify blunt force trauma to any of the limbs?
Yes, on many of them.
Okay. I'm going to go through this, and let's start with, we're going to start with the right femur. If you want to flip to that page or follow along on the screen to your right. Let's talk about what you knew about the right femur, what you discovered.
Sure. So For the right femur itself, it has evidence of blunt force trauma. I don't know if we can go forward. Is that possible? So if you go to figure 1, you can see the complete right femur. The black arrow is showing an area that's approximately where there would have been force applied to the femur. If you go down to figure 2.
And just to be clear before I do that, this would have been the right leg, the leg
This is
that
the
was
right thigh.
from
essentially,
Warnemont
the right
Park.
thigh bone, from Warnemont Park.
Okay.
So if you go down here, you can see a little bit closer on the right femur. The black arrow is the point where force would have been applied. And the way that we can reconstruct that is that bone is stronger in compression than tension. And so when blunt force trauma is applied to a limb, it causes a bone to bend. And in that process, the area that when it bends and goes into tension, that's where a fracture will start. And from the point in tension, the fracture shears over to the compression side. So can I point at this?
Yes, I think there's actually a microphone next to you if you can turn that on.
Okay. Does that work? Maybe not. Okay, that works. If you take a look here, you can see that if force was applied here, the bone would have bent, kind of bowed out like this, and then you would have had that area of tension right there where the fracture starts, and it shears over to the other sides. And then what happens is it removes this kind of rhomboidal shaped, or what often gets called lozenge of bone, and so that broke free. And so on the right femur, in this case, we actually have 3 different pieces of bone that result from this fracturing. One that's here that includes the femoral head, which goes into the hip socket of the pelvis, this lozenge shape of bone, and then the larger part, which includes the entire rest of the femur.
Would a person be able to apply the force necessary to cause this damage?
Yes, depending on the person and the circumstances, I believe, yeah.
You believe yes? Okay.
Correct.
Are you able to comment on the difficulty to cause this fracture?
It would be difficult, but it would be possible.
I'm going to move to strike that. In the last 2 answers and questions, he's not a use of force expert. I don't think he's been qualified in this topic that we're going into.
I can ask him some foundational questions.
Okay, lay the foundation.
Do you have any expertise in being able to determine what kind of force needs to be used to fracture bones in this fashion?
As part of my job with the Department of Justice for the Crime Lab, I will remove pieces of bone for subsequent chemical and genetic analysis. And so, yeah, I'm familiar with what is required to break bone.
I would ask then the objection be
withdrawn.
Okay. All right, so let's pick up where I was left off here. On this part, on this femur bone, were there cut marks?
Yes.
Is this a good figure for that, or is there a different?
If you could move forward to figure 7. So on figure 7, you can see a close-up of the lozenge shape of bone. And then on the opposite side where the black arrows are, you can see a series of superficial cut marks. These are on an area that's called the linea aspera, and it is an area of muscle and connective tissue attachment.
And would the location of those cut marks suggest what soft tissue would have been being cut?
There are many, many muscles and aspects of connective tissue that connect there. You couldn't say exactly what.
What part of the body is this, I guess?
This is on the posterior side of your thigh.
So by your hip?
Below that.
Below your hip, okay.
Back of the leg, essentially, back of the upper leg.
Let's go to figure 11. How about this one?
Yep, figure 11 shows additional cut marks. So the black arrow shows like a roughly kind of horizontally oriented cut mark. In the red circle, there are additional cut marks, superficial cut marks, and then in the black circle, hard to see, but there are additional very faint cut marks.
Would the cut marks that you noticed when you examined the bones from the right leg from Warnemont Park, would that have been consistent to have been logically been in an effort to remove soft tissue?
Yes, it's in the area that's close to the hip.
Okay, the top of the leg.
Correct.
Are you able to tell whether the blunt force trauma to the bones, like we saw before, occurred before or after the sharp force trauma to the tissues?
For these, I cannot say.
You are able to conclude that it was the blunt force trauma that caused the fractures?
Yes.
All right. Anything else about the right femur?
Figure 12 shows an additional couple of cut marks.
Okay.
This is on the front side, anterior side of the femur, in an area that's known as the intertrochanteric line, which is another area of ligamentous and muscle attachment. If you go to figure 13, you'll see even more cut marks. This is on the lateral side of the proximal femur, so the part that's closest to your hip. The black, red, and blue arrows all point to individual cut marks on that figure. And then on figure 14, up on an area that's known as the greater trochanter of the femur, which is another muscle attachment and area of connective tissue attachment, you can see more cut marks, superficial ones with the red arrows, and then with the blue arrow, you can actually see one where the cut mark has kind of peeled back the bone. And so that cut mark must have been delivered in a kind of up, kind of above body to below, so what we call superior to inferior direction.
Would it be fair to say that the cut marks you observed were generally concentrated, towards the transection end of the leg?
Not just in the, I wouldn't say like in the hip.
Okay.
It's from kind of the upper third of the leg is where we are finding the cut marks.
All right, let's move on to the left tibia. What did you observe about the left tibia?
The left tibia has one aspect of blunt force trauma. So if you look at figure 16, you can see the tibia is separated and the tibia is the shin bone. Figure 16, that's the upper part of the tibia, so that kind of plateau area is what makes up your knee. And then if you go down to figures 18, you can see on the left, that's the upper part of the tibia. In the middle and removed, that's this lozenge shape of kind of rhomboidal shaped bone that gets removed during bending fractures caused by blunt force trauma. And then on the right is a shaft of the tibia. And then if you go to figure 19, you can see without that lozenge shape how it goes back together. And if you go to figure 20, you can see that lozenge shape is replaceable into the break. And so in this case, if you could go back to figure 19 quickly, where that black arrow is, that's where the force would have been applied. So this is on the medial side, so the inner side of the leg, with the force moving from the inner side of the leg to the outer, what we'd say is medial lateral force. And so it broke on the far side away from the arrow.
You use the term butterfly fracture here in the description. What is that?
Butterfly fracture is a term we just use for these fractures where bending of the bone has that lozenge-shaped breakaway. And so it tends to break away this rhomboidal piece of bone that kind of looks like one wing of a butterfly.
Okay.
Sorry.
I was just going to ask you whether there were cut marks to the bone that would have separated the bottom from the ankle.
Yeah, if you go to figure 22, this is the bottom part of a fibula. This is where your shin bone comes into contact with your ankle. And you can see with the black arrow, one of these superficial cut marks across that part of the bone. If you go to figure 23, you can see additional, this is twisting the bone around a little bit. You can see additional cut marks highlighted with the arrows, and an area of bone that was damaged in the black circle. And if you go to figure 24, this is twisting the bone around to what's known as the medial malleolus. So this is like the big bump on the inner part of your ankle. You can see another couple of superficial cut marks there as well. So cut marks around the distal part of the femur, lower shin bone.
All of these cut marks, these superficial cut marks, all the ones we're talking about, these are all from some kind of a non-serrated V-shaped blade?
Yep, they're what we call a V-shaped kerf. So they're superficial, they don't go deep into the bone, and they don't show any hallmarks of being serrated because the kerf is not irregular.
Intentional cut marks?
There's only one way to cut into bone, and that's by purposely putting a knife there.
And only way to cut it, one way to cut into tissue as well.
Correct.
Let's move on to the left fibula. What did you notice?
Left fibula has two instances of blunt force trauma. If you look at figure 25, you can see with the black arrows, the area where the force would have been applied. And it's just like the pictures we've seen so far. It's these butterfly fractures, bending fractures. In this case, the force would have been applied anterior to posterior. So the fibula is a bone that is in your lower leg. It sits next to your shin bone on the outside of your shin bone. And so those two areas of force didn't actually have enough force to cause the bone to completely break. And so you can't remove those lozenge-shaped pieces of bone. That bone still is a single element that's not separatable.
And regarding cut marks on the left fibula?
There's a single cut mark in figure 28. So this is an area that's just above what's known as the lateral malleolus. And so that is the bump on the outer side of your ankle. And just above it, where the black arrow is, you can see another one of these kind of horizontally oriented superficial cut marks with a V-shaped curve.
Anything else about the left fibula?
No.
All right. The right humerus, what's the humerus?
Humerus is the bone of the upper arm.
Let's talk about the right humerus.
In this case, in figure 30, you can see the head of the right humerus. This is what makes up your shoulder joint from your upper arm. Only that is present here, and there is a fracture to the bone that's removed it from the rest of the humerus.
Is the removal of the humeral head evidence of blunt force injury?
This likely is, yes.
Okay. Let's go to the left femur. This was the, well, let's talk about the left femur. Go ahead.
Okay, if you go to figure 34.
Sure.
The proximal left femur, so the part that's closest to the hip, the head of the femur, what goes into the hip socket, is preserved, as well as part of the neck of that. But then there is what we call a comminuted fracture. And so you've got a blunt force impact that has taken the bone there and broken it up into very small, many small pieces. And so that has destroyed, although those fragments are still adherent, the lateral side of this femur. And so force was probably applied in a superior, so upper lateral down to inferior medial, so kind of direction.
Okay. Any cut marks?
On this part, the superior part of the left femur, no. If you go to figure 36, you can see additional aspects of blunt force trauma. So the black arrow shows blunt force trauma that removed a lozenge shape of bone, but that was never recovered. And then the red arrow shows another one of those fractures, just like we've seen in the other pictures of this kind of butterfly fracture that was also applied to the femur. And then at the very far right side of the picture, there's another one of these bending butterfly fractures caused by blunt force trauma. And so in this femur, we've got at least 4 instances of blunt force trauma to the left femur.
And how many of those instances were consistent with the right femur?
They're in very different places than the right femur.
Okay. Any evidence of cut marks?
Yes, if you go to figure 42. So every black arrow is a superficial cut mark on the anterior femur. There's at least 11 superficial cut marks there. In this picture, there are 7 that are highlighted. If you go to figure 43, you can see one of these a little bit more close up. In this case, that cut mark exhibits what we call kerf flare. And so that is where you can see the cut marks are almost superimposed one on the other. And this is something that you see when a non-serrated blade is used in a sawing motion.
All right, so this was evidence that there was a sawing motion to cut the tissue around the femur.
Correct.
Okay. All right. In June, much later, you had received bones from the right arm that had washed up in Waukegan, Illinois, correct?
Correct.
All right. Let's talk about that right arm. What did you notice?
If you go to figure 46, in the area with the black circle, you can see cut marks that are on the side of the humerus, the proximal humerus is up towards the shoulder. On the medial side, so the side that's like kind of towards your armpit, there were no cut marks. If you go to figure 48, you can see that on the kind of lateral posterior side, there are additional cut marks highlighted in the black circle. These are kind of difficult to see, so if you go to figure 50, I'll go up actually.
Oh, sorry.
Yep, there's a close-up picture here of the cut marks on the humerus. And so you can see here several of these V-shaped curved superficial cut marks on the proximal humerus. So this area is known as, this includes the greater and lesser tubercle of the humerus, and these are areas muscle attachment for the shoulder.
Was there similar indication on these of a sawing motion being used?
Yeah, some of these curves are kind of superimposed one onto the next, and so likely reflects sawing motion.
And that would have been an intentional act?
Yes.
All right. How about the radius?
If we go to the radius, if you could look at figure 57.
57, okay.
So the radius is a bone of the forearm. And on figure 57, you can see the black arrows highlighting a single superficial cut mark on the distal part of the radius. This is the part that's towards your wrist. If you then go to figure 61, you can see a close-up of that. Could you go up just a little bit, I guess?
Sorry.
Yeah, you can see a little bit better that superficial cut mark. If you go down to figure 62, you can actually see a good example of kerf flaring. And so that's where you've got this cut mark, but on the end, the kerf, there's actually a couple of different tracks to that knife, and that, again, is something that's consistent with using a non-serrated knife in a sawing motion. And then in figure 63, that close-up gives a good example of what I mean by a V-shaped kerf. That's incision in the bone, takes on a V shape, but it has a very regular floor to the kerf, which is something that you see in a non-serrated blade.
So the person who caused these marks that I'm looking at here in 62 was intentionally sawing at the bone with a non-serrated blade?
They were sawing at the bone with a non-serrated blade.
Any cut marks near the elbow?
No.
And you had looked at the, anything else on this?
For the ulna?
The right arm?
Yep, so the ulna is another bone of the forearm, makes it kind of the inner part of the forearm. And if you go up actually just a little bit, at 67? Okay, 67 shows the location of two of these superficial cut marks on the ulna. This is the distal part, so the part like towards where it's at is towards the wrist. The part on the left side of the screen is towards the elbow. And if you go to figure 68, you can see them a little bit close up there, the superficial cut marks on the distal ulna.
Anything else on this one?
No fractures to the ulna or the radius.
You examined some of the cervical vertebrae?
Yeah,
Next? Okay.
I was given two cervical vertebrae to examine.
And where were those from on the body, if you could just
Cervical vertebrae is the vertebrae that make up your neck.
And what did you notice when you looked at the cervical vertebrae?
No evidence of cut marks. The only trauma was on the most superior of the two cervical vertebrae. And if you look at figure 69, you can see that on the right side of the cervical vertebra, on a feature that we call the transverse process, there is damage to the top of it, highlighted with the black and red arrows, and that's likely caused by blunt force trauma.
Blunt force trauma?
Likely, yes.
And lastly, the patella. What is the patella?
Patella is the kneecap.
What'd you notice?
No evidence of trauma or cut marks.
That was from the left leg?
Let me double check. Yes, left patella.
Are you aware, or can you speak on the time frame it would take a person to cause the damage that you analyzed in these figures?
I don't think I could give an estimate of that.
I have nothing else.
What you can give an estimate on is just how difficult it is to remove bones from a human body without the right tools, right? You can take that down, Ian. Okay.
I have never, I mean, I've removed bones from each other with tools. Yes.
Right. What types of tools?
If I was going to separate two bones from each other for the purpose of an examination, I would use a scalpel. To get through soft tissue.
Right, to get through soft tissue.
Correct.
So I thought before you had said you have experience removing bones from a human body, no?
I've experienced removing bone from bone, like breaking off a piece of bone for sampling, and separating bones from each other for the purposes of analysis.
Okay, so you've taken two bones apart on occasion for your work.
Correct.
But you've never done an autopsy.
Correct, I'm not a pathologist.
Okay, and are you able to speak to how much force is required to remove bones from a human body?
Yes, I mean, for me, when I do it, I typically use something like a small Dremel tool, and we can use that to remove pieces of bone from the human body, so a small motorized saw.
Okay, a small motorized saw.
Correct.
What do you
move small pieces.
Okay, and what do you wear when you do that?
Protective glasses, protective mouth and nose coverings.
Why?
I would rather not breathe in bone dust.
Okay, bone dust would get on you.
If I was using a saw, correct.
And if you're removing a bone, if you're cutting through flesh, you could get bodily fluids on you.
Correct.
Blood.
Yes, correct.
Other such fluids that would just be within the body, right?
Correct.
It would be a very messy process to dismember a body. You would agree with that?
Depending on the condition of the body, yes.
Right. If a body was newly deceased in particular, it would be particularly messy.
I don't have experience with that.
You have no experience with dismembering, taking body parts off of a newly deceased body?
No, anthropologists tend to get involved when there's considerable decomposition or a complete skeletonization.
And obviously things become weaker with age, right? Things degrade.
Depends on the context of deposition.
Well, but you would agree with that proposition, wouldn't you? That bones don't get stronger as they over time.
I actually disagree with that. So if you have a bone that's deposited in like say a soil matrix that has a large mineral content, I have excavated personally bones that are 6,000 years old that are heavier, beefier, and stronger than fresh bone.
Got it. Here we're talking about new bones that are not 6,000 years old, sir.
Correct.
Okay. So these bones, as you understand it, were the bones from somebody who was recently deceased. You understand that, right?
Yes, definitely.
And that the bones were located out in nature, right?
Yes, correct.
Not in a special soil matrix.
Correct.
And they were found in various parts of nature, water, the woods, things like that.
That's my understanding, yes.
And all I'm asking you is, would you agree with me that as time goes by in those conditions, things will tend to degrade?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the size of the knife, or if it was a knife, you have no idea if it even was a knife, do you?
It's a sharp blade.
Right, it could be an axe.
It would be very unlikely to be an axe.
It could be an axe.
To make those kind of cut marks would be very, very unlikely.
Well, that's for the cut marks. But for other parts of what you looked at, it could be an axe for other things.
For the blunt force trauma, that would definitely be a possibility.
Right, where we're seeing the bone itself literally fractured, right?
Correct.
Because when you're telling the jury about blunt force trauma, you're talking about one of the exhibits we saw was literally part of the proximal right femur broken off, right?
Correct.
So you wouldn't rule out an axe on that?
No, not at all. Axes can impart blunt force trauma because of their wedge-shaped action. And so if an axe is used and is applied with force to human bone, it doesn't necessarily make a cut. It can result in strictly blunt force trauma.
Were you given pictures of items that were recovered from? You understand Mr. Anderson's accused of this crime, right? Do you understand that? Were you given pictures of items that were recovered from Mr. Anderson's home and asked to offer an opinion? Let me finish. About whether these items were used in this dismemberment?
Not that I have any recollection of.
So no.
Correct.
No axe given to you to say, was this used?
No, never.
Or pocket knife or anything else?
No.
And we'd have to ask you said a forensic pathologist could speak more intelligently about the level of force you required to fracture bones, right?
Yes, I would think so.
For example, when you talked about the the proximal right femur, you know that it's a lot of force needed to break a femur bone, right?
Correct.
How many hundreds of pounds of force, or you can't speak to?
I couldn't say in that bone, and its mechanical properties varies person to person.
Some bones are stronger than others, just
Also
because
true.
of their calcium concentration, right?
Sure. Yes, correct.
And what you do know, or what you've been able to identify in your report, is basically, let's just go to the bottom line conclusion. Bottom line conclusion is that some sort of sharp instrument was used to remove bones from a body.
Yes.
Okay, you can't say that Mr. Anderson did that.
No.
You can't say who did it.
Correct.
Or where it happened.
Also correct.
Or even the item that was used for it.
Also correct.
Okay, that's all.
State.
I have nothing else.
Thank you, Doctor. Thanks. State.
The state has no more witnesses. The state rests.
Okay. At this point, I need you to put your notebooks on your chairs, and you need to give me a couple minutes to address some matters, then we'll be back with you. Okay? Thank you, everybody.
Move to dismiss at the completion of the state's case, Your Honor, on all charges, but specifically I want to raise a multiplicity challenge to the newly added charge of hiding a corpse. We started with the mutilation of a corpse charge. The state amended the information, of course, before we began. Raising a multiplicity challenge, I think that these are essentially in this context with the same victim, the same body, essentially the same crime or the same elements, if you will, and I think one should be struck.
The hiding and the mutilating are two different acts, and so there's not they don't have the same elements. They're two different crimes and require two different criminal acts. Certainly they can overlap, as I think the evidence showed they did here, but those are two different crimes. So that would be my response to that.
Just a moment. Okay, so relative to multiplicity. Multiplicity exists when a defendant is charged in more than one count for a single offense. And the double jeopardy provisions of the state and federal constitutions protect a defendant from being punished twice for the same offense. Under Wisconsin law, we employ a two-pronged test to determine whether charges against a defendant are multiplicitous in nature. First, whether the charged offenses are identical in law and fact. And second, if the offenses are not identical in law and fact, whether the legislature intended the multiple offenses to be brought as a single count. In this particular case, the defense is arguing that the two counts relative to hiding or burying a corpse is charged in count 4, and count 2, mutilation of a corpse, are multiplicitous. So, looking at the elements, which is one of the standards that has to be reviewed, I need to look at whether or not the offenses are identical in law and fact. As to the mutilating a corpse, there are two elements. It's first that the defendant dismembered a corpse, and second that the defendant dismembered the corpse with the intent to conceal a crime. Looking at count 4, the two elements of hiding or burying a corpse are one, that the defendant hid a corpse. Second, that the defendant hid a corpse with the intent to conceal the crime. There clearly are different elements in law relative to the two offenses. As to the difference in fact, there are different acts that would be different actions that would be involved in dismembering a corpse versus hiding a corpse. So I think in this particular matter, the two offenses are not identical in law or fact. I next need to look at whether the legislature intended that multiple offenses be brought as a single count. And in so doing, you look at whether or not the legislature, in the drafting and creation of the statutes, set out different elements under Blockberger that amounts to the fact that their intent was to allow for different crimes to be prosecuted under the same subsection. At this point in time, looking at the facts and looking at the law and doing an elements-only test, I am going to find that the two offenses moving forward are not multiplicitous and that they are allowable. So I'm denying the defense motion relative to multiplicity. Defense.
Yes, I made a motion for directed verdict on all counts, Your Honor.
Do you wish to make any further argument?
No.
State.
Not unless you would like an argument.
No. So what I can tell you, Mr. Anderson, is at the close of the state's case in chief, what the court has to do is has to look at the evidence in the light most favorable to the state. So looking at the evidence in the light most favorable to the state, was the evidence adduced, believed, and rationally considered sufficient to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt? Or in other words, has the evidence that's been presented during the course of this trial, in the light most favorable to the state of Wisconsin, could a reasonable jury find you guilty? Looking at the facts underlying this matter, the evidence that's been presented during the course of this trial, to some extent, would be that on April 1st, you were at the Twisted Fisherman with Sade Robinson, that you arrived at 5:09, that she arrived at 5:20, that you both left the premises at a 6:24, that you then proceeded to Duke's on Water, arriving at 6:35, leaving the establishment at 9:04 p.m., that you proceeded to Anderson's home, 3161 South 39th Street, and arrived approximately 9:20 p.m. What we know is that on April 2nd of 2024, at Warnemont Park, at 2:53 a.m., the Civic arrived. At 4:32, the Civic departed. We know that on that same day, the leg of the victim was found. What we also know is that we watched a number of videos that tracked the progress of the vehicle, the Civic, around different aspects of Milwaukee. The videos at no point showed the driver or whether the driver was the sole occupant in the vehicle. at least not clearly. At 4:44 a.m., there was a white spot at a window and a lighter flashing or a lighter appearance in the driver's seat. Whether the white spot was a white hand or the white shadowing was a white person in the driver's seat, or whether that was a glove, that's going to be left to the weigher of credibility. At 7:30 a.m., we know that the Civic was set on fire behind the abandoned building. We know that the seat was in a position that fit a person who's 6'1". We know that your measurements are that on the time this happened, you were 6'1" and a weight was approximately 180 pounds. We heard the testimony that the value of the Civic was approximately $20,000. And based on the videos that were presented, a reasonable jury could conclude that that was you, that was in an approximate distance from the burning vehicle, that you left the area of the burning vehicle shortly after it appears it was set on fire, that you traversed and entered a bus at 8:07 a.m., that you exited the bus at 8:34 a.m., that you were arrested on April 4th, and during the course of the arrest, you were visibly shaking. On April 4th, 5th, and 16th, search warrants were executed at your home. At Galena Park on April 5th, there were parts of the victim that were recovered in the form of different pieces of flesh as well as a left foot. There was blanket found, small flesh, bone, and large piece of human leg on the 6th, and there were ball joints with ligaments recovered on the 7th. From the testimony that was adduced during the course of this hearing, I don't think those bloody gloves that were found on April 9th had anything to do with anything. And we know that the torso with the arm were recovered on Marina Road on the 18th. We heard the testimony from the medical examiner that the death was homicide by unspecified means. And we heard the Life 360 and phone information and tracking information, which reflect that the phone of Sade remained at your house until 9:24 p.m., that the phone ultimately thereafter was not stationary, that it went down Capitol to the Mitchell Parkway to Warnemont Park, remained static at Warnemont from 2:40 to 4:33. It was in Warnemont Park, I believe, from 3 to 4:30 a.m. The last communication with the phone was on East Howard when the battery died. We know that Sade was reported missing on April 2nd, that you were the last person in communication or in presence publicly with her, that the videos of your home were poor quality. The testimony by Detective Rachel Smith was noteworthy. She indicated that she spent hundreds of hours viewing this video of your house and watching those hundreds of videos, and she basically saw the arrival at 9:20 p.m. and that the Civic departed on April 2nd at 12:47 a.m. She went through all of the testimony relative to the timing about the gate opening, the outdoor movement and gate not opening, the silhouette exiting the gate the same size as the fence at 11:25, the light going out at 11:27, 11:42 a person goes into the premises, the motion light goes on for human movement with a person the size of the fence at 11:56. At 11:58, we have human movement at the back gate area. At 12:12, we have the gate closing again. 12:42, we have human movement inside the premises. And ultimately at 12:47 and 20 seconds, we have the Civic leaving the house. We also have the fact that on the bus video, you returned to your residence at 8:42 a.m. wearing the green hooded sweatshirt and dressed differently. We have the fact that you went to the dugout on the following day for work. Noteworthy, we have the photos that were recovered from your home. It's noteworthy that the photos of Sade reflected her buttocks and her underwear pulled down as if the underwear were pulled down with the pants and that it rolled over the pants, which is pretty much just how they were found in the trunk of the vehicle that was set on fire, that you were found walking away from. We also have the fact that there's a photo of a white hand grabbing her right breast and the right breast is the breast that was dismembered from her body on the torso that was recovered. We also have the fact that there was the photo of bleach and what not to combine with bleach, which I think a reasonable inference could be that someone on your phone was looking for information relative to how to clean up something or a crime scene. So looking at all of these factors together, it's a circumstantial case, but as we know, according to our jury instructions, circumstantial evidence may be found to be stronger than direct evidence. And at this point in time, I am going to find that a jury acting reasonably could convict you on all charges as posed. So I'm going to deny the defense motion, and what that means is I'm going to allow this matter to proceed to the jury. They have a different balancing than I have. So at this point, my view is, in the light most favorable to the state, do they have the means to convict? A jury at the conclusion of the case, their job is to determine whether or not the state has proven each and every element beyond a reasonable doubt. So I deny the defense motion. Have you spoken to your client, or do you need a moment to speak to him?
No, I've, 1 minute, please. Okay, I've spoken to him.
Okay. Have you spoken with your client relative, well, let me ask you this. Do you intend to present any witnesses other than the defendant?
Defense rests.
Okay. So, Mr. Anderson, have you discussed with your attorney your constitutional right to testify as well as your constitutional right not to testify?
Yes, Your Honor.
And has your attorney answered all your questions?
He has, Your Honor.
And you understand that in a criminal case, you do not need to prove your innocence, but the state must prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Understood?
Yes.
And you understand that if you choose to testify, you would be subject to cross-examination by these prosecutors.
I understand.
And you understand if you choose not to testify, that cannot be commented on by anyone. That cannot be used against you. Understood?
Yes.
And have you had enough time to discuss this decision to testify or not to testify with your lawyer?
Yes, Your Honor, I have.
Have your attorneys provided you with their professional opinion?
They have.
Has anyone, including your lawyers, made any promises to you or offered you anything to arrive at this decision?
No, Your Honor.
Has anyone, including your lawyers, threatened you or coerced you in any way to arrive at this decision?
No.
Do you believe you're making this decision freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
Do you have any questions for me about this decision?
No.
Do you believe you're doing this with full understanding?
Yes.
Have you used any drugs or alcohol in the past 24 hours?
No.
Are you taking any medication that would affect your understanding of these proceedings today?
No.
After thinking through everything we just talked about just now, is it still your decision not to testify?
That is my decision.
Attorney Cotton, have you discussed with your client his constitutional right as well as his right to testify as well as his constitutional right not to testify?
Yes, just to be clear, it's been a subject of course discussion throughout this case, including the last 2 nights after trial. We've had jail visits to discuss that. Mr. Findling and I have both discussed it with him.
And are you satisfied he understands what his rights entail?
He does.
And have you advised him of your professional opinion?
Yes.
And are you aware of anyone making any threats or promises using any force or coercion towards him in respect to this decision?
No, I'm not aware of any such threats.
Are you so satisfied that he's making his decision freely, voluntarily, knowingly, and with full understanding?
Yes.
I am as well. I, in fact, find that the defendant is waiving his right to testify, and he's doing so freely, voluntarily, knowingly, and with full understanding. Let's proceed at this point in time to do a conference relative to jury instructions and verdicts. I've printed off new verdicts for you. Prior to the matter being called, the state indicated they were seeking a lesser included on count 1. I did add in 1018. Is that still the state's position?
It is.
Defense, did you wish to be heard on that?
Yes. Give me 1 minute, please.
Okay.
It's a new development. Okay, Okay, no, I don't need to be heard on that, Judge. I don't have any, I've discussed it with Mr. Anderson, and I don't have an objection to that.
It's basically what I need to look at is whether or not a jury acting reasonably based on the evidence presented during the course of the trial could come to a reasonable decision on a lesser included. And that's the analysis the court has to make when a party requests a lesser included. In this case, I find it's appropriate, and I will add in the lesser included, so we will use 1018. So my intention relative to the instructions would be 100 opening instruction, 115, 1 defendant, 4 counts. Count 1, 1018, first degree intentional, followed by first degree reckless. Then moving on to 1193, mutilating a corpse. 1408, arson of property other than a building. 1194, hiding or burying a corpse. Then proceeding on to evidence defined, 103. Then 147, improper questions. 148, objections of counsel, evidence received over objection. I don't think I ever struck any testimony. Did I?
I think
It was asked, but then I think you withdrew.
Yeah, I don't recall any testimony being stricken.
Attorney Cotton?
Yeah, there was one comment where a witness had said they instead of the civic. That was struck, but
I'll leave it in. It's it's 2 sentences.
yeah.
157, remarks of counsel. State, I'm sure you want 170, circumstantial evidence, and 172, circumstantial evidence, flight, escape, concealment.
Yes.
Then 190, weight of evidence. 195, juror's knowledge. I put in 200, opinion testimony. I took out the word expert because I think that's inappropriate to have in the title. 141, I assume the defense is requesting.
Yes.
201, opinion of a witness. I put that in relative to Detective Donahue's testimony when he was providing an opinion as to his hearing of what was the audio portion of the video. Any objection to that?
No.
And that's
201.
no, I know that. There's also the recordings played to a jury 158.
So I just
covers that, which would cover that.
Okay, I can put that in if you'd like me to. I think that it doesn't add much to anything, but I'm happy to.
I think it's redundant.
Yeah.
And what the jury needs to be instructed on is covered in 201. Or, yeah, 201.
Do you want 158 or do you want to just stand with 201?
No, I think it's, I was just pointing out it's essentially covered under 201, so that's fine.
Okay, so you're not requesting an additional one.
Right.
Okay, then I did put in opinion testimony. Again, I took out expert and I put in the hypothetical question because there were a couple of hypotheticals posed. I'll remove 327 because the defendant didn't testify. We had one witness with a prior conviction, but was the question ever asked if he had a prior conviction?
No, it wasn't relevant.
I did not ask him.
And I don't think defense did either. So I'm going to take out 325. Is the defense requesting 315?
Yes.
Okay. 315 is in. I wasn't sure how the evidence would come in, whether or not 247 applied or not. And I'm thinking it does not, unless either side wants it.
I don't think it applies.
No.
Okay, it's gone. Then 300, credibility of witnesses, taking out the paragraph that would only have applied had the defendant testified. Burden of proof and presumption of innocence, closing arguments of counsel, closing instructions, then verdict submitted, and you'll see that I modified 484 to meet the lesser included, and that'll match the verdicts that are in your possession at this point. Then 515, unanimous verdict. Any additional instructions, state, or modification, state seeking?
No.
Defense?
No.
Okay, I'm going to print you each a fresh copy. It is 2:53. I think we have plenty of time left in the day.
I'm ready to go.
Awesome. Then I'm going to give you 7 minutes, and then we'll start at 3 o'clock with closing arguments. Do I need to set a time limit?
30 minutes would be fine for each of us, I think we discussed.
I do 45.
I'll give you each 45 minutes as a max to be utilized between initial and rebuttal.
Right.
Fair?
Yep.
Okay, I'll print you fresh copies, and we'll start in 7 minutes.
UW Oshkosh, who also does work for the Wisconsin Department of Justice. He talked about what he observed in terms of the bones and how Sade Robinson and her body may have been dismembered. He talked about blunt force trauma being used to crush many of the bones, and that it appeared there had been knife marks from a non-serrated knife used to cut through the flesh, which was at times cutting into those bones. That was the last state witness. The state rested. Immediately after that, the defense rested. They are not calling any additional witnesses beyond those they have cross-examined throughout the course of this trial. And so now it is time for jury instructions and closing arguments, and those closing arguments were set to begin in about 6 or 7 minutes. So we're going to be going back to the courtroom. I'm just leaving it up right now. You can see the clock on the wall. And so it'll be shortly after that we're going to hear the summation from each side. They're going to make their best case. What are we going to hear? Well, let's talk about what we know, what we have learned over 8 long days in this criminal trial. We know that there's a lot of circumstantial evidence that points to Maxwell Anderson. We also know there is no direct evidence that connects Maxwell Anderson to a murder weapon or to a particular bloody crime scene. We did learn a lot more today, though, about the state's theory and what we're going to hear. We heard from witnesses who talked about everything from an ex-girlfriend talking about the secret beach, which happens to be the beach at Warnemount Park, where Sade Robinson's leg was found. She said that he had taken her there many times when they were dating, and they broke up back in 2023. We also heard today a lot of testimony from the forensic investigators and detectives who extracted data from Maxwell Anderson's cell phone, including those crucial photos that appear to show Sade Robinson face down, possibly asleep or passed out, we don't know, with her white sweater, and it appears to be a hand grasping her right breast. It appears to be on the very couch in the living room that we have seen from the photos that investigators took when they did the search warrant of Maxwell Anderson's home. We heard more about the timeline of what was happening with devices, including Maxwell Anderson's phone was shut down. It was not interacting with anyone or anything from 12:09 a.m. after the first date, so just after midnight. There were photographs that were deleted between 12:05 and 12:08, including those photos of Sade apparently on the couch. And then at 12:09, the phone stops interacting. There's no more interaction with a human until 9 a.m. or roughly 9 o'clock in the morning. We haven't heard each side's theory of what that means. We talked to Jonathan Lavoie of Kim and Lavoie earlier, who said the defense is probably going to try to argue that that is consistent with him being asleep at home, that Sade Robinson went home at 12:45, that she was fine, she was alive, she went back to her apartment, and then something terrible happened. And Maxwell Anderson was home the whole time, and then he picks up his phone and he texts her at 10 o'clock or 10:30 in the morning and says, "Morning, how's work going?" We did see that text message today. If that's the theory the defense goes with, there's a problem, and the state is sure to point it out. that at 7:30 in the morning, Maxwell Anderson was spotted near the scene of that car fire when Sade Robinson's car was set afire on the north side. So while his phone was not interacting, was apparently at home, he was up on the north side walking around the city, having walked away from the car fire and then getting on an MCTS bus and riding it back home. So if his phone was at home, why was he up on the north side near the fire in Sade Robinson's car? We expect to hear about that. Overall, bottom line, there's a lot of data that shows the movements of Sade Robinson's phone. Here's what we know, what seems indisputable. The two of them went on a date. They went to the Twisted Fisherman. They went to Duke's on Water. After that, it appears now pretty clear from all the evidence that's presented, although I'm not the jury and I'm not making a decision, but there's been an awful lot of evidence presented by the state that suggests they went back to Maxwell Anderson's home. And those pictures today seem to be the sealer on that she was on the couch in his home. We had other evidence that suggested that's exactly where her phone went, that's where her car went. Now we have the photos that show her on the couch. What happened after 12:45? That's the last time her phone is at that location, and then it leaves, and then it is traced for 4 hours circling around the city and eventually ends near Warnemount Park. We know her car busted through the gate. We know her car went down that service road and ended up down there for about an hour and a half before the car came back out and then went circling around the city again, ended up on the north side, and then the car ends up being set on fire intentionally behind an abandoned property at 29th and Lisbon. We know Maxwell Anderson walked away from that car fire scene. We see him walking down the street with the backpack. We see him show up at the bus. We see him ride that bus back home and get off and go back to his house. That backpack's never been found. We do know that the day, though, he's walking around with that backpack, he's wearing a hooded sweatshirt. Prosecutors found that hooded sweatshirt in a garbage can 2 doors down from his house several days after all of this happened, and they found what was deemed to be a very strong likelihood that Sade Robinson's DNA was a very strong match of her DNA being on the pull-down zipper and inside the pockets and on a sleeve of that coat. How did that get there? Was that something that happened on the date? Was it something innocuous? All we know is, for some reason, it was thrown away in the garbage 2 doors down, and it had Sade Robinson's DNA on it. There was no DNA found at any sort of bloody crime scene. No bloodstains that came back to Sade Robinson. There were bloody gloves found along the beach that turned out to have nothing to do with the case, which you might even ask, why did the state keep bringing it up? Well, it may be that the defense planned to use that as some sort of a diversion to say, look, these gloves don't even belong to Maxwell Anderson. They have somebody else's blood on them altogether. The state seemed to diffuse that by calling it out and saying, you're right, these gloves were irrelevant. They had nothing to do with this case to begin with. In the end, we don't know for certain who was in that car driving around because the windows were foggy and you couldn't see inside. And prosecutors never got a good look at who was behind the wheel from 12:45 in the morning until 6-something when it's driving around the north side and eventually it's set on fire. We do know that Sade Robinson ended up dead, dismembered, her body parts found all along Lake Michigan shoreline, all the way down to Illinois and in parts of northern Milwaukee near where the car was set on fire. We know there's a ton of evidence showing that Maxwell Anderson was connected to her in many ways. In the days leading up to this, they were actually out together at Victor's nightclub 2 nights or 3 nights before all of this happened. And then, of course, went on this date that was deemed by everyone to be a first date together. Whether it was or not, we don't know for certain. In the end, the jury's going to have to look at all of that and make a determination. Is there a reasonable explanation other than Maxwell Anderson? Is there even enough doubt that a reasonable person could go, you know, the defense makes a good point. There's another theory here. We don't have a murder weapon. We don't have a bloody crime scene. And while there was that screenshot deleted from the phone that said something about what doesn't mix with bleach or what shouldn't you mix with bleach, the judge just said, as she was going through making her determination, could a reasonable jury find him guilty in the light most favorable to the state? She pointed out that very thing, the bleach screenshot, saying that looks like it could be evidence of someone looking up information on how to cover up a crime. So if a jury looks at all of that, can they say there's another theory that makes sense? Did she go home? Was Maxwell Anderson, did he just happen to be in the wrong place at the wrong time where the car fire happened? Or was that not Maxwell Anderson at all? Is it a misidentification? It seems like the defense has a long way to go here. We hear Maxwell Anderson is back in court now, so I imagine we're going to be coming back on the record soon. Closing arguments are about to commence, and it is possible, it sounds actually likely, that the jury may have this case by the end of today, unless for some reason this has to stretch into tomorrow. Each side has been given 45 minutes to deliver its closing argument, so that is going to pretty much close out this Thursday, and then if there is more to go on tomorrow, it may be tomorrow morning when the jury officially gets this case and begins deliberations. But obviously we're going to keep it right here. We are right here on the Wisconsin Live Desk, and again, we'll be here until 4 o'clock. In the middle of closing arguments, one of these streams, depending on which stream you're watching right now, one of them is going to switch over to Fox 6 News at 4. But you can get the uninterrupted testimony on our Fox 6 News Milwaukee YouTube channel. So if you're watching and it switches over to the news and you want to keep watching testimony, go to YouTube, go to the Fox 6 News Milwaukee YouTube channel. You can watch all of those closing arguments there. So I'm hearing now, Bria Jones is reporting that the jury is about to come back in. As soon as the jury is back in and in place, we're going to be taking you back out to the Milwaukee County Safety Building, room 620, as we get prepared for closing arguments. This is the 8th day of the trial. It is the 7th day of testimony. We have heard from 62 distinct state witnesses, 84 witnesses in all, many of them called several times.
Okay, we are back on the
hear
record.
the judge.
Could all
Let's
of you
head back
pass
out
your
to the safety
notebooks
building.
down towards Deputy Benz, please? So when you were last here, the state rested, subject to rebuttal. Does the defense intend to present any case?
No witnesses, Your Honor.
Then at this point in time, I'm deeming the evidence closed. So here's the plan for the afternoon. It is 3:05. I'm going to read to you the instructions, and then we're going to go into closing arguments. I've set time limits because I think it'll help on this case. So each side will have in total a maximum of 45 minutes to utilize during their closings. That's going to get us pretty close to 5 o'clock, and then we'll come back tomorrow for deliberations, okay? So, members of the jury, I will now instruct you upon the principles of law, which you are to follow in considering the evidence and in reaching your verdicts. It is your duty to follow all of these instructions. Regardless of any opinion that you might have about what the law is or ought to be, you must base your verdict on the law that I in these instructions. Apply the law to the facts in this case, which have been properly proven by the evidence. Consider only the evidence received during this trial and the law that I give to you in coming to your conclusions and your verdict in this case. If any member of this jury has an impression of my opinion as to whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty, you should disregard that impression entirely and decide the issues of fact solely as you view the evidence. You, the jury, are the sole judges of the facts, and I am the judge of the law only. Now, the first count of the information in this case charges that Maxwell Anderson, on or about Tuesday, April 2nd of 2024, in Milwaukee County, did cause the death of Sade Robinson, another human being, with the intent to kill that person, contrary to Wisconsin statutes. To this charge, the defendant has entered a plea of not guilty, which means the state must prove every element of the offense charged beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant in this case is charged with first-degree intentional homicide, and you must first consider whether the defendant is guilty of that offense. If you're not satisfied that the defendant is guilty of first-degree intentional homicide, you must consider whether the defendant is guilty of first-degree reckless homicide, which is a less serious degree of criminal homicide. Now, the crime referred to as first-degree intentional and first-degree reckless homicide are different types of homicide. Homicide is the taking of the life of another human being. The degree of homicide is defined by the law, depends on the facts and circumstances of each particular case. Both intentional and reckless homicide require that the defendant cause the death of the victim. First-degree intentional homicide requires the state to prove that the defendant acted with the intent to kill. First-degree reckless homicide requires that the defendant acted recklessly under circumstances which showed utter disregard for human life. It is for you to decide of what type of homicide the defendant is guilty, if guilty at all, according to the instructions which define the two offenses. Now, first-degree intentional homicide is defined in 940.01 of our criminal code and is committed by one who causes the death of another human being with the intent to kill that person or another. Before you may find the defendant guilty of first-degree intentional homicide, the state must prove by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the following two elements were present. One, that the defendant caused the death of Sade Robinson. Cause means that the defendant's act was a substantial factor in producing the death. 2, that the defendant acted with the intent to kill Sade Robinson. Intent to kill means that the defendant had the mental purpose to take the life of another human being or was aware that his conduct was practically certain to cause the death of another human being. While the law requires that the defendant acted with the intent to kill, it does not require that the intent exists for any particular length of time before the act is committed. The act need not be brooded over, considered, or reflected upon for a week, a day, an hour, or even for a minute. There need not be any appreciable time between the formation of the intent and the act. The intent to kill may be formed at any time before the act, including the instant before the act, and must continue to exist at the time of the act. You cannot look into a person's mind to find intent. Intent to kill must be found, if found at all, from the defendant's acts, words, and statements, if any, and from all of the facts and circumstances in this case bearing upon intent. Intent should not be confused with motive. While proof of intent is necessary to a conviction, proof of motive is not. Motive refers to a person's reason for doing something. While motive may be shown as a circumstance to aid in establishing the guilt of a defendant, the state is not required to prove motive on the part of the defendant in order to convict. Evidence of motive by itself does not establish guilt. You should give it the weight you believe it deserves under all of the circumstances. If you're satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant caused the death of Sade Robinson with the intent to kill, you should find the defendant guilty of first-degree intentional homicide. If you're not so satisfied, you must find the defendant not guilty of first-degree intentional homicide, and you should consider whether the defendant is guilty of first-degree reckless homicide in violation of statutory section 940.02 sub 1, which is a lesser included offense of first-degree intentional homicide. You should make every reasonable effort to agree unanimously on the charge of first-degree intentional homicide before considering the offense of first-degree reckless homicide. However, if after full and complete consideration of the evidence, you conclude that further deliberation would not result in unanimous agreement on the charge of first-degree intentional homicide, you should consider whether the defendant is guilty of first-degree reckless homicide. Now, as I already stated, first-degree reckless homicide is defined in 940.02 sub 1 of our criminal code and is committed by one who recklessly causes the death of another human being under circumstances that show utter disregard for human life. Before you may find the defendant guilty of first-degree reckless homicide, the state must prove by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the following 3 elements were present. 1, that the defendant caused the death of Sade Robinson. Cause means the defendant's act was a substantial factor in producing the death. 2, that the defendant caused the death by criminally reckless conduct. Criminally reckless conduct means that the conduct created a risk of death or great bodily harm to another person, and the risk of death or great bodily harm was unreasonable and substantial, and that the defendant was aware that his conduct created the unreasonable and substantial risk of death or great bodily harm. The 3rd element is that the circumstances of the defendant's conduct showed utter disregard for human life. In determining whether the circumstances of the conduct showed utter disregard for human life, consider these factors: what the defendant was doing, why the defendant was engaged in that conduct, how dangerous the conduct was, how obvious the danger was, whether the conduct showed any regard for life, and all the other facts and circumstances relating to the conduct. Consider also the defendant's conduct after the death, to the extent that it helps you decide whether or not the circumstances showed utter disregard for human life at the time that the death occurred. If you're satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant caused the death of Sade Robinson by criminally reckless conduct, and the circumstances of the conduct showed utter disregard for human life, you should find the defendant guilty of first-degree reckless homicide. If you're not so satisfied, you must find the defendant not guilty. You are not in any event to find the defendant guilty of more than one of these offenses. Now, the second count of the information in this case charges that Maxwell Anderson, on or about Tuesday, April 2nd of 2024, in Milwaukee County, Wisconsin, did dismember a corpse with the intent to conceal a crime, contrary to Wisconsin statutes. To this charge, the defendant has also entered a plea of not guilty, which means the state must prove every element of this offense charge beyond a reasonable doubt. Section 940.11 sub 1 of our criminal code is violated by one who mutilates, disfigures, or dismembers a corpse with the intent to conceal a crime or avoid apprehension, prosecution, or conviction for a crime. Before you may find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must prove by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the following two elements were present. 1, that the defendant dismembered a corpse. 2, that the defendant dismembered a corpse with the intent to conceal a crime. This requires that the defendant acted with the purpose to conceal a crime. You cannot look into a person's mind to find intent. Intent must be found, if found at all, from the defendant's acts, words, statements, if any, and from all of the facts and circumstances in the case bearing upon intent. If you're satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that both elements of this offense have been proved, you should find the defendant guilty. If you're not so satisfied, you must find the defendant not guilty. Now, the third count in the information in this case charges that Maxwell Anderson, on or about Tuesday, April 2nd of 2024, at 2926 West Lisbon Avenue in the city of Milwaukee, Milwaukee County, Wisconsin, by means of fire, did intentionally damage the property other than a building of Sade Robinson, valued at $100 or more without that person's consent, contrary to Wisconsin statutes. To this charge, again, the defendant has entered a plea of not guilty, which means the state must prove every element of this offense charged beyond a reasonable doubt. Arson is defined in 943.03 of our criminal code and is committed by one who, by means of fire, intentionally damages any property of another without that person's consent if the property is not a building and has a value of $100 or more. Before you may find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must prove by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the following 5 elements were present. Number 1, that the defendant intentionally damaged a 2020 Honda Civic by means of fire. Damage means injured, charred, defaced, and includes smoke damage. Intentionally means that the defendant must have had the mental purpose to damage the property of another by means of fire, or was aware that his conduct was practically certain to cause the damage to the property. The second element is that the 2020 Honda Civic was the property of another. Property of another means property in which a person other than the defendant has a legal interest, which the defendant has no right to defeat or impair, even though the defendant may also have a legal interest in the property. The third element is that the defendant damaged the property by fire without the owner's consent. The fourth element is the value of the 2020 Honda Civic was $100 or more. And the fifth element is that the defendant knew that the 2020 Honda Civic belonged to another person, and that the other person did not consent to the damage of the property, and that the value of the property was $100 or more. Again, you cannot look into a person's mind to find intent and knowledge. Intent and knowledge must be found, if found at all, from the defendant's acts, words, and statements, if any, and from all of the facts and circumstances in the case which bear upon intent and knowledge. If you're satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that all 5 elements of this offense have been proved, you should find the defendant guilty. If you are not so satisfied, you must find the defendant not guilty. The fourth count in the information charges that Maxwell Anderson, on or about Tuesday, April 2nd, 2024, in Milwaukee County, Wisconsin, did hide a corpse with the intent to conceal a crime contrary to Wisconsin statutes. To this charge, again, the defendant has entered a plea of not guilty, which means the state must prove every element of the offense charged beyond a reasonable doubt. Section 940.11 sub 2 of our criminal code is violated by one who hides or buries a corpse with the intent to conceal a crime. Before you may find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must prove by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the following 2 elements were present. 1, that the defendant hid a corpse. 2, that the defendant hid a corpse with the intent to conceal a crime. Can't look into a person's mind to find intent. Intent must be found, if found at all, from the defendant's acts, words, and statements, if any, and from all of the facts and circumstances in the case bearing upon intent. If you're satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that both elements of this offense have been proved, you should find the defendant guilty. If you're not so satisfied, you must find the defendant not guilty. Now, evidence is, first, the sworn testimony of witnesses, both on direct and cross-examination, regardless of who calls a witness. Second, the exhibits the court receives, whether or not they go to the jury room. Third, any facts to which the lawyers have agreed or stipulated or which I've directed you to find. Anything you have seen or heard outside of this courtroom is not evidence.
You are to decide this case solely on the evidence offered and received at trial. Disregard entirely any question that I did not allow to be answered. Do not guess at what a witness's answer might have been. If a question itself suggested certain information might be true, ignore the suggestion and do not even consider it as evidence. Attorneys for each side have the right and the duty to object to what they consider are improper questions asked of witnesses and to the admission of other evidence which they believe is not properly admissible. You should not draw any conclusion from the fact that an objection was made. By allowing testimony or other evidence to be received over the objection of counsel, I am not indicating any opinion about the evidence. You jurors are the judges of the credibility of the witnesses and of the weight of the evidence. During the trial, I have ordered certain testimony to be stricken. Disregard all stricken testimony. Remarks of the attorneys are not evidence. If a remark suggested certain facts not in evidence, disregard the suggestion. It is not necessary that every fact be proved directly by a witness or an exhibit. A fact may be proved indirectly by circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence is evidence from which a jury may logically find other facts according to common knowledge and experience. Circumstantial evidence is not necessarily better or worse than direct evidence. Either type of evidence can prove a fact. Whether evidence is direct or circumstantial, it must satisfy you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed the offense before you may find the defendant guilty. Evidence has been presented relating to the defendant's conduct after an alleged crime was committed. Whether the evidence shows consciousness of guilt and whether consciousness of guilt shows actual guilt are matters exclusively for you to decide. The weight of evidence does not depend on the number of witnesses on each side. You may find that the testimony of one witness is entitled to greater weight than that of another witness or even of several other witnesses. In weighing the evidence, you may take into account matters of your common knowledge and your observations and experiences in the affairs of life. Ordinarily, a witness may only testify about facts. However, a witness with specialized knowledge in a particular field may give an opinion in that field. In determining the weight to give to this opinion, you should consider the qualifications and credibility of the witness, the facts upon which an opinion is based, and the reasons given for the opinion. Opinion evidence was received to help you reach a conclusion. However, you are not bound by any witness's opinion. The identification of the defendant is an issue in this case, and you should give it your careful attention. You should consider the reliability of any identification made by a witness, whether made in or out of court. You should consider the credibility of a witness making an identification of the defendant in the same way you consider credibility of any other witness. Identification evidence involves an expression of belief or impression by a witness. Its value depends on the opportunity the witness had to observe the offender at the time of the offense and later to make a reliable identification. Consider a witness's opportunity for observation, how long the observation lasted, how close a witness was, the lighting, the mental state of the witness at the time, the physical ability of the witness to see and hear events, and any other circumstances of the observation. You should also consider the period of time which elapses between a witness's observation and the identification of the defendant, and any intervening events which may have affected or influenced the identification. In evaluating the identification evidence, you are to consider those factors which might affect human perception and memory and all the influences and circumstances relating to the identification. Then give the evidence the weight you believe it should receive. If you find that the crime alleged was committed, before you may find the defendant guilty, you must be satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is the person who committed the crime. Ordinarily, a witness may testify only about facts. However, in this case, Detective Casey Donahue was allowed to give an opinion as to what he heard on a video-audio recording. In determining the weight you give to this opinion, you should consider the witness's opportunity to observe what happened and the extent to which the opinion is based on that observation. Opinion evidence was received to help you reach a conclusion. However, you are not bound by the opinion of any witness. During the trial, a witness was told to assume certain facts and then was asked for an opinion based upon that assumption. This is called a hypothetical question. The opinion does not establish the truth of the facts upon which it is based. Consider the opinion only if you believe the assumed facts upon which it was based have been proved. If you find that the facts stated in the hypothetical question have not been proved, then the opinion based on those facts should not be given any weight. A defendant in a criminal case has the absolute constitutional right not to testify. The defendant's decision not to testify must not be considered by you in any way and must not influence your verdict in any manner. It is the duty of the jury to scrutinize and to weigh the testimony of witnesses and to determine the effect of the evidence as a whole. You are the sole judges of the credibility, that is the believability of the witnesses and the weight to be given to their testimony. In your determination of credibility, you must avoid bias, conscious or unconscious, based on a witness's race, national origin, religion, age, ability, gender identity, sexual orientation, education, income level, or any other personal characteristic. In determining the credibility of each witness and the weight you give to the testimony of each witness, consider these factors: whether the witness has an interest or lack of interest in the result of the trial, the witness's conduct, appearance, and demeanor on the witness stand, the clearness or the lack of clearness of the witness's recollection, the opportunity the witness had for observing and for knowing the matters the witness testified about, the reasonableness of the witness's testimony, the apparent intelligence of the witness, bias or prejudice, if any has been shown, possible motives for falsifying testimony, and all other facts and circumstances during the trial which tend either to support or to discredit the testimony. Then give to the testimony of each witness the weight you believe it should receive. There is no magic way for you to evaluate the testimony. Instead, you should use your common sense and experience. In everyday life, you determine for yourselves the reliability of things people say to you, and you should do the same thing here. In reaching your verdict, examine the evidence with care and caution. Act with judgment, reason, and prudence. Defendants are not required to prove their innocence. The law presumes every person charged with the commission of an offense to be innocent. This presumption requires a finding of not guilty, unless in your deliberations you find it is overcome by evidence that satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. The burden of establishing every fact necessary to constitute guilt is upon the state. Before you can return a verdict of guilty, the evidence must satisfy you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. If you can reconcile the evidence upon any reasonable hypothesis consistent with the defendant's innocence, you must do so and return a verdict of not guilty. The term reasonable doubt means a doubt based upon reason and common sense. It is a doubt for which a reason can be given, arising from a fair and rational consideration of the evidence or lack of evidence. It means such a doubt as would cause a person of ordinary prudence to pause or hesitate when called upon to act in the most important affairs in life. A reasonable doubt is not a doubt which is based on mere guesswork or speculation. A doubt which arises merely from sympathy or from fear to return a verdict of guilt is not a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a doubt such as may be used to escape the responsibility of a decision. While it is your duty to give the defendant the benefit of every reasonable doubt, you are not to search for doubt. You are to search for the truth. Consider carefully the closing arguments of the attorneys, but their arguments and conclusions and opinions are not evidence. Draw your own conclusions from the evidence and decide upon your verdict according to the evidence under the instructions that I have given to you. State, are you prepared to proceed?
Yes.
Please do so.
Ladies and gentlemen, at the beginning of this trial, I told you that I was going to ask you to do two things then. I'm asking you to do the same two things now, and to use your common sense and search for the truth. That is what the bulk of those instructions are telling you to do. You have heard all of the evidence in this case. You have heard from dozens of witnesses. You have seen hundreds of images, watched stacks of videos. You are fully equipped to determine what the facts are, what it is that happened on April 1st and April 2nd. All of that information has rendered you capable of rendering fair and rational verdicts. And the judge has instructed you on the law, and shortly, probably not today, but when you come back tomorrow, it's going to be your time to let your voice heard after hearing everything that you have heard. On the night of April 1st, 2024, into April 2nd, 2024, Sade Robinson was murdered. She was taken to Warnemont Park, cut into pieces, dispersed mostly into Lake Michigan, her car taken to the north side of Milwaukee and burned behind an abandoned building at 30th and Lisbon. And the evidence in this case has shown you beyond a reasonable doubt that the individual responsible for those intentional acts is Maxwell Anderson. This is my opportunity to summarize the evidence for you, and I'm going to do it in kind of essentially the form of a timeline on the TV screen here. So we'll start out with Sade's day. And Sade Robinson, she was a 19-year-old young woman just coming into adulthood. She was anything and everything that any 19-year-old would want to be. She worked a job. She worked 2 jobs. She went to MATC. She was supporting herself. She had her small Lower East Side apartment, modest. And most of all, she was loved and respected by her family. She was fun, social, and clearly anybody knew her, cared about her deeply, until she came into contact with 33-year-old Maxwell Anderson. At 9 a.m., April 1st, Sade left her apartment at 1858 North Commerce Street. She is wearing the last clothes she would ever wear, that white cable knit top, the black puffy coat, the ripped jeans, and the white shoes. And she went to work at Pizza Shuttle. She arrived at Pizza Shuttle over there on North Farwell Avenue on the Lower East Side around 9:15 a.m., and she worked her shift, just like any other day of her life. Beginning around 4:15 p.m., she began texting with Maxwell Anderson. They had met the previous weekend at Victor's. You saw the video of her going into Victor's and then him walking her out. And it's clear that they were intending to meet up that night. And Maxwell Anderson says, why not Twisted Fisherman? And this text conversation begins around 4:15 p.m., and they agree to meet there shortly after 5 p.m. We know from the cellular records where each of them are at those times. Maxwell Anderson is over at his house on South 39th Street, and Sade is up here at Twisted Fisherman. When her shift is over, she goes to meet him at the Twisted Fisherman. Maxwell Anderson takes an Uber ride. Sade leaves work at 5, and the phone information shows them both moving towards the Twisted Fisherman right around the same time. And we know that Maxwell Anderson walks in to the Twisted Fisherman at 5:09 p.m. wearing that black Carhartt shirt that would later be found in his laundry, and the red plaid jacket that police found inside Maxwell Anderson's house that you know has Sade Robinson's DNA on it and Maxwell Anderson's DNA on it. 5:11, 2 minutes after he gets there, he sits down at the bar. He sends a text to Sade, just got to Twisted. Sade arrives around 5:20. We know that from about 5:20 p.m. to 6:24 p.m., the two of them sit at Twisted Fisherman. They eat, they have some drinks. They both take shots. In fact, at one point, Sade turns down a shot. But they're just hanging out. And after 6:24 p.m., the two of them leave Twisted Fisherman together. They walk out, and they walk together to Sade Robinson's 2020 Honda Civic that she has driven there. Sade drives the two of them from Twisted Fisherman to Dukes on Water. We know they travel to Dukes on Water between 6:24 p.m., arriving there just around 6:33 p.m., and you saw the video of them parking. Sade, again, driving, Maxwell Anderson riding passenger, just the two of them. They walk into Dukes on Water at 6:36 p.m., consistent with the phone information showing them arrive at Dukes on Water at 6:36 p.m. At 9:03 p.m., actually, I'll go back up. They stay there. They hang out right here. Maxwell Anderson is drinking. He's having multiple drinks. Sade's got a couple drinks. Mr. Anderson takes it upon himself to play a few games of bar dice, and he takes several shots. But at no point at any time when they're at Twisted Fisherman or Dukes on Water is Sade Robinson doing anything that comes close to excessive drinking or anything like that. In fact, when you watch her on these videos, she is totally coherent. She has her wits about her. When they leave at 9:03 p.m., she's fine. They walk out together. She's not stumbling. She's totally fine. They walk together to her car. She gets in the driver's seat, and he gets in the passenger seat, and it's just the two of them who leave the bar together. And ladies and gentlemen, this video right here that's playing on the screen and the surrounding videos that watch Sade going into her car, this is the last time Sade Robinson was in public with anybody else. That young lady who's in Dukes, who she gives a hug to at the end of the night when they're leaving, that's the last person other than the defendant who she was with, who she had contact with. That's what the evidence shows. After this time, they leave, and we know exactly what route they took. Through the videos from downtown, they drove Sade Robinson driving, Mr. Anderson riding passenger. They take McKinley up. They get on the interstate. They drive to the south side. This is occurring from 9:04 to 9:14 p.m. By 9:14 to 9:25, they're getting off the interstate, heading westbound on Morgan Avenue. It's the Holt Avenue exit, but it's Morgan Avenue to the west of the interstate. And they go and they arrive at his residence just around 9:20 to 9:25 p.m. That's what the phone records confirm. And that is what the videos, here's one of them from around Sade's residence, show as well. You had the videos of them pulling into the alley. All of this confirming, by the way, that Sade Robinson's phone is essentially wherever her car is that night, right? It's at Pizza Shuttle when she's working, it's at Twisted Fisherman when she's there, and it goes back to her with Maxwell Anderson after they leave Dukes. And they don't stop anywhere. Remember that. When they leave Dukes, they don't stop anywhere. It's a continuous trip on that Life 360 app from Dukes to Mr. Anderson's home, and they arrive there at 9:20 p.m. And we know that after 9:20 p.m., 9:23, this is that really small video that shows them coming into his backyard at 9:24 p.m. She has parked her car in the alley, just the two of them, and they come inside at 9:24. And by 9:25 p.m., they are upstairs. That motion light is on. And you heard from the detective who watched this video for hundreds of hours. You saw a lot of the clips from here overnight, some of them pretty cumbersome, but what did that establish that happened? It established that they were both there in Maxwell Anderson's apartment, and there is constant movement coming from that upstairs front window, starting at 9:25 p.m. when they're up there and going essentially on and off all the way up until 12:45 a.m., at which time all movement at that house, in that front window, and in that backyard by that back gate stops. What else happens in that time? You see movement beginning at 11:24 p.m. in the side yard. Here's the slide that shows their phones remaining there, corroborating what the video shows of her car arriving there as well. At 11:25 p.m., we see that movement in the side yard beginning. Then there's movement again after 11:25 p.m. on and off in that above front room. 12:05 to 12:08 a.m., what do we know is happening? We know that Maxwell Anderson is on his phone, traversing his photo gallery, where he has, by 12:05, already acquired pictures, already taken pictures of Sade Robinson incapacitated on his couch. She is face down. Her face is buried in his couch cushion. He has her breast exposed, and he is grabbing her right breast, the breast that would later be cut off of her body, and pulling her pants down. And you know from the search warrant of the house, this right here is that brown ottoman, this right here is the red couch. Between the movement in that front window and these photographs, you know that Sade Robinson became incapacitated while she was in that front room of Maxwell Anderson's house, laying on his couch, face down. She is out of it there. Out of it. He is grabbing her because he knows he can, because she's not going to do anything about it. She has no power. You can see that in those photos. Her face down in the cushions. 12:44 a.m. This is the last movement in that side yard. And if you recall, I made it a point to ask about the two blinking lights from her car, the Honda Civic. You saw it in the video from when they left Dukes on Water, and you see it in this video from across the street. It's faint, but it's there. This is the time, ladies and gentlemen, where Maxwell Anderson is removing Sade's body from his house, taking her to the car. It's now time to get rid of her, and he's got to do it in her car. He needs the car away from his home. He needs to get rid of anything that's going to tie her back to his home. He needs that car gone. He needs her gone. 12:47 a.m. is when we see the car leaving the house, going southbound, exiting onto Euclid, and from there you saw an exhausting amount of videos showing the car driving away from his house, northbound to the north side of Milwaukee. That was 12:49, 12:51 going northbound on 35th Street, passing Badger Ham, 12:53 a.m. northbound, passing 35th and Greenfield, and eventually we get the exact route that is taken when we get the phone records. He drove northbound on 35th, he went to the downtown area, and he ultimately exited the interstate just prior to 1 o'clock a.m. Remember, this timestamp was off by about 2 minutes and I thought it was 2 minutes, 40 seconds or so that the detective said. That is her car. We know it's her car because this camera happens to have a license plate reader. And that license plate reader is putting her on that exit ramp downtown at the exact same time that her phone, her Life 360 and Verizon records show that car would be exiting at that same time. What can you conclude from that? You can conclude that her phone is in that car. She's in that car. Someone's driving that car. It's Maxwell Anderson. Continues to drive. He goes up Commerce, passes by her apartment building. I know something of defense was trying to make some note of it. They never stop at her apartment building. There's no evidence that happened whatsoever, and the detectives reviewed hours and hours of video footage from her apartment building to ensure that car never came back and that Sade never came back to the apartment. He didn't stop there, and these records confirm that. What does he do? He drives the car with her body up into the River West area by about 1:33 a.m. There he is at 106, driving her past Commerce Street, passing Lakefront Brewery. And then he heads into River West. You saw the video of the car in River West off of Dowsman near Pleasant Valley Park along the Milwaukee River. And what do we know happens while he's out and about driving around? His phone dies. He leaves his phone behind. That was done on purpose. Because look at all the records we have showing where her phone traveled and where his phone traveled before this time. He left it behind to cover up. That's why he did that. And we know that because we looked at it, and you heard from the analyst today who said that all activity on that cell phone stopped after 12:08 a.m., right after he's deleting pictures of Sade Robinson on his phone, of him grabbing her. Phone dies at 1:35 a.m. while he's driving her car around trying to get rid of her and trying to get rid of the car. He goes down Capitol. You saw the two videos showing the car going down Capitol. He doubles back towards the interstate. And by 2:20 to 2:25, he's back on the interstate heading back towards downtown. He eventually goes down through downtown on Interstate 94, ends up heading sort of west over to Greenfield, and then he comes back. And where do we know that he's heading at this time? He's heading to Warnemont Park. The phone records show that between 2:34 and 2:39, he's on the interstate, getting off on College Avenue. We saw the video of him exiting on College Avenue. And you saw the video of the car going through the airport tunnel in the direction of Warnemont Park. No stops being made, by the way. 251, he's passing by St. Luke's Hospital, going north on Lake Drive, all in an effort to ultimately end right here, Warnemont Park. Keep in mind what Agent Reinerth testified to, the 4 dwellings that Sade Robinson's Life 360 showed. There were 4 of them. Twisted Fisherman, her own work, or excuse me, Twisted Fisherman, Dukes on Water, Maxwell Anderson's house, and Warnemont Park, where she ends up. And her phone stays there for over 2.5 hours. Excuse me, an hour and a half. 2:52 is the arrival time, 4:33 a.m. That's the time the phone is there. We know at 2:52, her car is passing by the water department. And by 2:53 a.m., this was one of the first videos we saw, there's the Honda Civic going down Pulaski Avenue, going down the service road and ramming the gate to get down that service road, that steep road that you saw a photo of today when Chloe Wright was testifying. Why ram the gate? He knows how to get down there without ramming the gate. You saw a photo of the place, the way that they would walk down. You ram the gate because there is a body in the car that you have to get rid of, that you can't carry. He rams the gate. We know it's using her car because the crime lab fitted the broken pieces of Honda back to her vehicle. No question about whose car was used to ram that gate. It was Sade Robinson's Honda Civic. From 2:52 to 4:30 a.m., like I said, the phone remains in that location. What is that location? That is Maxwell Anderson's secret beach. It's the place, of all the places in Milwaukee County to go, of all the places to go, Sade's body ends up at his secret beach. He chose that location on purpose. You heard the reasons why today. It's secluded. He didn't even want to tell Chloe Wright what the name of the place was. He wants to keep it to himself. And you've seen the photos of it. You've seen how high those cliffs are. This is the middle of the night on a Monday into a Tuesday in a rainy early April evening. No one's going to catch him in the act. It's pitch black down there. It's the perfect place in his mind to take her to accomplish this, because he knew he had work to do. He needed to cut her up and get rid of her. So he takes her to a place he knows and a place he trusts, a place he knows he's not going to get caught. You saw the videos of the person who we now know as Maxwell Anderson ascending and descending the bluffs on the north side of the pump house, the side where her leg would later be found on April 2nd, going up the exact paths that Chloe Wright told you they would take to go down there and hang out. The exact paths. This is the time, ladies and gentlemen, where he is cutting up her body. She is dead. Now it's time for him to get rid of her. So that's where he goes. He takes her to his place. You saw in the video when he's coming up the bluff at 4:26 a.m., he's down there for over an hour and a half. And in that time, you heard gruesomely all that was done to Sade. All the cutting. The blunt force trauma to her bones. All of it done to get rid of her, to make her disappear. That's what he wanted to do. That's what he tried to do. And he did it in this time frame. From about 3 a.m. when he got there to 4:30 when he left. Now is time for him to get rid of her car. So what does he do? 4:34, he drives her car out of Warnemont Park. We know he heads northbound on Lake Drive. We know that because Sade's phone is still in his car. Here's the record showing the direction of travel. From the site where the leg is found, her body is dispersed. headed northbound on Lake Drive, westbound on Howard Avenue here until the phone goes off the network. There's the video of him going by. And there's the last clip before it gets to the north side. And by 4:50 a.m., it is at 27th and Wells, where you can see the driver is a white person. You can see that in this video, and you can see how fogged up it is, and you can see how there's something covering the back window. He then drives north, circles the area of 32nd and Vliet, tries to go down this dead end near 34th and McKinley, but activates a ring light, so he decides, I got to go to a different place than this. There's no reason for him to drive down that street. Circles around until about 5:20 a.m. when he goes off camera and reappears at 6:50. And it is at this point, ladies and gentlemen, that he is in the 31st and Galena playground. This is the area where her leg is found, her left leg. That gap shows that during that time period, he went into that playground to dispose of her leg. By 7:30 a.m., you saw the video of him walking away from the burning car, where we now know from the crime lab he used an ignitable petroleum distillate to light the car on fire. And he walks away. And the trail of videos capture him walking southbound on 30th. He goes down Walnut Street. Trail of videos captures him all the way at 8:12 when he boards a Milwaukee County Transit bus, where his face is clearly visible, clear as day, and he's wearing a hoodie, that gray hoodie that would later end up in a dumpster 2 houses down from his. Tried to get rid of it, but he didn't. They found it. And whose DNA is on the hoodie? That is not the hoodie he's wearing on the date, by the way. That's the hoodie he's wearing after he has just dismembered a body and burned a car. And whose DNA is on it? His and Sade's. What are the chances of that? It's because he did it. It's because he's responsible. And he takes the bus home. He sits there, not a single time pulling out his phone. Why? Because he left it back home on purpose. And then by 8:42, walking in his back gate with that massive backpack that we have never found. He got rid of it. And whatever else was in it and whatever else was used, he tried to get rid of everything. He tried to cover up. And what does he do after he gets home? He powers up his phone and he sends a text. Morning, how's work going? Disgusting. Right after he's just burned her car, killed her. Why did he do that? He's covering up. He's trying to cover his tracks. He's trying to make sure everything seems normal. Same reason he went to work that day. Couldn't let his routine go out. He needed to maintain appearances, despite the fact that in the middle of the night, he's out cutting up a human body and burning a car. And by 5:29, Sade's leg is found on April 2nd. By 9 p.m. that day, she's reported missing, and the welfare checks begin. By 1 p.m. on the 4th, Mr. Anderson's arrested. And we know that in the subsequent days and month later, April 18th, May 11th, additional body parts are found. Her head, her right breast have never been found. He succeeded in getting rid of those. That's what happened. Those are the facts. That's what the evidence showed. Now you have to decide, based on the law given to you, the crimes. I want to focus on the homicide count. There's 4 charges. Numbers 2, 3, and 4 are pretty self-explanatory, and you have them in writing. Mutilating a corpse, hiding a corpse. Counts 2 and 4 are essentially the same elements. Count 3, the arson, pretty self-explanatory. But now you're given this first-degree intentional as well as first-degree reckless homicide. First-degree intentional homicide has 2 elements that I have to prove. I have to prove that the defendant caused the death of Sade Robinson and acted with the intent to kill. While the law requires that he acted with the intent to kill, it does not require that that intent exists for any given period of time. In fact, it says it may be formed at any time before the act, including the instant before the act. And you're also instructed that intent should not be confused with motive. While proof of intent is necessary, proof of motive is not. Motive being the reason why someone did something. That's not what we have to prove. We have to prove intent. And only if you don't all agree that he is guilty of first-degree intentional homicide, which I'm confident you will, do you even look at first-degree reckless homicide. The defendant caused the death of Sade Robinson, caused the death by criminally reckless conduct under circumstances that showed utter disregard for human life. Did he show any regard for life at all? No. So how do we know this was intentional? Everything you heard shows this was intentional. Consider all the things he intentionally did and the reasonable inferences from those actions. At 9:25 p.m., when Sade drives him and herself to his house, just the two of them, they went inside, and we know from before that she is coherent, she is not drinking excessively, she's in control of herself. But by 12:05, she is completely incapacitated, face down on his couch, and Anderson is grabbing her exposed right breast with no reaction from her whatsoever. He's pulling her pants down, taking photos while doing these things. This shows she was completely incapacitated, if not deceased, by that time. Consider all the acts to this point. He has her at his house, on his furniture, completely deprived of any strength or power over herself. He's then taking pictures and then intentionally takes her car and her and drives her away because he's now got to get her out of there, and he has to separate himself from her and her car. He drives with seemingly minimal direction, leaves his phone behind, brings with him a huge bag, some kind of a tool to cut up the body, takes her to a place he knows well, all done in the middle of the night. He takes her to Warnemont Park, cuts her body up, drives away, goes to the north side, goes to the 31st and Galena playground, discards her leg. He intentionally picks an abandoned building to leave her car behind, something that he has no connection to. Intentionally stuffs her clothing that she is wearing that night. The underpants literally pulled off of her body, still in the jeans when they're found partially burned in her trunk. Stuffs her clothes in her trunk. Uses a petroleum distillate to light the car on fire. All of that stuff was done on purpose. He then heads home, powers up his phone, and texts her. Everything about this is intentional. If it was unintentional, if it was anything else, you don't cut her up and do everything you can to get rid of her. If it was an accident, you get her some help. You don't try to make her disappear. And we know from the medical examiner, there is no other explanation. There was no natural disease, no toxicology reason whatsoever for this. If it was unintentional, he wouldn't have had the wherewithal to do everything he did so quickly. Think about it. In just hours, she went from literally driving a car to being incapacitated and him somehow being able to pull off getting her to Warnemont Park and cutting her up. He's only able to do that if he knew what he was doing, knew how he wanted to do it. This only happens with the intent to kill. Consider what Dr. Karsten today and the medical examiner talked about, the amount of work done to break her bones and cut up her limbs and cut off her head. The efforts to cover this up were extraordinary and they were horrific. Consider the cutting off of her breast, her right breast. That's not something you do unless you have a desire to do it. It doesn't facilitate getting rid of the body. It takes additional time. He did it because he wanted to do it. All the stab wounds near her breast and on her torso. That was done out of a sick desire to do harm to her. That's the only reason that is done. Cutting off the breast, dismembering limbs, beheading her. Those acts, simply put, ladies and gentlemen, are the acts of a killer. They are not the acts of someone who is acting on impulse in a moment or acting on emotion, Who does this? What kind of person cuts someone's head off? A killer who's trying to get away with killing. His actions afterwards betray any innocence. That's how the evidence shows that what Maxwell Anderson did to Sade Robinson was an intentional homicide. There is no question behind the intent, and there's no question about the person responsible for doing it. The killer is him. He's the last person to be with her, the last one texting her, the last one whose residence she was at, the last one who had her car, the last one who had her phone, the last one who was with her. The one who burned her car. He did everything he could to try to get away with it. He tried to cover up. He tried to fool the police. He's trying to fool all of you, but he doesn't get to do that. You've all seen the evidence. It's time that you let the evidence speak the truth and you find him guilty.
I'm going to take that down then, or just close it. Good afternoon, everyone. Wanted to start by telling you what the purpose of closing argument is. It's, of course, my chance to speak to you. This is my last chance to speak to you as jurors. I don't get a rebuttal. The state does, so they still have an opportunity to come up here and speak to you again. This is the only opportunity that I have, and so I just wanted you to be aware of that. When I got up here in opening, it feels like ages ago now, it was 2 weeks ago when I stood up here and talked to all of you, and you've listened to a lot of testimony, I asked you to keep an open mind and to study the evidence closely. And I'm going to make the same request of you here today, tomorrow, when you deliberate, to study the evidence closely. You've been given a mountain of materials, and the judge has read a lot of instructions to you, and I want to talk a little bit about those instructions because as you hear Judge Crivello reading the instructions, it sort of goes on and on, but you're going to be given copies of those to take back with you to study closely and examine. And I ask that you look at those closely and pay careful attention to everything you heard in this case. The most important principle in the criminal justice system is the idea that a person can only be convicted if the district attorney's office has proven a case beyond a reasonable doubt. That principle has been with us for hundreds of years since the country was founded. The reason why that principle is so important is because it's crucial that when somebody is charged with the most serious of crimes, that we have absolute proof beyond a reasonable doubt by the district attorney's office, that when they decide to bring such serious charges against a person, that you are convinced beyond any reasonable doubt that, in fact, Mr. Anderson committed each one of these crimes. When Judge Crivello spoke to you, she talked about what reasonable doubt means. Reasonable doubt means a doubt based upon reason and common sense. It is a doubt for which a reason can be given, arising from a fair and rational consideration of the evidence or lack of evidence. So you can look at evidence as well as lack of evidence. It means such a doubt that would cause a person of ordinary prudence, meaning any of us, to pause or hesitate when called upon to act in the most important affairs of life. And of course, this is the most important affairs of life because you are deciding Mr. Anderson's guilt on, or whether he's not guilty on each of the counts. Another important instruction that the judge had read is that each verdict, each count in this case, requires a separate analysis. And when I listened to the state's closing, I heard a lot about what their theory is with respect to intentional acts that they believe were committed after Sade passed away. I heard a lot about intentional acts that that Mr. Vance Cruzan talked about in opening and again here in closing. But I want to emphasize that when you go back to the jury room and you evaluate the evidence, you are required to evaluate each count separately. And what the judge told you, what Judge Crivello said when she read the instructions a little bit ago, is that your verdict for the crime charged in one count must not affect your verdict on any other count. Why is that important? It's important because this is a highly emotional case, obviously. We all know that. We all know that it's that type of case. And we'll just call a spade a spade. I mean, we have a victim's family sitting right here. We just heard them applause when the state finished their argument. I don't criticize them at all, what they're going through. It's not at all what I'm here to do. I can't even imagine it. Can't imagine it. But here's how the system works. We get 12 jurors together. We have 15 of you here, and you've been amazing jurors, all of you, here on time, ready to go, listen to everything. And what we try to do when we're representing somebody and representing Mr. Anderson is we try to pay attention to what's happening in court, but also all of you, because your decision is what really matters. It's not what Mr. Vance Curzan says. It's not what I say. It's really what all of you say once you go back in that jury room and carefully consider the evidence or lack of evidence. And it's important to evaluate each one of these counts separately. And the judge told you, as hard as that can be in cases like this, to try to check your emotions at the door. I know it's hard. I don't think any of us envy any of aspect of what our jobs are. We all have a job to do. The most important job is yours, and it's to check your emotion at the door, put aside passion, put aside prejudice, and look at the case from the evidence. That's all I ask you to do. And on each count, render a separate verdict, unanimously. All of you agree. And there's a number of things I could say to you. The idea here is that each side is given 45 minutes. I don't know if I need 45 minutes when you've sat here and heard everything the same way I've heard everything, and the same way the state has heard everything. We try to look at the jurors to see some people are taking lots of notes, some people are taking less notes, and at the end of the day, really it's just what you remember and what you ask to see. That's what counts. And you can ask to see anything. You can make a request when you go back there of the judge to view videos again, if that's something that you'd like to do, or look at DNA reports or look at photographs. You can make those requests, and I would encourage you to do so. And so I'm going to touch on some of the points that I think are important. You may agree with me, disagree with me, but this is my chance to present to you what I think are the important points in Max's defense. We do have separate crimes that are charged here. Obviously, if we broke them into sort of broad categories, there's the state's theory that Max intended to kill Sade Robinson. So that seems to be the glaring charge, of course, that is here. We also have charges of dismemberment, hiding a corpse, and arson of a vehicle. I'm not going to go through each of the elements of every one of these crimes with all of you, because that will go back with you to the jury room, and you can read those and decide. But we start with the fact that everything the state showed you in this case was that Max had met Sade. You saw the videos that were just played again in closing. The two of them met each other, and the two of them went out in public. They texted, they made arrangements to go out, and they went to places. When you watch the videos, they went to places that Max is known. Places where he was interacting in a friendly way with bartenders, where people were talking to him on a first name basis, where he's shaking hands with people, where he's having normal drinks, normal behavior. They go to Twisted Fisherman. They spend time there together. There's nothing in the videos that you've seen that suggests that Max is planning to do anything like an intentional homicide. There's nothing in the text messages that even comes close to suggesting that. Because, of course, intent does have to be formed at some point, as they just said, and as the judge told you, before a person passes away. Nothing about the Twisted Fisherman video shows for 1 minute an intent to kill. And the same is true with Dukes. They go there, they're sitting at the edge of the bar, they're playing beer pong with another couple that shows up. Again, you can see, even if you want to watch the video again, you can see when Max leaves, he's saying goodbye to people that know him. Obviously, he used to work at Twisted Fisherman, we know, because he had to pick up his W-2 there. He's known at Dukes. So this is not any evidence at all that Max intended to kill Sade. And like many people do, they went out after drinking and they went back to his house. We asked you in jury selection, all of you, we asked the question of whether or not you would insist that a defendant testify. The defendant has a constitutional right not to. That's a hard principle for some people to embrace. You don't have to testify. The system doesn't require that. It's human nature. It's to want to hear sometimes, like we say to our children sometimes, what did you do? What happened? Give me the side of your story. But that's how we handle things in our personal lives and not what is required here in court. And I am just going to address the elephant in the room. Max didn't testify, right? We all saw that. And maybe some of you were thinking to yourselves that you wanted to hear from him. Maybe all of you were thinking that. Certainly, members of the public might have been thinking that. But he's not required to do that. The judge told you that. He's not required to give any explanation or prove his innocence. The system does not ever require a defendant to prove their innocence. It requires the state to prove that he intentionally killed her. I didn't see any evidence of intent when I sat through this trial. The state points out things that they say Mr. Anderson did after the fact, which would demonstrate, if he had done it, an intent to commit other crimes, mutilation of a corpse. But I didn't see anything, and I listened carefully, and I know all of you did too, that shows any intent to kill. And that's how it started, and now there's a reckless homicide charge that you're supposed to consider as well, but I didn't see or hear any testimony about Mr. Anderson acting recklessly towards Sade at all. And those elements have to be proven. It has to be proven. In words, as the jury instruction said, words, actions, behavior before the event. Well, what are they pointing to? I'm asking that question. What are they pointing to? They're pointing to things afterwards that they say Mr. Anderson did, which they want you to bootstrap into a conviction on an intentional homicide. But that's not what the law says you're supposed to do. The law says you're supposed to look at each count separately. The law says that a defendant doesn't have to prove his innocence. The law says that they have to prove intent or recklessness beyond a reasonable doubt. The highest possible burden you could imagine. Not just that we think he might have done it, or last person with her could have done it, but that he intended to do it, or that he did it recklessly. And I don't know, based on this record, candidly, how she died. I don't know that any of us do. The medical examiner doesn't. Medical examiner is unable to tell us that answer. It's their job. Certainly the anthropologist we heard from doesn't know. And I talked about this with all of you in opening, that they have the burden to prove everything beyond a reasonable doubt. And if they don't, we don't have to put on any evidence. We don't have to put Max on the stand. We don't have to call witnesses to say A, B, and C. And I told you in opening, we weren't going to dispute, I forget what I said exactly, but I probably said we won't dispute 90+% of the case, because we don't. Everything Mr. Vance Curzan just showed you about the vehicle traveling to these locations, we dispute the big things, that it's Mr. Anderson intending to kill her or recklessly kill her. We dispute that he committed the other crimes, but the fact that they went on a date, the fact that they were together, the fact that they were friendly with each other, they drank, no dispute. The vehicle being shown on camera all over the place, the locations it went, no dispute. What we do dispute are a number of important points that I don't think have been proven. You never once see Max getting into this Honda Civic. Nor do you see him getting out of the Honda Civic. You don't see him get in and you don't see him get out. And there was a video that was played very early on in the trial that all of you will remember because it was day 1 or day 2, but there was a video of the Honda Civic when it is in flames, basically on Lisbon Avenue, if we all remember that. And there's 2 women on the street who are on tape pointing in that direction. And you can obviously see that Max is in that area. I told you in opening, sometimes people can be in the wrong place at the wrong time. I don't have to prove, I have no burden to prove why Max was in that area. That is burden shifting, is not required. They have to prove that he was the one that exited the driver's door of that car and lit it on fire. They did not call either of those women in their case. They could have chosen to call either of those 2 women on the street and put them on the stand and say, is that the guy who lit the car? Or is that the guy walking near the car? Big difference. They could have asked him any question they wanted. Of course, we would have been able to ask questions too, but they could have put, her name is Laura Dyer, you heard that through other witnesses. They could have put Laura Dyer on the stand and asked her, who were you pointing to? What were you seeing? What did you observe in the minutes leading up to that? Who got out of the car? What side did they get out of, ma'am? What side did they get out of? if they got out of the car? How did they light the car on fire? They could have asked all of those questions and answered all of those questions for you. And we know for sure that she was shown a photo array because I asked one of the detectives about the photo array procedure. We know for sure it was shown, and they didn't introduce it. I'm not here to hide a thing. Study it all. Study every piece of evidence that they gave you in this case. But they didn't call Laura Dyer, who I would argue would be the one witness you would call in your case if you wanted to prove that Max lit that car on fire, instead of being near it. And if we work from there forward, if we look at his behavior afterwards, Max's behavior, it's Max there, his behavior afterwards, they haven't proven what was in his backpack. But if we look at his behavior afterwards, he is not, as they just said, concealing his identity. Now, if you lit a car on fire, there's 4 ways you can go: north, south, east, or west. And I would argue that the last direction you would go is right down to Lisbon Avenue if you did that, onto a public street with cars whizzing by and buzzes everywhere and getting on a public bus. Actually, if you looked at the video, there's an alley right there. The more logical way to go is just dart up through that alley, get away, duck through houses and backyards and run. Max is walking. But look at his shoes, because their theory that they've given you in this case is that Max, prior to this, first of all, their theory is he killed her in his house without Pete Warbington hearing a thing, who's right below him. No struggle, no stabbing, no nothing, no help, nothing. But their theory is he killed her there, but then in the rainy day, pouring rain for days, muddy path down to Warnemont Beach, their theory is that Max did all of that. Why on earth, when he is walking on Lisbon Avenue, and you can watch the videos, look at the shoes. They're pure white soles. At least the sides, even the detectives testified to that. His shoes are white. Somebody who has been trudging through the mud, dispersing body parts in Warnemont Park in the pouring rain, in the bad conditions, does not have white shoes. No way. Muddy shoes, for sure. Watch the whole bus video. He doesn't, as they said, he doesn't pull out a phone or he sits there the whole time. Shoes are white. That is inconsistent with somebody having been at Warnemont Beach earlier and doing all of these things just a few hours earlier that they say. The sweatshirt that was located in the trash can, we had some testimony a few days about that. I don't know what to make of that. I don't know if it was planted. I don't know how that sweatshirt got in that trash can. But I know that if somebody was trying to destroy evidence, they could burn it right in the backyard. There's a burn pit right there, and they would be unlikely to ditch it right in the alley 2 houses down from them. Seems like a really unlikely thing to do. But what you didn't hear about the sweatshirt, and we know it's found on April 12th, after Max has been arrested. He was arrested on April 4th. So 8 days later, they find this sweatshirt. And how on earth is a detective, I think it was Lopez, how on earth is a detective on April 8th, he told you his job was to go down this alley to look in the trash cans. Remember, he was going to go look for clothes or evidence. If you were going down an alley to look for clothes or evidence, and he's now telling you, I remember seeing a sweatshirt in a trash can, but I just left it there. His job was to look for a sweatshirt or any clothes. I just find it really hard to believe. I think he's not being honest when he says that. I find it really hard to believe that if you found a sweatshirt in a trash can when that was your job to go the alley behind Max's home, you would grab it. And the trash came through on April 8th. Max is in jail. And there is none of Sade's blood on that sweatshirt. We were just told, again, he's wearing that sweatshirt supposedly when he dismembered a human corpse. The amount of blood and bodily fluid that would require, look at the video of him on the bus. If you can see a speck, there's no gloves on him. There are gloves at Warnemont Beach, which exclude him, but there's no blood on him at all. There's nothing on his hands. He's not wearing gloves. Max's DNA is also not on the driver's door of Sade's car, which is lit on fire, but her DNA is. So if their theory is that the DNA on the car driver's door was washed off by the fire department, why is Sade's DNA there? And his isn't. It's because he didn't close the driver's door. was in the wrong place at the wrong time. And they swabbed everything. It was really boring. Some of the aspects of the trial were really boring for all of us because you had to sit here and watch grainy videos of what a detective thinks they see upstairs, and you have to listen to us on our end bore you, unfortunately, at times by going through all of the DNA evidence. But for crying out loud, this was the most swabbed home I've ever seen in my life. Swabbed everything. Everything. Ask for the report. None of Sade's blood is anywhere in that home. But she's been stabbed. He doesn't have any blood on him at all for a stabbing. And they don't have any weapon that they can connect to him that he ever used for this stabbing. Or however she died, they don't know. But they do know for sure the DNA excludes him. It excludes him because her blood isn't in his home. Her DNA isn't anywhere in there. There's no smell of bleach. There's no indication he cleaned up. I would argue this does not look like a cleaned up place at all. Look at the photos. And there was a hair found on a proximal bone, one of Sade's bones, the hair that was found, and they thought for sure that's going to be Max's hair. We have a hair on a bone. I guarantee that's why they tested it. And look at the report. The hair on one of Sade's bones excluded him. Wasn't his. The video of the house, there's look at the pictures if you want to. It's grainy, it's poor quality. I also heard Rachel Smith said she spent 100 hours or whatever she said about the quantity of hours looking at video. The reality about the video is, again, we don't dispute that Max and Sade went back to his house. We don't dispute that they were there. Which silhouette is what or what it shows, your guess is as good as mine. I know that the FBI could look at it if they wanted to and was never asked of them to do that. They offer a witness with no specialized training in an effort to convict Max of homicide to say, well, I saw this silhouette and that silhouette, but they didn't do any height analysis. They didn't ask the FBI to be involved, and it doesn't show anything that we don't already agree happened. They were back together. But that front window was piled full of plants and other debris and miscellaneous things in there, so it's unlikely that there's really a whole lot of interaction you can truly see. It's probably dogs run around. I don't think Max is so sophisticated of a guy. I'm representing him. We heard from Pete Warbington. I don't know that Max is the most sophisticated guy out here. He's a smart guy, but he's working 3 days a week. He's a bartender. And Pete Warbington says, I complain about a hydraulic arm. He won't fix it. And Max doesn't like hearing that he's a bad landlord. I know. But the reality is that he's not a highly sophisticated guy where they introduced all sorts of evidence of his planning and research on wanting to kill someone. 30-some years living in the area, working for a decade as a bartender, well-known throughout the city. They didn't introduce one weird thing about him. No psychological profile evidence to show you that he fits the pattern of someone who's going to just decide, I'm going to kill someone tonight after a date where I went everywhere that everybody knows me, and I've never researched it, and I've never looked into it, nor have I even so much as looked at how to dispose of a body or remove body parts, which you can only imagine what kind of feat that is. Use your common knowledge of even examples you can think of cooking about how hard it might be at Thanksgiving to remove a turkey leg, let alone a human. No research on it, no planning on it at all. Again, that's because he didn't have any such plan to do anything like that. It's not that secret of a beach either, if I can just say that. I mean, a few hours after someone is down there in the rain and the horrible conditions, there's 2 kids there a few hours later in that same spot, right? They're there. They find a bone or a leg. So it's not that secret. It's Warnemont Park. It's a public park, 18-hole golf course. Everybody in the community is familiar with that area. Officer Desmet testified, very familiar with the park. People go there all the time. We have 2 youngsters there right away a few hours later finding human remains. So not exactly a secret area that nobody's ever heard of before. What is Max's behavior afterwards? A lot of times in our human affairs, and judge does, state has told you, use your common sense. The reason they keep saying common sense, and again, I didn't tell you not to use common sense. I talked about this in opening. Go ahead and use it. Use it galore. But also, please look at the evidence. You have to do more than just base things on this expression, common sense, okay? Look at the evidence. We do know that somebody who committed a crime like this, who had done something like this, when they haven't, would be highly likely to change something about their life. He didn't do any such thing. He continued to go about his day-to-day affairs. You heard that he went to work at Dugout 54 the next morning, and his phone died, not turned off intentionally. It died during the hours that one would be asleep. And he went to Dugout 54, and he worked at Dugout 54, which was his job, the next day. No issue. You didn't hear from one person who said that suddenly his behavior was different or that he started acting strange. He continued to work, stay in the area, didn't cut his hair, didn't change his appearance, didn't have a whole pile of cash in his car with a passport to Mexico, none of that. Just going about his day-to-day affairs. That's because he's innocent. And the police are the ones who make a decision on what to collect and what not to collect. And they give you that evidence, and then you decide whether it is proof beyond a reasonable doubt. They could have asked for more footage if they wanted to see what was going on the side of Max's house in the days after, or the alley in the days after. Does he ditch a sweatshirt in a trash can? But they chose not to, because they zeroed in on him, they zeroed in on a time frame, and that was all they needed to do. I know that when the evidence shows that when Sade's car left Max's house, and you never see him driving that car, when it left that house, and we know things can happen in an alley, when the car left that home, it went straight to Sade Robinson's apartment building. I never said it went there, to be clear. I never said she went in there. I'm just saying, what are the odds that with no evidence he even knew where she lived, that Civic goes from his home right past the building she lives in? A hell of a coincidence. I think it's very likely that perhaps something happened to her in the alley and perhaps she was directing them where to go. I don't know, but I do know maybe it was a stalker. But whoever did it obviously had an idea where she lived because they went right from point A to point B. I think the reason that the state spent such little time talking about the DNA evidence for you is because they know how powerful it is for the defense case. But we don't have to prove that DNA proves proof his innocence. They have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he's guilty of each of these crimes, that he intended to kill her. Now they're saying recklessly, but either one, whichever one they're saying. They had to form that intent or that reckless decision before. There's no evidence, by the way, of any reckless behavior at all that they've shown you on video, that they've shown in his house, that they've shown at all. But the reason why they spend so little time on DNA and they sort of brushed past that, and yet they'll spend days and days and days going through monotonous video of things we don't dispute, is because they know that the DNA evidence is powerful for us. And I ask that you look at the evidence closely. That's all I can do. I turn Max over to you. It's your decision. You have to look at each count carefully, and I'm convinced you'll conclude that the state hasn't met its burden of proof on each count. Thank you.
State, any rebuttal?
Sure. Ladies and gentlemen, the reason Maxwell Anderson went to work the next day and didn't cut his hair or do any of that stuff is because he thought he got away with it. Because he did it alone. He did it in the middle of the night. So leaving town, doing that stuff, that brings attention to yourself. That's also why he sends that text message to her the next morning. Hey, morning, how's work going? He's trying to cover up. He thought he was going to get away with it. That's the whole point. Because everything he did the night of this incident was done in the middle of the night in a secluded place that he knew was secluded, that he took her to and cut her up. He thought he got away with it. Let's talk about blood. You saw the images of her on that couch. She's out of it. She is gone. There's no blood in there. You heard from the medical examiner how people can die without blood. Strangulation, suffocation. It's no coincidence that she is face down in his cushions in those. That she is so out of it that he's able to lift her shirt up and grab her breast and yank her pants off without her putting up a struggle. We know as well that the dismemberment, remember the medical examiner talking about the vital reactions, that there were no vital reactions at the areas of amputation. That means no bleeding, because she was dead when it happened. And he's doing it down at the lakefront on the shores of a lake on a rainy night. And he talks about no mud, no blood on the shoes or anything like that. He's got this massive backpack with him that he gets rid of, that has never been found. Why? If that backpack is something that's important enough for you to go out in the middle of the night with, why is it gone? Because he got rid of it. He got rid of it to cover up the crime. The hoodie. Why is it in someone else's dumpster? Why is the hoodie not a hoodie you were wearing while on the date, but a hoodie you're driving around in the middle of the night with? Why is it in a dumpster 2 houses down? Why is her DNA on it? It's because he's the one driving her car around, taking her body to Warnemont Park. No intent to kill? What about all the horrible, disgusting, gruesome things that he did to her body? That shows intent to kill. He brought up this hair on the proximal bone, and his argument was Max was excluded from that hair. Do you remember whose hair that was? It was Sade's hair. He failed to mention that part just now. Just like he failed to bring up the latex gloves he brought up in his opening and said, certainly these gloves played a role in this crime. That was a quote. What a joke. Those gloves had nothing to do with this crime. Nothing. The blood on those gloves was neither Max nor Sade's. It's located a quarter mile south of where this occurred. A week later, a smoke screen. Nothing to do with this crime. Maxwell Anderson was not walking away from the Honda Civic because he's in the wrong place at the wrong time. Why on earth is he walking around behind an abandoned building where the woman who he was on a date with the night before's car is getting set into flames, and he's just casually walking away? And you did hear from the woman who saw him do it. You heard her on the video. You saw her point to him and say, he did it. Call the fire department. What's that all about? It's because he's the one who lit the car on fire to cover up all of this and calmly walk away because he's trying to get away. He's trying not to draw attention to himself. Asking you to completely speculate that something happened to her in the alley. Well, let me ask you this. How does she get in the alley if she's passed out of it, incapacitated on his couch? How would she have even gotten there? He's asking you to speculate. She's just instructed you, you can't speculate. You are not to speculate. That's what he wants you to do. That's what he wants you to do to find Maxwell Anderson not guilty, but you can't. You follow the evidence. Not a single piece of evidence points to anybody else. Everything, at every single turn, even when police tried to focus on other things, like the latex glove, did it lead anywhere else except back to him? The broken pieces of car at the gate just happened to match the Honda that he's walking away from as it lights on fire. The beach where she is cut up, it's his beach. It's his place. Every single lead, every single thing the investigators did led back to Maxwell Anderson, and it is because Maxwell Anderson is the killer. He is responsible, so find him guilty.
Now, members of the jury, the duties of counsel in the court have been performed. The case has been argued by counsel. I've instructed you regarding the rules of law which should govern you in your deliberations. The time has now come when the great burden of reaching a just, fair, and conscientious decision of the case is to be thrown wholly upon you, the jurors selected for this important duty. You will not be swayed by sympathy, passion, or prejudice. You will be careful and deliberate in weighing the evidence. I charge you to keep your duties steadfastly in mind and as upright citizens to render a just and true verdict. You are to decide only whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty of the offenses charged. Any consequence of your verdicts are matters for me alone to decide and must not affect your deliberations. There will be 9 forms of verdict submitted to you regarding the charges against the defendant. As to count 1, there will be 3 verdicts. The first verdict reads, we, the jury, find Maxwell Anderson guilty of first-degree intentional homicide as charged in count 1. Another reading is, we, the jury, find the defendant Maxwell Anderson guilty of first-degree reckless homicide in violation of section 940.02 sub 1 of the Criminal Code of Wisconsin at the time and place charged in count 1 of the information. And a third reading, we, the jury, find the defendant Maxwell Anderson not guilty. As to count 2, there are 2 verdicts. We, the jury, find the defendant Maxwell Anderson guilty of mutilating a corpse as charged in count 2. Another reading, we, the jury, find the defendant Maxwell Anderson not guilty of mutilating a corpse as charged in count 2. As to count 3, there's 2 verdicts. We, the jury, find the defendant Maxwell Anderson guilty of arson of property other than a building as charged in count 3 of the information. Another reading, we, the jury, find the defendant Maxwell Anderson not guilty of arson of property other than a building as charged in count 3 of the information. Lastly, as to count 4, there's 2 verdicts. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of hiding a corpse as charged in count 4, and another reading, we, the jury, find the defendant not guilty of hiding a corpse as charged in count 4. You are to bring in 1 verdict per count. It is for you to determine whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty of each of the offenses charged. You must make a finding as to each count in the information. Each count carries a separate crime, and you must consider each one separately. Your verdict for the crime charged in 1 count must not affect your verdict on any other count. Now, this is a criminal, not a civil matter. Therefore, before the jury may return a verdict that lawfully may be received, the verdict must be reached unanimously. In a criminal case, all 12 jurors must agree in order to arrive at a legal verdict. When you retire to the jury room, select one of your members to preside over your deliberations. The presiding juror's vote is entitled to no greater weight than that of any other jurors. If you need to communicate with me while you're deliberating, have the presiding juror send a note, time-stamped and signed by the presiding juror with your question. It may take some time to answer because I may consult with the attorneys before I respond, so you should continue your deliberations while you're waiting for a response. I will answer all of your questions either in writing or I'll bring you back into the courtroom and answer them on open record. When you've agreed upon your verdict, have it signed and dated by the presiding juror. Notify my bailiffs that a verdict has been reached. Everyone will return to the courtroom and your verdict will be read into the record in open court. I may ask each of you if you agree with the verdict. 4:37. I think we'll begin the deliberations. Okay. At this point, we're going to select our 2 alternates. So, 3 alternates. So all of your numbers are inside of this box. Juror number
53.
Who's 53? Okay. Your first alternate?
38.
Second alternate?
And the last one, 26.
Okay, the 3 of you are my alternates. So at this point, your service is complete for the next 4 years. If you need a notice for your employment that you've been here with us, You'll have to go back to jury management to get that. Otherwise, it'll come out to you in the mail in about 2 to 3 days. Now, you're not allowed to speak to any of the other jurors, but after you leave here, you're free to speak to anyone that you wish or to no one. It is completely up to you. If you wish to return to the courtroom and wait for the verdict, you're welcome to. If you want to call my court at a later point and find out what happened, you're welcome to as well. Or you're welcome to check CCAP. Now, do the 3 of you have anything in my jury room? Okay, I need to release the 3 of you before I release the other jurors. So thank you for your time and attention and service. I've used alternates way too often, so I appreciate you being here. You're not allowed to communicate with the other jurors at this time. At this point, we will swear the bailiffs.
Do you solemnly swear that you will keep jurors on this trial together in some private place and that you will not, before they render their verdict, communicate the state of their deliberations or the verdict they have agreed upon? So help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, you may begin your deliberations. Any objection as to how the jury instructions were read into the record, state? No. Defense?
No.
I did find on the jury instructions one correction, which was on the last page relative to the verdicts. It said 4 verdicts will be provided. I changed it to 9, and I just wrote it on it. So that was the only modification I made. I plan on recalling the jury at about 3 minutes to 5 if we don't have something happen quickly. So please, if you could stick around, I'd appreciate it. Also, if you could go through the list of exhibits and see if there's anything, if there's a request you're willing to send back without further discussion, and a stack of course, anything that you wish to be addressed on. Of course, no videos would ever be sent back or physical evidence without the bailiffs. Case was well tried. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Hi, if you could switch me back to Live Desk feeding into itself, I'm going to do something from here again now for IFB. Thank you. Okay, bye. Thanks. And it looks like I am already up and running. Folks, I'm Brian Polson at the Wisconsin Live Desk. The closing arguments just wrapped up here in the trial of Maxwell Anderson, and the jury is now deliberating. We thought, the judge said earlier, she was probably going to wait until tomorrow to start deliberations, but things really sped up this afternoon, particularly when the defense decided not to call any witnesses at all. Not Maxwell Anderson, not anybody else. The state rested, the defense said no witnesses, they went into jury instructions and quickly into closing arguments, and now with 20 minutes left before 5 p.m. on Thursday afternoon, June 5th, the judge said, let's go ahead and get the jury started. Now, it's not clear how long the judge will let those deliberations go this evening before deciding to pull the plug and come back tomorrow. I suppose if there's a quick verdict, maybe she wants to see if that's a possibility. If it looks like they're requesting evidence or things are taking a while, she may call it for the night and bring it back tomorrow. But of course, we are now on verdict watch. I want to talk a little bit about what we've learned today and then what we heard in those closing arguments. If you're just tuning in, if you haven't heard the updates today, the day started with a civilian witness who was Max Anderson's ex-girlfriend. They had dated as recently as 2023, and Max Anderson's ex-girlfriend talked about a quote-unquote secret beach that he would take her to. 5 to 10 times during their relationship, they would go and hang out on the beach with his dogs. They would start a fire. She didn't know exactly where that beach was, but when she saw that Maxwell Anderson had been arrested in connection to the leg that was found in Warnemont Park, she realized that place she had been to was in fact the beach in Warnemont Park. She went to investigators and said, I can take you there. They asked her where they turned, using landmarks. She directed them back to the place that he considered his quote-unquote secret beach. And sure enough, it was the same place where Sade Robinson's leg had been found. So that was where the testimony started today. Now, in closing arguments, the defense tried to say, it's not all that secret of a beach. I mean, other people go there. It's connected to Warnemont Park with a golf course and all sorts of other things. And in fact, within a matter of hours after Sade Robinson's death, there were a couple of people walking through the park on a rainy day, walking through the beach anyway, and found the leg. So it's not that secret, but the idea that Maxwell Anderson had been to that beach multiple times, considered it his secret beach, and then that's where the person he's on a date with has a leg show up the next day, certainly, obviously, was a strong point for the state's case. We also heard from two detectives and one forensic investigator from the Department of Justice who talked about the cell phone extraction. That is the data and photographs and text messages pulled off of Maxwell Anderson's cell phone, which he still had on him when he was arrested a few days after this crime. And what they found was just before, a little bit after midnight. So there's the date that happens on April 1st. They come back about 9:20, and by the way, the defense is no longer disputing that they went back. They say, of course, yeah, we don't dispute they went back to his place. So Sade Robinson and Maxwell Anderson go back to his house on the south side, and they're there. So all of that shadowy evidence, who knows what that was for, because the defense now says, we admit they were there. The question is what happened when they were inside. We know that text messages show that at 12:05, cell phone data shows. At 12:05 a.m. to 12:08 a.m., someone using Maxwell Anderson's phone was manually deleting dozens of photographs. And shortly after completing the deletion of those photographs, the phone went dormant. It either died or it just stopped being used. It wasn't responding to anything on the network anymore. There was no more user interaction for the next 9 hours. The state says that's because Maxwell Anderson was covering up the crime. The defense says the phone just ran out of juice and he went to bed. But the key is, what was on those photos that he was deleting? Well, we also know that those photos include, and I'm going to show you some of those right now, the key photos that we've been waiting for in this case. And be aware, these are very sensitive. We have had managers and editors look through these to make sure we can show you them in the most sensitive way possible. But the unedited photos were shown to the jury today. This is what the prosecution says is Sade Robinson face down on Maxwell Anderson's couch. And how do they know it's Maxwell Anderson's couch? How do they know that's Sade Robinson? Well, we're going to start by pointing out that sweater. You see that cross-knit pattern on her right sleeve. That is video surveillance of Sade Robinson at at Duke's on Water just a few hours before the photo on the couch was taken. So prosecutors are saying that sweater identifies the person on the couch as Sade Robinson. The next question is, how do we know that's Maxwell Anderson's couch? Well, let's look back once again at the photo I just showed you. Again, you see that circle, by the way, we've added that because it's blurring out her exposed right breast. That is sort of a midriff sweater. It is pulled up and it is exposing her breast. And in fact, there's a human hand behind that that is touching the breast, according to the testimony that was given in court. But look just beyond the hair. You can see dark colored hair consistent with Sade Robinson's, and there's sort of a light blue looking object behind it. Well, if you look at the picture prosecutors or investigators rather police took of the house, this is Maxwell Anderson's couch, and you see that light blue pillow on the one side. Now let's go right back to that photograph again, and now prosecutors are saying that little corner up at the top is the same thing as that blue pillow. They're also saying the couch underneath her is consistent with that worn red pleather-looking couch, and if you look at the edge of this couch, it's got that sort of worn leather look to it. So those are some of the key things that we saw introduced today that the prosecution says not only shows that Sade Robinson was there, but that in fact she may have been passed out or in some sort of compromised position, and that her breast was exposed and someone, presumably Max Anderson, was groping it. Now, remember, in addition to Sade Robinson's remains being found dismembered, arms and legs, torso, her right breast was cut off at one point, the same breast that Maxwell Anderson appears to be groping in that photograph, and prosecutors made a point of that in closing arguments. The one thing we heard in closing arguments that we had not heard before, the defense admitted to a lot. They said 90% of the evidence in this case that's taken 2 weeks to tell, we agree with. We agree the car was driving around. We agree they went on a date. We just don't agree it was Maxwell Anderson behind the wheel. But there are two key points the defense makes. One is that, well, you know, with that car fire we've seen, Maxwell Anderson was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. The car fire at 7:30 in the morning, where Sade Robinson's car has been set ablaze intentionally, and Maxwell Anderson is seen walking away from it and walking down the street and getting on a bus with a backpack that's never been found, wasn't found in his house despite thorough searches. The prosecution is saying, that's him. What's he doing there? Why was he there? Well, the defense says there's no proof he lit that fire. There's no proof he did anything. He's just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Their other one, and this was a brand new one, this is something we had not heard, and I want to pull up the exact quote as it was stated, but Tony Cotton, during his closing argument, for the first time raised the prospect of some other actor. We've been waiting to hear what's the theory. The prosecution finally laid out its theory in this case, and its theory is that Maxwell Anderson killed her in the house, then looked up something about what not to mix with bleach, which we heard about today too. That was a screenshot deleted from his phone. That he cleaned up the scene, that he then took her in her own car, smashed the gate at Warnermount Park because there was a body in the car and he couldn't just carry her down. So he smashes the gate, dumps the body parts, and then drives around the city looking for a place to dispose of the car. The defense says, well, you never see him get in the car. You never see him get in or out, or, you know, we don't know what happened. And for the first time we hear, and I'm trying to find the exact, see if I can find the exact quote here. I'm looking at the wrong trial feed. Here we go. So the exact quote from the defense was, I think it is very likely something happened to her in the alley. This is Tony Cotton on closing. I think it's likely something happened to her in the alley and she was directing them, whoever that is, where to go. I don't know what happened. Maybe it was a stalker. We've heard no other indications or evidence of anything like that up until this point in the case, but that was what Tony Cotton said. Nonetheless, he does point out properly, there's no murder weapon, there's no bloody crime scene. There are a lot of inferences here that have to be drawn from circumstantial evidence. Is that enough for reasonable doubt? We're going to find out as the jury is now in deliberations. That's all I have for now. I've got to run over and be on the 5 o'clock broadcast, so that's it for me here at the Wisconsin Live Desk. Thank you all for watching. We're going to be on Verdict Watch, and obviously when we have more, we'll be back to tell you all about it. Brian Polson, that's all for me from here. Okay, Fox 6 investigator Brian Polson here back at the Wisconsin Live Desk. The judge is coming back into the courtroom. We see her on the bench. She may be, after all, excusing the jury for the day. We're going to find that out here momentarily. Maybe they had enough time to pick a jury foreman and now she wants to get them on their way. We'll see what happens here, but we're going to listen in as soon as the judge...
Tonight when you go home, do not discuss this matter with family or friends. Do not research anything. Do not read anything. Do not look at anything. Do not text, blog, post about this matter. Put it completely out of your mind till you come back tomorrow. So tomorrow morning, we're going to open up my jury room at about 8 o'clock. I'd like you all here by 8:30, okay? You cannot begin your deliberations until all 12 of you are together. So when all 12 of you are together, you will notify my bailiffs that you are present. At that point, we'll bring you the book back, the jury instruction book, and then at that point in time, you can begin your deliberations, but not until you're all congregated and all together. Tomorrow, coffee, water, soda, whatever you want is fine because you're going to be in the deliberation room until conclusion. Okay, remember, don't talk about the case as you're leaving here today. Wear your juror badges prominently all day tomorrow, and I think that's about it. Have a lovely evening, and we'll see you back in the morning to complete this case. Thank you, everybody. Have a good evening.
All right, so there you have it, 5:03 p.m. on the clock there. It's 5:01 p.m. here on our Fox 6 bug down at the bottom. But in any case, that is the end of today's deliberation. It was a pretty quick one. Might have been enough time to pick a jury foreman, who knows. But the judge got them started so that when they come back in the morning, I guess they'll be ready to hit the ground running. Essentially, deliberations are going to happen tomorrow, and she said they will remain in there until there is a verdict. So we'll see if there is any point, depending on how long it takes, if there's any point at which that decision changes.
Have a lovely evening.
Thank you.
So we're going to have them just begin right when they return. Can you make sure that Celeste has phone numbers for you? If tomorrow morning there's a question or a verdict, I'd like you returned by within 15 minutes. Okay. Well, and you don't, so I'm not going to call it on the record.
Okay. So again, you heard there at the end, that's typically how this works. When case goes to a jury, the attorneys don't just hang around. They leave, they go back to their law offices, they go back to whatever else they're doing, but they are on a short leash. They got to stay close by, especially if their law office is far away. And I believe that Tony Cotton's law office is out in Waukesha. So they got to be close enough because she wants them back in the courtroom within 15 minutes. So my guess is he probably can't hang out at the law office. And I'm not sure, actually, Ian Vance Curzan's probably right there in the safety building as a district attorney, so he doesn't have to go very far. But in any case, the parties stay close by. Once there is notification that a verdict is in, then notification will go out to all those parties. They've got 15 minutes to get in the courtroom, and we will start scrambling and assembling, getting people, anchors on set, reporters in place and ready to bring you the latest coverage. We'll obviously put that on our socials that there is a verdict in, which will give you a little heads up. Hopefully, whatever you're doing, you can get some time to tune into the Fox 6 News live stream on Fox Local or Fox 6 YouTube channel or on Fox 6 News, the broadcast, and then you can see what's going to happen with this case. Obviously, we are a long way in. We have heard 7 full days of testimony and 8 days, including the jury selection, now heading into deliberations on the 9th day tomorrow, Friday, June 6th. So it's been a long week. It's been an interesting week, and obviously there's still more to come. We're going to find out the results of all of this. If you've been following along with us, this is a whole new way to cover trials. This Wisconsin Live Desk, it's the first time we've done it. I think it's a great way for us to keep you up to date, not just on the live testimony, but if you've been missing a piece here and there, because who has the time to watch this every minute of the day? We're able to bring you up to speed right away and make it easy and accessible on your mobile phone, the Fox Local app, on your smart TV, wherever you're watching. We're glad to have you along and hope you'll stay with us. I imagine this won't be the last time you hear from us this way. The clock is even off on the picture there, and I am going to sign off for the day. This is Brian Polson at the Wisconsin Live Desk. We'll see you back here tomorrow.